How's it going, chat? And welcome to a very special episode of Twitch Rivals, the show about streamers and the games they love. We'll be watching a lot of streamers today, but I know all of you are here for one of arguably the most hyped game of 2020. We're going to be playing some Valorant and be giving you guys some drops as long as you've got your Riot account linked to your Twitch account and you're watching this stream or any of the streams where they're featuring the gameplay today. You can use that Twitch Rivals extension over on that side of your screen to find a list of all of the streamers who are playing today, and we're going to be playing, showing some gameplay that already happened. This gameplay happened a few days ago, but we'll be going through it, watching it live. I have not seen it. I'll be live reacting to it, and I've got some friends who are going to be here with me to walk us through the action. I'm like you guys, like most of you in chat. I actually haven't gotten to play Valorant yet, so I'm going to be asking all sorts of questions. If you guys have questions, let me know in the chat. You can tag me with @WavePunk, and I'll ask our two hosts here, our two guest casters. But they both have played the game this weekend, and I'm excited to talk to them as soon as we get the opportunity to. But hope you guys are having a great day. Here they are. We've got Gaskin and Golden Boy on the line. Gaskin, welcome. I think it's your first time here on Twitch Rivals.
It is my first time, and what a time to do it as well. Making history with Valorant here. I got to play it all weekend long. I fell in love with the game. I think everyone is going to love seeing all of the action, and especially we're going to see some of the biggest streamers, some of the best players all going at it. The talent is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, there are some like A+ gamers who are here today right now, and Golden Boy, you're here with us. We let the A+ gamers do the actual gaming, but we brought you on to talk about it. How excited are you to be here for the first ever Valorant show?
Oh man, I'm pumped up, dude. It's gonna be sick. This game is awesome. I'm just gonna preface by saying that if you are hyped in the chat, if you are hyped in general right now, no matter what channel you're watching that has drops enabled, your hype is 100% justified because this game is everything and more. And I can't wait to get into the action because we have some great matches lined up. You guys haven't seen it. All I know is who's playing in the matches, and that just gets me excited. So I just can't wait. I just want to watch some Valorant.
Yeah, no, some of the best gamers, some of the best content creators in the world have said that this is their favorite game, and they've only gotten to play it for 15 hours or something like that at max. So I'm super excited to see what today brings. I know everybody in chat is as well. So let's start to get into it here. Let's talk through some basics, some very fundamental basics of how Valorant works. Here's your beginner's guide, chat. This is one of the first games from the developers of League of Legends, from Riot Games, that is not set in the League of Legends universe. It's its own IP. It's a separate thing. It's actually set in the real world. As we introduce you to the characters over the course of this broadcast, you'll see they're from countries you already know. Maybe they're from your home country as well. But the details of this game, there's 9 unique characters currently in the game. Matches are going to be 5v5. There's going to be attack, defense. There's no respawns per round. It's the first team to win 13 rounds. You get to buy and upgrade gear or purchase gear and guns over in between the rounds. It's going to be a similar flow to round-based games you've seen before. But the question you all have, this is what you really care about right now, is how do I get to play? How do I get the beta access? The closed beta opens on April 7th. That's next Tuesday. So in between then and now, you have the chance to get some keys by watching this show, or not getting keys, rather. You need to register your Riot account, your Twitch account, and then you'll just watch any of the streams, watch our stream, watch any of the streams that are live on that Twitch Rivals extension on the left side of your screen. And when you see that bell icon in the top right corner of your Twitch bar load, it'll have an icon, it'll light up, it'll say, hey, you've been whitelisted. Then your account is going to be able to play on April 7th. There's not going to be a key you have to use. You're just going to have your account kind of given access. So wonderful stuff. Make sure you download it. That's the keys. That's the real important thing for everybody here. You don't have to be active in chat, but I appreciate it when you guys are. You don't have to necessarily have the volume turned on. You just have to have your accounts linked and be watching one of the streams. And hey, we're gonna have some pretty crazy action. Gaskin, I've barely seen any gameplay here. What should people expect? Give me the elevator pitch. What makes you want to play Valorant?
What makes me want to play Valorant is it's just something new and spicy. Like, you might get some players who are really good at other games and they try and transition onto this, and there's a bit of a learning curve. I personally was able to beat players who had trashed me at other games just because it's new, it's exciting, the agents are amazing, they've all got their own individual abilities. It's just hella fun. It's so much fun.
No, it's just that's that analyst brain getting to work before the fingers of everybody else catch up. All right, chat. We're gonna take a quick break, get some things set up. Here's some words from our sponsors. We'll be right back with some more game coverage of Valorant. are back, and we are going to be showing you guys some new gameplay throughout the course of today. We have many of your favorite content creators lined up to broadcast their perspectives of their games and to talk through it. So if you want to hear some, like, live commentary of like how it's going to feel, you can stay here with me and Gaskin and Golden Boy, or you can go hop onto their streams and watch their perspectives of them kind of talking through their gameplay. Obviously, they already know what's going to happen. They'll be like, oh yeah, this is the part where I did this is the part where I did that, which should be pretty fun. It's cool. Golden Boy, I feel like it's not very often we get to like have like producers commentary on an esports match.
Yeah, because you're always getting, especially in a show like Twitch Rivals, where the players are the ones who are streaming and we are looking at their streams in real time. It's a different kind of experience, but also I think that's just going to provide some more insight into how this game works. Because and this is the thing that I really enjoy about the game. Like you asked Gaskin a question before the break, like, what's the elevator pitch on Valorant? And the reality is that it is a deceptively simple game. It is just layered with a lot of complexities in it. And that is what makes it a very challenging game to not only play, but as a viewer, you're going to be challenged because you're going to learn new things as this game continues to progress. So it's going to be nice to have the broadcasters giving their insight into that. It just adds a whole new part of the equation, in my opinion.
Yeah. This is going to be an awesome show. I can't wait to get into it. So let's show you guys what we've got in store for you. We've got some of the best content creators, some of the best streamers, some of the best just gamers that we have here that call Twitch home to play today. And we're going to start with some Europeans at 10 a.m. That's right now. We're going to feature a match that's got some Forsen's, got Taz, got Lothar, got Misha in there, and a few others, and we'll introduce to you here in just a moment. At 1 p.m., we'll move over to North America. We'll have the Dr. Lupos, the Tim the Tapmans, and the Summits playing. And then at 4, a few more North American streamers. Ammunition will be there. Riventine from League of Legends casting and Electra, they'll be here playing. But here's the teams we're about to walk through right now. We've got these Europeans on the line. We've got Isaac, we've got Pago, Neo, Taz, and Lothar on this team. And Golden Boy, there is some FPS legends on this roster.
Yeah, man. I mean, you got Taz. This dude is one of the greatest to ever play the game. Lothar, no slouch either. He used to compete in Fortnite and a few other games as well. So there's a lot of talent here. And then there's Izaku, who is so well known in the Counter-Strike community, just well known in general. I think this is gonna be a pretty interesting team. I'm looking forward to seeing what they could do.
Both Isaac and Pago have played in many Twitch Rivals events here, but in other Battle Royale titles usually. This will be one of the first times we get to watch them play in a round-based game. And moving over to Team Bravo, this will be the guys that are going up against them. We got Norzi, Stormin, Dolphin, Forsen, and Orb. Again, many people here for the first time, or many people who have been on Twitch Rivals for many times before, but Noisy in particular, Gaskin, he's got a kind of a unique relationship to Valorant.
Yeah, he has declared that he is going to go full-time in Valorant. Previously played titles like Apex Legends. I think he'll be a key factor on this side. I'm really excited to see what he's done. He's been tweeting about how many sick clips he hit during the alpha, and I'm sure he's showing all of those on his stream as well. But don't sleep on the rest of them. I've been on a team with Forsen during the alpha, and he actually pulled out some pretty decent kills, so I'm expecting to see some big things from him.
All right, expecting big things out of Forsen. It's the first here on Twitch Rivals. I'm excited. Orb has played really well in previous Rainbow Six events and stuff like that. And it's funny because I feel like with Noisy, right? He's like I'm going full time in Valorant. Literally, the hype of this game, Golden Boy, cannot be encapsulated because he's not alone there. I've seen so many people are like, oh, Valorant's my game, going full time in this game, right?
Dude.
This is easily the most hyped game of the year, and a Half-Life game came out this year, Golden Boy.
Yeah, that's the context for you. A Half-Life game came out, and yet Valorant is more popular than that. Animal Crossing exists, and yet Valorant is going to topple that. The reason being is because we haven't had a hardcore tactical FPS game release like this in such a long time. And it's being done by a prestigious studio like Riot Games, which obviously brings a lot of expertise to the table. They also brought in a lot of experts to be able to help design this game as well. So there's a lot of love that's been put into this. Everything that you see when we finally get into the gameplay, and I know chat, besides spamming drop, really wants to watch some gameplay. Everything's been done purposefully. It really is that amazing how every nuance and detail has been thought over in Valorant.
Yeah, no, I mean, we saw back on the League 10 show at the end of last year where they announced Valorant for the first time, and we got to hear a little bit from the developers of how they've been working. Gaskin, like, you come from the shooting community, you know how much of a difference there can be between just like a casual shooter that's just for fun and is going to struggle to be an esport in a game that is clearly built with competition in mind. How excited were you when you saw the details and the like attention that is being put into Valorant?
I think I'm just going to go off what Golden Boy said earlier, and it's the skill ceiling that's available on this game. Like the abilities that you've got with all of the agents, the way you can get onto sites and you can execute perfectly. Of course, there's a base level, and I kind of like the fact that some of the agents allow, like, maybe someone who's not so skilled at an FPS to still have those executions possible. But then those who are very skilled at these kind of tactical shooters, they can find ways to bounce smokes off different corners. They can throw it over the skyline. They're going to be jumping up into all different sites, different areas. There's so much possibility, and I think we're only going to see the base level today, but we're going to start to see it get more and more as we learn more about this game.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I mean, it's been fun to talk about the hype, but obviously we really, really, really want to get into the actual nitty-gritty of how does this game work. So, chat, we're going to take one more break, then we will have gameplay coming up afterwards. I promise, pinky promise you guys that we're going there. We'll be right back here on Twitch Rivals.
Blame Wave Punk.
Welcome back, folks. Gameplay of Valorant is right around the corner. We've seen like a few rounds and other situations and other, videos and stuff around the internet, but we are about to show you a full game with comms and casters and everything. I'm your host, Wavepunk. I've got Gaskin and Golden Boy here to walk us through the action, folks. But we couldn't do any of this without the support of our partners. Thank you so much to Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel is shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. Learn more at gamefuel.com, and you might need some to help you get through the Valorant beta next week, because holy crap, it's gonna be just a wild ride of a roller coaster of a game. What was the biggest surprise for you, Golden Boy, when you jumped into your first game of Valorant?
How awesome I was really the first thing. But then again, that isn't all that surprising, considering, if the chat, instead of spamming drop, would like to spam what face so I can get my numbers up, that would be awesome. But moving forward, no, jokes aside, the thing is, what surprised me right away was how much information is given to the player at the beginning. And we got the what face spam in the chat, by the way, guys. So we win. Let's spam those numbers. Twitch has to recognize me eventually.
They're listening.
So yeah. But it was really just the ease of information that was coming through in the game, and you'll see it like in the buy menus. You'll see it in the game itself when you're in the action. It's just a lot of info that's made available to the player, and that, I think, was the part that I was a little concerned about, and it was nice to see that was addressed right away.
That's awesome stuff. Well, hey, I'm excited to get into that information. I'm going to need that ease of access, because I'm still learning it all for the first time here alongside with chat. And I believe we are ready to start talking through some of the agents, as they are called in this game. We're going to start with Sova. Sova is from Russia. Again, this game is set in the real world, which is really, I'm so excited to see how they flex the real world IP here, separate from Runeterra. We've never seen Riot do something out of Runeterra. This is going to be super cool. Golden Boy, walk us through Sova. Who is Sova?
Well, besides the fact that Sova kind of sort of looks like Lothar, but with longer hair, Sova is your recon agent. He's the kind of guy that is going to get you the information. He does that with two of his abilities. First, the Owl Drone, which you guys see on the screen. It's basically that. It is a drone that he can deploy. It doesn't last that long, but you can get a ton of information from it, and you can also find out where the enemy is going to be positioned. And then there's the Recon Bolt. The Recon Bolt, he shoots out an arrow. Now, what's really sick about the Recon Bolt is that you can actually determine how many times it bounces off of the walls. So you can set it to 1 or 2 bounces or no bounces, and how strong you shoot the shot, like how much you charge a shot, determines how far it goes, how quickly it'll puncture into the surface that you're shooting at. And it also, and this is the big thing that I don't think a lot of people really understand, it needs to be line of sight in order for it to identify where another opponent is located. It does not work like other games where you could just shoot it out and then it detects everyone within the radius of that. It has to be line of sight. And then finally, his ultimate ability is Hunter's Fury. This thing just shreds. Good news is you get enough time to be able to dodge out of it in case something goes wrong, but that thing is filthy, and we'll hopefully see it in this game.
Yeah, I'm excited. So if I'm being pinged by that Recon Bolt, do I get an alert? Does it let me know that I'm being pinged?
You will see it, and you can also shoot it as well.
Okay, cool. So it sounds like probably putting it on the ceiling is going to be the play we hope to see players go for. If you're talking about line of sight being so important.
Yeah, you can get really creative with where you put this because of the bounces. And again, this kind of goes back to what Gaskin was saying before. Like, we're really just going to get surface level here when we jump into the games in just a second, because there's a lot of things that you can do with Sova, and it's going to be very interesting to see how players right now take advantage of it, but more importantly, when people start to play the game on April 7th, how they start to take advantage and find all the little nerdy spots that I know we're all going to be looking for.
All right, well, hey, chat, I'm enough of our faces. Let's watch some gameplay. Let's get into some Valorant. I believe we are going to start on someone playing Sova, so we should get to see a little bit of this bolt action. Obviously, I feel like the strat here is send out the Recon Bolt, see where the players are, and then ult onto them. How does acquiring an ult work in this game, Gaskin?
Yeah, go for it again. Sorry.
Well, basically, you acquire it via kills and also via rounds. And there's also little bubbles that you'll see when you walk into sites. You can pick those up, and that will get you 1 point closer to your ultimate. So you can see people gain ultimates within just a couple of rounds if they have a really big round and get an insane amount of kills. And you can see Lothar already pushing straight onto this site with the rest of this team. They're utilizing abilities to smoke off certain windows so they can't be seen. And the spike is planted straight away, and they're in a 3v4 scenario.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for them. Also, huge shout out to Lothar. They're playing the character that he looks just like. that is by far the best part about this whole thing. So Orb is able to get the pick there, but a nice pick up there with the pistol. It's going to turn around and will be a round win for our enemy team. Not the way that they wanted to start, but it was actually a good few plays there for Lothar. He picked up one in hookah and then got challenged by the player around. He heard the footsteps that would be popping up behind him. The sound in this game is amazing, by the way. You can tell where someone is, how far they are, when they're going to come around the corner, whether or not they're on the other side of the wall. There's some really cool stuff that they do.
So just to ask some fundamental questions. Obviously, it's first to 13 rounds. You have an attacking phase of 12 rounds, then a defensive phase of 12 rounds. This object on the ground in front of them, this is the object they have to plant, yes?
Yep,
Yes.
that is
The
the spike.
Okay.
And the point of the spike is similar to what you would see in Counter-Strike with a bomb, for example. You want to get onto a site. On this particular map, there's only 2 sites. On the other map that we'll see today, there's actually 3 sites, which is pretty exciting because we haven't really seen that in other tactical shooters very often. But when it is just the 2 sites, it's more straightforward. You know where you're going to be pushing. You know where your opponent's going to be pushing from. However, there is more ability for you as defenders to push out a little bit further if there are 3 sites, for example. But currently, these boys just trying to get onto this A site.
Yeah, right. Orb just manages to get a pick up there. Lothar knows, and this is it, right? So he's going to go for that shock arrow. And I didn't go into great detail about what the shock arrow does, but it does some damage. That was a flawless round too. Well done. So yes, it does some damage on impact to whoever's in the vicinity. That thing actually hurts, and it can eliminate your opponent if you're not careful. So a lot of things to consider. The utility on Sova is fantastic, but one thing I do want to make note of is, unlike games like Counter-Strike, for example, like your utility and everything, that is tied to your specific agent. Like you can't just all have smokes, you can't all have Molotovs. You have a specific set of abilities, and once you're out, like that kind of changes how the entirety of the plan will shape up.
So with his loadout down here, with like the recon bolts and the drones and stuff, is that something he has to buy, or is that something it's on cooldown?
He buys every round, unless he successfully completes a round without using his equipment, in which case he could save it for the next round. So that's another little bit of information too, right? Don't try and look, you just saw the bounces take place right there, but that was going to be the curveball from the Phoenix that actually blinded Lothar, and I think that was his own teammate's curveball, Dan. I don't know if you saw that. But everyone's still learning how to work around with these agents and what are the best practices with them. Someone's going to be pinned in the corner, and it seems like they might be able to get the spike down. One player left alive, and it's Omen.
It is Omen, and Omen does have the ability to teleport behind you. His ultimate allows him to teleport anywhere on the map. So if he does have his ultimate ready, you've really got to be prepared as to where he may go. The minimap does kind of shake, and it goes all shadowy, so you know that he has teleported somewhere, and it often means that people are going to be looking for you. But right now, I imagine this Omen might look to just save a weapon. Economy is something that's very important in this game as well. You want to make sure that you have weapons available for the next round. As Golden Boy was talking about, your abilities, they do cost money, but it's not that much. And if you die, you don't lose them. That's something that's different to a couple of other tactical shooters. You will keep those abilities. You can continuously buy them round after round. And you usually will have the majority of your abilities throughout the entire game.
Let's see now. They're looking for him. They're on the hunt, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to succeed in catching the Omen off guard. Oh, never mind. They did. Oh, that's done. Gonna have to go back to the buy there, but should be okay. And oof, my goodness, my eyes. We're fine though. I think I'm alive. Do you guys see my eyes? I don't know. I don't see them anymore.
I got flashbanged on stream.
Yeah, I don't want to see. I don't want to see him get hit with the curveball there from Phoenix, because that will actually hurt us all. Okay, so what we're looking at here now is another one of the agents in the game. His name is Brimstone, and Brimstone basically has I don't want to say global, but he has smokes that he can deploy across the map that is very, very effective. It's a sick ability here, and a good pickup with the Vandal. Now you're going to continue on the approach. There goes the smokes. You can deploy them on that little GPS thing that he has going on there, and then that will give you some instant coverage. It is a pretty powerful ability, to say the least.
It's one of the best abilities, I'd say, in the game. In terms of like executing and getting onto a site, it's so important. You can see how he's blocked off the balcony there, so they can't be shot from one direction. He's also looked towards the spawn area, so they can't be pushed from there. Allows them to get in onto the site, allows them to, of course, plant that spike as well. But you might be thinking, oh, well, that's so overpowered. Like, it's so easy to get on sites. You've got to think, you've also got these abilities defensively when you're on the opposing side, and it's not just Brimstone's abilities. You've got to look at someone like Sage, who can wall things off and can slow you down when you're trying to push onto a site as well. But I'd say Brimstone was one of my favorite agents to play, just because you can pop those kind of smokes, well, they're called sky smokes, actually, with the ability that he has on his wrist. But you've also got to think about his ultimate as well. You can see he has his ultimate ready there in the bottom right-hand corner, the orbital strike. You can choose any area on the map where he just lays fire down on anything that's in front of it, and it can be so powerful to stop a plant or to kill someone who might be hiding in a room. I think he is going to be one of the most important agents as we move forward.
Oh, I agree 100% with that, man. He has so much utility. The only thing about the Sky Smoke, though, to keep in mind is that it takes a while for it to deploy. So not only does he have to take out the GPS and you got to, tap wherever you want to drop the smokes, but then on top of which, it's going to take a little time for that smoke to actually drop. Players will be notified when that smoke is coming because they're going to see a circle on the ground, and this is the animation for it here, right? So the Sky Smoke, he's going to look to place this one further up, which is a very smart play because he's trying to block any of the visibility that's going to be coming out of the A site, and that will drop 3 smokes right in front. No one can see, but there is, just as I say that, there was these, oh, okay, that is their Sova drone. I think they all got confused for a moment. Colors are a little off, so it's a little difficult to see.
You can see him smiling in the corner. This is kind of fun. We're getting to watch Isaac watch himself play the game.
He's also tried his best to wear the same T-shirt as well. Yeah, a little bit bigger in terms of stripes, but I like that he's at least made the effort. The other one just wasn't quite washed yet.
Yeah, you
might notice
thickness at 24 points.
On this map as well, as we're playing Bind at the moment, there are teleporters on the map, and they are one-way teleporters as well. They are to try and get you from one site to another quicker. So if you want to rotate to try and stop a plant, for example,
oh, good shot. Wow, that was actually a very, very well done shot there. And does manage to pick one right through. Let's see now what Izaku's going to do. He's taking a look over at Hookah. Does find one. He's going to throw out. It is going to be that Sova. So the Sova plays the recon just to try and get the information. He knows exactly where he's going to be. He uses that utility, and he's going to go for it. He's going to go for the orbital drop. That's it. He's going for the orbital strike. It's going to stop him from being able to push up, just for a time being, though. The spike's going to be inside of the teleporter room. And it seems like he's just not going to be able to have enough to... And he used a lot of utility at that one. His ultimate, he used a few smokes, too. Like, there was just a lot of investment. There's the Sova again. There's that shock as well, and finally gets the pick. I mean, they were just both looking for each other. I think, the Sova just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, but...
Yeah, the Sova just wanted to survive, of course, because if he had survived and the spike wasn't planted, they would win the round. So it made sense that Isaac had to chase there. Otherwise, they would have just lost and it would have been pointless.
On the Twitch Rivals extension on the left side of your screen, we're currently running a poll. Which agent in Valorant are you most excited to play as? Go get your vote in right now. Phoenix is leading at 23%. Also use that extension to find a list of all the streamers who are participating in the event today, and you can go and just watch this perspective from their perspectives. Go watch it with them and maybe ask them some questions. I got a few questions of my own here. A few have gotten from chat. This blue wall that they're facing up against right now, or that they were just facing up against, is that just something that's there at the beginning of the round?
Absolutely. It's just there at the beginning of the round just to allow people to set up on the defense or the offense, regardless of side. It's so you can't push out into any like stupid spots and kind of hide into any sneaky angles. It just makes it fair for attack and defense.
And also bear in mind, too, that when you're in that state, you actually can't hear what the other people are doing on the other side of that wall. So if, let's say, I'm going crazy, I brought up like some utility or whatever to like do it at the beginning of the round, it actually doesn't it doesn't like show up to anyone else. So you can be a little smart with it and take advantage of those brief opportunities, especially if you're playing like B long or something. They're great opportunities for you to be able to just, throw some utility down right away to stop a push on B long if you have an inkling with the sound that's where they're going to be coming from.
Now, another question I saw in chat is, why are people walking so slowly all the time?
So that's just
Oof.
going to be for audio. Basically, if you walk, you're not going to give any indication of where you are with your footsteps. Whereas if you're running, you're going to let everyone know pretty much on the map who is in a certain radius where you are. So it's very important to be a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more methodical about your where you're going to be going, just so then you can surprise people. Because if you this game is all about information. If you have information about where certain players are on the map, you can communicate that to your teammates. You can then set
Mhm.
up around that. You can push them. You can utilize your abilities, and you're going to be in a really bad spot if people know where you are. So that's why everyone's walking around and they're being little sneaky beavers.
Yeah, and that also, information is Gaskin had mentioned is important. Look at what Godolphin did when he was coming out of hookah. He played that ice wall up, was stayed on top of it, so this way he's able to lift himself up. And then if he pokes around, they're not going to expect him to be coming up the top of that wall there, right? It's those little details like that that really help out. But Godolphin not able to come out on top in that one. It seemed like that fight happened at A so fast. They did a really quick A push. They were able to execute on that. Score is going to be 4-3 though. Godolphin squad currently going to be up, and I'm actually pumped to see Godolphin play because for those who may not know, he is a competitive Apex player, and I casted him recently, and he just came in second in the tournament. Guy's a beast. He's so talented. He's definitely going to be a player that I'm personally going to be looking out for when this game finally starts to make its way to
And
people's PCs.
he did celebrate earlier because he got his first kill in the game. And you might see him, he's struggling a little bit with the aiming mechanics of the game in this particular game we're watching. Very different to the likes of Apex Legends. There's a lot more recoil. It'd be more similar to those who have played Counter-Strike. You really have to pull down with your guns when you're aiming. You also want to try and stand still or crouch where possible. If you're trying to strafe around and you're trying to spray people, you're probably not going to hit that many shots. So again, it goes back to being a little bit more patient, a little bit more methodical about what you're trying to do. If you are going to run onto a site and you want to run and gun, you want to look at different weapons that might allow you to utilize that kind of style. SMGs, for example, are going to be a little bit more forgiving when you are running and gunning.
That's right. That's going to be a pick there. That's 2. And Godolphin's actually utilizing the Bulldog. And the Bulldog is a great early, and this is the res. So he does get the res out too. That's another ability of Sage's. Maybe didn't need to use the resurrection there. Unfortunately, you want to save those for critical moments, especially if you're going to start a push, someone gets picked right away. You use the resurrection, and then you're good to go, right? So yeah, not what you want to do there. But also another thing to keep in mind is that this, if I'm correct, is like one of the first games that these people played. So they're all still learning the game as this goes on. So again, we're learning, you're learning, because this is a lot of your guys' first time watching this. In fact, most of you, unless you a bunch of little leakers out there. This is the first time a lot of people are watching gameplay. And yeah, we're just going to continue to learn as we go along.
Is there another way to get ult points besides picking up those orbs? I believe kills and deaths.
We are going to be with orb at the moment. And you'll see that everyone is trying different characters as well and different agents throughout today.
Cypher.
Cypher is one of these agents who is very much about trying to catch your enemies off guard. He lays down traps. He's got spy cameras, he's got drones, he's got all of these abilities to give information to his teammates. So very important to have him on a team if you are going to be kind of putting those traps down in certain positions. You can see a player got caught by the trap there, and Orb was able to just push through and finish off that kill.
Look what's going on. So what he's doing right now is Cypher's ultimate ability, which is called Neutral Theft. It hacks a dead player and tells you where everyone is going to be located. For a few seconds, not the entire round, but for a few seconds. Cypher has a lot to work with here. It's such a good agent.
And it's just so important, that information as well. If you're in like a 1v3 situation like he is now, he will have kind of an idea of where people are going to be. Finds one, manages to get that kill. Decent shots there onto Lothar. And now he has to get aggressive because the other team will know where he is. If he carries on walking around, he's probably going to leave himself vulnerable. So I like now that he's getting a little bit more aggressive and trying to push onto one of these sites.
Now, Golden Boy, if I'm used to like Call of Duty or Apex or something like that, I'm used to basically having to aim down sight for everything. But I'm seeing a lot of these guys firing from the hip. Is that normal in this game?
Yeah, because this game follows a lot of the same rules that like other tactical FPS games like Counter-Strike do, for example. But what's cool is that if you nice shot there, way to control the spray from Orb. So the thing to note, and is that you can also, some games have the ability for you to ADS, to aim down the sights, and there's certain trade-offs, but also certain pros and cons to it, right? The pro is obviously you're going to have a little bit tighter spread, so your shots are going to go exactly where you want them to go, but you are going to have a slower firing rate for some of the guns, like the Vandal as well as the Phantom, which are the two, I would say, main ARs in the game. Those have slower fire rates. For the Bulldog, for example, if you aim in with that, it becomes a 3-shot burst, like a BR. If you're familiar with games like Halo, it is just like that. So there are some different things that you can do with the aim down sights, and for the most part, a lot of the guns in the game take advantage of it, I would say, very well.
You've also got to consider the fact that when you do scope in as well, you lose 10% damage. So that's something that people might be wondering, like, should I always be scoping in or should I be hip firing? For the most case, I'd say hip firing is more than adequate, and you can utilize that in your best way, like you may have done in other games. But the majority of guns have the ability to one-shot headshot. At least some of the higher-end guns, the Phantom and the Vandal, can both just kill one person with one bullet as long as you hit them directly in the head. It becomes a little bit different with the Phantom at certain ranges, so you want to be a little bit closer with the Phantom, whereas the Vandal, kind of similar to an AK-47, it will just pop heads from a distance.
Yeah, it's a very powerful weapon.
Shout out to Cash App for gifting 10 subs. Appreciate you guys showing up and giving some support. Another question from chat, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, but just for clarity, the ultimate ability they've got down there, it builds up over the course of many rounds. Is that a thing that is explicitly on a cooldown, or can I actually, is there a way for me to buy, like, a time off that cooldown?
No way for you to buy time off of the cooldown. It comes through every round, but there is a way for you in game when you're in round to be able to get a few more ticks toward your ultimate. And what that is there are these little orbs that are around in neutral areas in the map. For example, in this game, there's one over by the teleporter on the A site near showers, and then on B long, there's another orb. And these give you 1 tick toward your ultimate ability. So sometimes you also want to play around that as well to try and get that in case, like, let's say you are 1 orb away from being able to execute on an ultimate. You simply just want to be able to have that available to you. Go ahead, chase the orb. Maybe that could be the difference between you winning or losing the round.
A lot of those orbs are in vulnerable areas as well, so you usually have to smoke yourself off or wall yourself off so you can actually pick up that orb. They're not easily accessible and easily grabbable. So you have to always ensure that either someone's there to support you or you have an ability that might be able to just pinch it away from your opponent, because it can be important. Like, that ultimate could win you a round, and of course kills build up that ultimate ability as well. That's why you will sometimes see someone have 2 ultimate abilities within just a few rounds, because they're going off and they're getting so many kills.
Yeah, exactly. If you are just shredding in the game, right? When we look at that there, actually, the Sova arrow did identify where that player was going to be, but Stroman, wisely enough, just backing away to the hookah area. So again, if you are popping off, and this is the other important little detail, right? Because if you, both of the Sovas are having a drone battle, by the way, that was hilarious. If you're popping off, you can build up your ultimate so fast, and that thing will just, or maybe if you're a Sage, you can get Resurrects, or if you're a Brimstone, you can get your Orbital Strike. Like, there's just a lot of value that you can get out of it.
And you're going to have to learn all of the abilities of these agents so you can best manipulate the map to your favor. If you know that there's an ultimate ability, for example, on one of your opponents, you need to make sure you're not putting yourself in a dangerous situation where they can take advantage of that. You also want to learn their abilities. When you see sticky stuff on the floor and you're thinking, okay, should I walk through that? Should I not? I'd usually say don't walk through anything on the floor that looks like it's fire or ice, because it is going to hurt you in some way. Sage's ice that she puts down, that will slow you, and you'll also make loads of noise. So again, you're going to be giving away information. And there's the ultimate that we're seeing as well from Sova, just being able to slap through walls with a big bow and arrow, and it can do some real damage.
Now, think about this for a moment, chat. If you are Sova and you don't have your, let's say you don't have your arrow made available to you so that you can get the recon to push onto the site, but you have a teammate that's located right here on Heaven, and you get some kind of information from them, like, oh, they're, planting bomb on the side. You can actually look at your mini map at the top left, and that will tell you where your arrows are actually going to go, and it goes through walls. The thing is, though, is that the player on the other side, and what a play there from Stroman to clutch it out, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the defuse here. Actually, nope, never mind. You can get that information And dude, it rips people apart. It is such a great ultimate ability. It can be the difference maker. Unfortunately for them, it did not lead to a round win that time around. 6-5 current score though. They're gonna have the lead by 1.
You notice the diffuse there. It takes 7.5 seconds to diffuse the spike. There is no sort of diffuse kits or anything to shorten that. It's always going to be 7.5 seconds. But one of the interesting things about Valorant is the fact you can diffuse it halfway. You can stop, you can then look around, and then you can continue diffusing that, or a teammate can continue diffusing it. It will stay at halfway diffused. This allows for way more kind of clutch moments and clutch kills because someone might hold it for a little bit, then they'll come off it, and then they'll go back onto it later after getting some kills. It's also a 45-second time overall for the spike once planted, so bear that in mind when you are playing so that you push onto sites quick enough to try and get that defuse.
Yeah, there's a lot of little details that you can take advantage of in Valorant. And again, as we were playing, we were just continuing to learn more and more and more. But Malton's now going to be on your screen from the perspective of Stormin, and you get a few pickoffs there over by the site. Now B site's going to be open, and he's going to wave the shot around just a little bit, but it will be enough to pick off that one against Taz. Now got the op out. GG. Round is done. 7-5.
And you might have seen Phoenix's face there. It was kind of covered up by some blur. That is one of the abilities of Omen. He kind of fires forward his ability, and it kind of blocks the sight of anyone that it hits just at a short radius. They can only see maybe like 10 meters ahead of them. Anything further than that, they can't see. So Phoenix was almost blind at that point, which is what allowed him to go in. It's kind of like a flash ability. However, it's not too powerful because they can see things short distance still.
Yeah, the flash ability from Phoenix, what makes that utility so fun is that it wraps around the wall. So if you want to get a little cheeky with a few plays and you know that you're going to have some people pushing up, you throw that flash around the wall, you catch them. And so again, there are all these different, like every character has something that, you know, it's either like a smoke or a flash, as you were mentioning before with like with Omen. They have like these little tiny things, and then they have certain abilities that are just completely unique to Valorant itself. Like, for example, Phoenix's ultimate ability, he literally creates a replica of himself that he's able to push up and even get kills with. And if he ends up getting eliminated with that particular ultimate ability active, he then goes right back to his other body so that this way he's able to get right back into the fight. The thing is, though, is that there's a long animation before you are able to get back into the fight. So little tiny details. And if you know exactly where that guy popped Phoenix ult, you can push him and be able to take out the Phoenix. So if the Phoenix dies, and then there's nothing that he could do.
Storman's in a 1v2 at the moment. He's already gained the information as to where the other two players are. However, they have the spike, so they're going to be playing a very defensive angle. They should just be watching that spike, ensuring that he can't pick it up and he can't plant it, because then if he can't plant it, he's not going to win the round. So he has to get aggressive now. He has to try and push up and get this spike. But he should be watched from several angles. He managed to pick it up, but you can see they are starting to push him from both sides. He gets one, looks for the second potentially. Taz goes down. This could be a huge 1v2 for him. But with only 20 seconds left, he has to make a move, and he gets the clutch. And that's good stuff from Storman. Like the way he utilized the abilities there, so he got the information, he was able to push up, he was patient. I think patience is so key in tactical shooters.
Yeah.
No, we just watched Storman get a clutch on a pistol. Love the pistol swap mid-round as well. And as this is also round 13, by the way, so they just switched sides. He's now going to be on defense, I believe. But we just watched a pistol duel. Well, it looked like, I think, 2 ARs. In most games, that's a fight you're going to lose no matter how good you are of a shooter. Is the pistol really that strong here, Gaskin?
There are a variety of pistols as well, but yes, the pistol can do a lot of damage, and like any other tactical shooter, if you have good enough aim and you can pop someone in the head a couple of times, you're going to be in a good position. Or you can buy a more expensive pistol like we're seeing from Noisy here. This is like kind of a deagle/revolver type gun that can do absolute bits. Like, that is going to kill someone in one headshot. It's called the Sheriff on this game, and this will usually be the weapon you'll see people buy when their economy's a little bit low, but they still want a powerful weapon that they might be able to catch someone off guard or walking around a corner and then steal their gun.
Or if they want to make a montage clip, one or the other, kind of like what we're seeing here. That's the thing about the Sheriff. It is such a fun weapon to use. I am just absolute butt cheeks with it. Then again, it doesn't matter what game I'm playing. I'm just always not good with single shot weapons. Oh, look at this here. So he's going to throw down the Molotov version of this ability here for him. And that was actually something to note as well, because the blaze that he plays out, it's a Molotov for other people, but it heals Phoenix. So that is just I believe it is
so strong.
No, or is it Hot Hands? Sorry, it's Hot Hands. Hot Hands is the thing that he is able to play. It heals him, does damage to the enemy. You can literally use that to push. Like, it's just such a good ability.
But
Phoenix
also
is so good.
It does damage your teammates as well, which I unfortunately found out on several different occasions when I had angry people shouting at me because I killed them.
Oh, well, feels bad, man.
Does feel bad.
It only heals you.
Hot Hands, man.
Yeah, it only heals you. It doesn't heal like the opposite Phoenix if there's two Phoenixes or anything like that. But it is something you can think about. If you're standing on a corner and there's someone around the wall, you could throw Hot Hands down. You can heal yourself whilst potentially damaging an opponent, and then you can push and get aggressive. I know you said in the chat that a lot of people wanted to try Phoenix, which I'm a big fan of because he's from the UK. So it's good to see that people are standing up for the UK character in the game.
Yeah, there's a dead heat right now between Phoenix and Jet on the top of the poll. A question from chat was, can we explain how bunny hopping works in this game? Is it a special mechanic?
So bunny hopping is possible. I don't actually know how to do it as of yet. I have seen pros
just take
doing
out my
it.
knife and I'm just jumping.
There is the ability to do it though, and actually one of the cool things is that with Sage's ability, when she throws down that ice and it slows people, if you can bunny hop successfully, you can bunny hop all the way across it where you won't be slowed down. So keep an eye on all these pros that are going to be working out how to bunny hop. I think at the moment it's pretty similar to other tactical shooters and like Counter-Strike. It is doable.
Bunny hopping is
I
there.
know it's definitely doable.
Yeah, bunny hopping is there. I tried many times to try and get it over the Sage slow, but it just didn't really work out for me because the slow orb it's pretty wide when you throw it out, and it spreads very fast. So if you get caught in it, you're basically all your momentum's essentially gone. But yes, you can bee hop, and yes, it is in fact very awesome bee hopping. Love it.
Now we've seen a few different smoke spheres on the map that have like different colors. Are those all the same, and the colors just indicate who put them there, or do they actually have different effects?
They have different effects. They'll be from different agents. So the purple one that you'll be seeing will be from Omen. Omen throws a dark cover, which basically allows him to shoot a ball of cover across the entire map. You can open the map and you can place it pretty much wherever you want to a certain distance. And that's going to be the purple wall you're seeing. It takes quite a while to travel across the map, though. It's not going to be instant. And then the kind of white one that you'll be seeing is from Jet. That's a very short smoke. It lasts only a couple of seconds. And then the more normal one that you're seeing right in front of you, that's Brimstone's. That lasts for a lot longer than the one from Jet. So they're all going to be different characters who have these different kind of smoking abilities that ultimately you just want to be blocking sight lines from your opponent.
And that actually is going to be the ultimate ability for Phoenix, mind you. So you see he gets picked off, but he gets the information. He goes right back to his character's body, but there is going to be that animation before he's able to push onto the site. They did get the information they needed, and now they're going to be trapped inside of that Sage slow. And that will be the blaze wall that's played down. So you will get damage as you walk through it. And this is just another one of those little tiny details that he's able to use, Phoenix, that will give him the upper hand. He's your entry fragger, essentially, Phoenix. He's the guy that a majority of the montages that are going to be done, the frag movies that we're going to see, will probably come from Phoenix at the beginning, because he's just that type of character. Very fast, can get around corners quickly, flash around those corners, protect himself. There's just so much that this particular agent can do. It is very, very impressive. In the hands of someone that will be a threat to the server, that will certainly be something that I'm just pumped to watch, because I know, like, people like Noisy, for example, they're already getting a lot of it down, and this is like one of the first games that we're seeing here at the beginning when we were filming this.
Yeah, at first glance, I mean, a lot of people will probably be thinking, well, there's a lot of flashy colors, there's a lot of abilities, there's a lot of smokes, there's a lot of bubbles, what's going on? But you very quickly learn what agent does what and what counters what, because that's the important thing with any competitive shooter. if something is overpowered, what's going to be countering? And I'd say that for the majority of things, there is always going to be another agent that can do something to counteract that ability. And I think that's where I found my fun playing in the alpha, is choosing which agent might be able to protect me from certain abilities on other agents' side.
Yeah, and also another thing that I want to note, you had mentioned the smokes before, Wavepunk. So you see that the smoke that's deployed right in front of Noisy actually has like a red tint in it, and that means that it is from an opponent. All of the abilities that have a red tint, and you'll see it across the board. You'll see it in Sage's Slow Orb. You'll see it in the Jet Smoke. You'll see it in some of the Omen smokes as well. You'll see that red tint in there. That means that that comes from an opponent. So that also is just another little detail that will give you the knowledge. Because in other games, if you throw down a smoke, it looks exactly the same no matter who threw it. But here, you get that information. Also, another thing of note, when you just saw Noisy get picked off there by that player coming out of that door is a one-way teleporter. It goes from the A site to the B site, which takes you from A short to hookah. Now, when you go through that teleporter, and I know some of you may hear teleporter and think to yourself, oh man, I'm getting like Halo vibes right now. How many times can you go in? You can only go one direction. That's one, not the band. And two, you can also make a lot of noise when you go through there. Like, it is super loud. It literally is like a boom, and then the door opens. It's like burn. Like, that's literally. I'm not even lying here. That's literally how it sounds. It's like burn, and then that's it.
Everyone on the map is going to hear you, and they are going to turn around. One of the cool things, though, is the doors don't open until you walk towards them, so you can teleport through, and you can stay in that room if you want. So you could stay in that room, and you could bait the teleporter. Someone might come through, and you could just be watching it. Or you can just bide your time, hope that someone forgets that you're in that room, and then you push out. You can also send some abilities through teleporters as well. That's something you've got to remember. Some of these cool abilities like flashes, or some of these damaging abilities as well, throw them through a teleporter and it could hit someone on the other side.
Yeah, I'll try.
Here's an interesting question from chat. In y'all's experience playing, how did the economy feel? Did you guys have to save a lot of rounds? Was in relation to other tactical shooters, how often were you having to save versus buy?
So personally, for me, I found a lot of success with the Spectre, which is kind of like an MP5 with the more expensive SMG. I could buy that near enough every round unless we got absolutely trashed in the first couple. If you want to be buying your AK-47, if you want to be buying like one of the snipers, then you are most likely going to have to save a little bit. I think the economy is a bit more forgiving than some other tactical shooters. However, you certainly have to keep an eye on it, and you also have to communicate with your team as well. You all need to be on the same page. If only a couple of you are saving, then it is going to be a bit of trouble when two of you are walking around with a pistol and then the rest have snipers, for example.
But speaking of the economy, though, and what's really cool about what Riot did with the buy system in this game is that you, unlike other games, like unlike Counter-Strike, where you say like, "Hey, can anyone buy me something? Buy me an AK, buy me an M4," and then someone buys it and then drops it for you. You can actually just right-click on whatever it is that you want and say that you want this. You can actually see it in Force and Screen. It says buy, and then it says want. So if he wanted the Ghost for whatever reason, although he is more than capable of buying it for himself, but let's say he wanted a Phantom, and his teammate had enough cash to be able to give him that. You can request it, and it will go immediately to your hands. It's not something that you need to pick up. It just goes straight to your hands. I'm fairly certain, Dan, you can correct me on this, but you can't give out cash, though. That is the only thing that I believe you can't give, right?
Or abilities. You can't buy someone else's abilities for them as well. But it certainly makes it more user-friendly. You don't have the clunkiness of necessarily throwing a gun to one another. You'll just see on the left-hand side, it will say, Forsen requested X gun, and you just press, okay, buy, and you buy it for them. Very simple. I love that addition to the game. Made it very friendly, especially when some people aren't communicating or don't have a microphone or something like that.
Dude, that was such a sick play that Forsen did there. Did you see? He put down the Omen smoke, so the dark cover. He put two of them down, and then he went and teleported. He shadow walked, I believe it is. He shadow walked from one dark cover to another and got onto the site. Fortunately for him, Lothar did get the better of him in that exchange. But that right there, and also you're seeing the power of the sheriff, by the way. That right there is what makes this so cool, because you can take advantage of these abilities and if you think around the abilities, and then you also have the godlike aim. I mean, you're gonna wreck people. Like, realistically, you are just gonna destroy people in this game if you are that kind of an individual that has that mindset, you know.
And I think what made me fall in love with this game instantly playing it through alpha was those kind of 1 versus X situations, the clutch factor, the fact that you as an individual, you can win rounds 1v4, 1v5. Of course, if you're going up against a 5-stack and they're a team and they're communicating, it's going to be difficult. But the possibility is still there, not only with just sheer gun skill, but with the use of abilities as well. But it's even more available if you've got 2 of you alive and you can then coordinate and utilize those abilities to help the other. There's so much possibilities that are available, and I think we're only going to be scratching the surface today because, like Golden Boy said earlier, these are a lot of the first games for some of these players.
Yeah.
We got Force in here rocking the operator weapon. Did either of you guys experience opping in this game?
Oh yeah, I experienced it plenty when I was shot by it.
Receiving
you know,
him.
Yeah, I've never been, in CS, like I've never really been much of a sniper. But that being said, I just love the fact that it's called the operator. That's just an awesome nod.
Nice.
But 2, it's just I like the little details that they added to it. Like, for example, when you know that you are good to go for the shot, you actually, like CS, where you see the line, unblur, and it just becomes straight, and like, okay, you're good for the shot. You get like a little red dot that pops up right in the middle of your crosshair, and that will indicate to you, like, okay, I'm steady enough to be able to land this shot exactly where I need it to go.
And for
this game's gotten pretty close here. We're at 11-9. It's first of 13 rounds. If we get tied up at 12-12, is it just 1 round sudden death?
it is just 1 round sudden death.
At least in this what we played.
Yeah. Certainly in the matchmaking, I don't know how if they'll choose to change that as we go on. Of course, this is only alpha footage at the moment, and we're going into the beta, so I'm sure that could be something that could be changed in future of competitive tournaments. But for now, it's just that 1 round, and you will see who is going to become the victor.
Clever play there by Forsen, by the way. He got trapped on the Sage slow orb and teleported to his safe wall. Was able to pick up a double from that. I mean, dude, that's just bananas right there. That's going to be 3, looking for maybe 4. Who knows? He's picking up the op. He's feeling thirsty. Maybe he gets himself a cheeky ace here. Anything's possible at this point. That's going to be a miss there. It's okay. We'll go for it again. It's now down to a 2v2. Let's see what Forsen could do.
I think you put too much expectation on Forsen here.
I did. I
felt the pressure 2 weeks ago.
Dude, he's just, ooh. Okay, the smokes are going to come through. Now, and here's the other thing. If you put down the brimstone smokes, but you have an inclination of where the player is and you don't move your crosshair, you could shoot them right through the smoke. Like, I actually got a few kills by just, keeping that crosshair down on the site that I needed to go. And as soon as that smoke went, 9 times out of 10, I knew that they were going to push. So because of that, I was prepared.
Well, it is so much about angles.
I put a lot of pressure on him. I put a lot of pressure on him. The difference maker too, as well, was that went from a 1v2 to a 1v3 because of the Sage revive. That was you can make the argument maybe that wasn't the best time to use the revive, but it's also like everyone's still kind of like learning when it is. I feel like the revive is best when you are at the beginning and your push gets stopped right away. I think that's like the best time for the revive, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of
we were just talking about the smokes here. We're talking about shooting through things. What is wall banging like in this game?
So certain guns will have a better ability to wallbang than others. For example, the op has a high wallbang possibility. You're going to be able to shoot through walls and you will be able to kill people, and it will be doing pretty much the same damage. 150 damage to the body, so that will be an instant kill. And there's 225 to the head, but that doesn't really matter because you're going to kill them anyway. You won't quite kill them in the leg, but other guns like the assault rifles, they have a medium ability of wallbanging, so still entirely possible. And then some of the smaller guns, for example, are going to struggle to do as much damage. But wallbanging is definitely a thing within Valorant, certainly with the amount of abilities that can allow you to see characters through walls, and then you know where they are, and suddenly you're saying, hey, I'm going to spray and pray through this wall. And you can take full advantage of that as Pago is going off with the op.
Oh, my word. What a play there. It's only going to leave the Sage left alive, and they know exactly where the Sage is located. Maybe goes to finish it. That's Godolphin. A good attempt there. Picks off 2. Gets Ender. Gets Has around the corner. The pistol's out, and that is it. Wow. What a crazy, spicy few seconds there for Pago.
We do have a couple of ultimate abilities that are ready at the moment as well. Pago has his ultimate for Jet, the Blade Storm, which is where you might have seen a couple of images online. It's where she suddenly turns into this kind of crazy person that's running around with lots of throwing knives available. When
She
you throw
becomes
one of
Alita
those
Battle
knives,
Angel.
yeah,
Battle
basically,
Angel,
she
all at
becomes
once.
one of the most terrifying things on the map. If she connects and kills with one of those knives, that knife then reloads. So your left click will throw a single knife, your right click will throw all of the knives. So if someone pushes up and gets up in your grill, you just throw all of those knives at them. The likelihood of you killing them is pretty high, especially if you're going to connect with the face, and then you'll get all of those knives back as well. So she can make some huge plays. And Alex, you were talking about the economical differences that you might have because of her.
Yeah, I think myself and a few of my friends, we were theorizing on our podcast Foreheads, shameless plug, that and here are the knives. As a matter of fact, I'll get to this in a second, but Pago, he's got it. Unfortunately, Malton's got his number. That's that. So going back to the knives or what you could do with it, if you have that ult available, you actually don't need to buy weapons. You can actually save and utilize that. Granted, will you do that? Like I don't know, but if you want to get really crazy into the weeds of theory crafting, you could really have a fun time with, okay, maybe I don't buy this round because we're struggling a little bit. I use my knives, I'll save, I'll get back, I'll be able to pick up a vandal. Like there's just little details that you can use. And again, I'm going to keep stressing it, man. The tiny details in this game add up and make it that much more enjoyable to play. But this is going to be match point here for the other team. So let's see if Pago and crew can step up, because this is it.
And they do need to be careful. I think Lothar had the ultimate ability ready for Omen as well. And Omen can, of course, teleport entirely around the map using From the Shadows. He can pick anywhere on the map and he can teleport. So that is a possibility that could be there if he hasn't used it already in the last couple of rounds. But a couple of early picks is going to make this a 3 versus 5 here. And you can see in the top left, you see all that map going shadowy. That means Omen has used his ultimate ability. He is currently teleporting somewhere on the map. There are audio cues, so you will be able to hear him if you are close enough. But now they have to be wary that Forsen could be lurking in the shadows.
Here we go. Let's see now. They did manage to pick up 2. That's a huge one there. Noisy is going to equal things out. That is going to leave this fight here. He got Godolphin over here by B. And this map is fun because it asks the question, what if a map didn't have a B site, or sorry, a mid site, right? What if it didn't have a mid area in the map? It has an A, it has a B site, but what if it doesn't have mid? So it changes the flow of the game, and we're now going to be all tied up here, 12 to 12 people. This is coming down to the wire. Winner take all. Who's got it?
Because it's very unforgiving.
Stormin is popping off in this game too.
So who in y'all's experience, who got the offensive round? Is it if you were on offense in the 24th round, or you were on offense in the 25th round?
I actually haven't played enough. I only played one sudden death, so that is a good point.
You would think that with how many sudden deaths I played, I would actually know that, but I
just won my
forgot.
games.
I just won the games. Didn't matter.
You just okay.
We just killed them all.
What a humble brag there, Gaskin. I really appreciate it.
Says the man who says, "Oh yeah, the thing I liked about Valorant was I was just really good at it."
Oh no. Okay, I am the best, but obviously, we all go round 20, what is this, 25 sometimes, like come on people. All right,
we get there then, but this is going to be this is where people need to step up. People need to clutch up as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an A side push here. Let's see what they do. Also, when it does reset, everything resets at that point. So I think you all get like a base of $5,000 and you're able to purchase. So it all resets across the board. No one keeps what they have, and also no ultimate abilities. That is something also to note. No ultimate abilities as you go into it, unless you pick up, let's say in this instance, well, it wouldn't matter because the game will be over. But if Godolphin were to pick up 2, he get his ultimate, so on and so forth. But it doesn't really factor all that much here. And it's looking pretty darn good for Godolphin and company. They might be able to win this one out. And in the last round of play here, it's a 4v2. The spike has been planted, and now it's up to the Sage and the Brimstone to be able to push this and win the fight outright. A 1v3 now, a tall order, but that is it. Victory for Godolphin and the squad. GG's. Not bad for our first game.
An even back and forth there. 24 kills over to Strawman. who was the leader for their team. Team Bravo takes that match, and a wonderful performance from everybody involved. It was super fun to like go between the different streams, see the different streamers talking through their gameplay, and you can see the moments where he's like, I don't know what happened here, just don't worry about it, chat. I know I should have seen that guy, I should have sniped that guy, or been like, oh, check this out, this is gonna be super cool here. It's a unique way to watch esports, Gaskin.
I'm just wondering where that Forsen was when I played with him in the alpha, getting kills. He was bottom fragging when I played with him, so
wow.
It looks like he stepped it up when he wasn't playing with me.
You're calling him out, dog.
Man, as I don't know. Every dog has his day, dog. We'll see what happens with Forsen in the future matches. But folks, that's game 1 in the books. It was an exciting one. Not sure how we're gonna top that one, but you know what? It's okay. So we'll keep on rolling. Go say hi to our streamers. We're gonna take a quick break here on Twitch Rivals. We'll be right back with more Valorant gameplay.
just ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all.
Yeah, this is straight from the heart. So let me take it back to the start. Before all the days that you called me them names and chose to tear me apart. Cause it felt so right, yeah, and it felt so sure. We belong together, you and I forever. It was meant to be, I could've swore. But those days are gone, and these days it feels so wrong. So you just gotta know that I'm letting you go, girl, so we can both move on. Yeah, cause we're going nowhere, and you act like you don't care. So why would I stay for all of this pain? No, it's just not fair.
Game over, the writing is on the wall. Love that we shared just ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all.
instead. But now I gotta stay strong. Look at what's wrong, move on for the better instead. It's not right now, but it's okay. And sometimes life goes that way. But now I cannot believe that you're ready to leave even after I asked you to stay. Cause I tried the best that I can, and I know that I'm the right man who will hold you tight, put up a fight when you're sipping like sand in my hands. But we're going nowhere, and you act like you don't care. So why would I stay for all of this pain? No, it's just not fair.
Game over, the right and it's on the wall. It's on the wall. Love that we shared just ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all. Game over, the right and it's on the wall. It's on the wall. Love that we shared just ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all. The winner takes it all. Ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all. Ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all. Ain't here anymore. The winner takes it all.
We are back. We've concluded one of our show matches here in Valorant. We've got like 5 more to go here, chat. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm your host, Wavepunk, joined by Gaskin and Golden Boy. And chat, we couldn't do any of this without the support of our sponsors or of our partners. I really appreciate them helping make this Twitch Rival show a thing. Thank you so much to Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel is shown to have ingredients that improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. Both things that are important when you're gaming at your desk. You don't want to be spilling it all over your keyboard there. You got to be able to hold onto the can and be able to seal it up just in case your cat jumps up and tries to knock it off. Learn more at gamefuel.com. Now, Golden Boy, we got to see a lot there in game 1. I feel like there's so much to be looking for. My question is for the people who are watching this Valorant gameplay for the first time, like, what are the key things to watch for? Where should their eyes be looking on a screen? Learning to watch an esport is like its own skill. Where should people be watching here in Valorant?
You know, that's actually a really good question. But I feel like across the board, it doesn't matter what competitive game you're playing. If the game offers it, this is one area you always need to be looking at, and that's the minimap. Because the minimap is going to give you some information. It's going to tell you where the spike is located, for example. If you happen to have vision on it, it will tell you where your teammates have fallen. It will tell you where your teammates are positioned. And if you're a Sage player, it will give you the indication, hey, is this going to be a safe area for me to be able to resurrect my teammate or maybe even wall off? Because also in this game, as I had mentioned previously with the Sova ult, you can see the trajectory of the ultimate on the minimap. So that is kind of how you can measure where you want to place that particular ability. And in fact, a lot of the abilities do the same thing. I don't know if you saw in that last game, the Omen was putting his smoke and then he was measuring it with the map just to make sure he got it perfectly right.
Interesting. Well, let's take a look at who is going to be playing in this matchup, because there's so much to watch in this game. Well, obviously, the streamers are what is most important here. Go watch their streams. Use that Twitch Rivals extension on the left side of your screen on PC or the top right corner of your chat window on mobile to get a list of all these streamers. They're all live right now, and we've mixed them up a little bit here and introduced some new faces. So Lothar will be back, Forsen will be here, Noisy Godolphin will be here, but they've got on-screen with them now. And on Delta's side of things here, Golden Boy, we've got a full French roster.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped for this. I've casted a few of his games. Gotaga, back when I was a Call of Duty commentator. You also have Azox 2. He competed there. PM Leak is a commentator, I believe, in France. Mikalau from Fortnite, very familiar with him. And then you also have Moment. This is going to be a good team. Gotaga is always entertaining to watch. Doesn't matter what language you speak. He's just a fun dude in general. But we also saw from the Charlie team as well, like players like Lothar, they're kind of solid. They're picking up the mechanics of the game very quickly. And I've known Lothar for a while. He's the type of dude that's going to learn and break down this game to a science so that this way he's going to get the upper hand over everyone else.
Yeah, for sure. Here, Gaskin, of the 10 players we're about to see, is there anyone in particular you're excited for us to go tune in with?
I want to see what On-Screen has to offer. A UK streamer, I played a couple of games with him during the alpha as well, just by chance in matchmaking, and he destroyed everyone in the lobby. So I think the ability that he has to offer, his natural like aim mechanics are really going to help him, and just his intelligence all around from playing previous games are going to make him a fun player to watch here.
Excited to watch On Screen here in just a moment, but chat, here's why most of you are here. We see the drop spams in chat. If you want to get access to the beta, you don't actually have to say anything in chat, but you can keep spamming drop if it makes you happy. You've got to link your Riot account to your Twitch account. We go to your settings panel, then go to connections, then go to Riot, and you want to link that account to your Twitch account, and then just be watching our stream or any of the streams that are streaming gameplay right now in the category. They all say drops enabled in the titles. You know, there's a lot of the big streamers out there right now doing this as well. Some of the North Americans are already booted up and watching our show or watching other Valorant gameplay. Just be watching, and eventually you'll get a notification in your notification bell in the top right corner of your Twitch window here, and that will say, hey, you have been given access. And all you got to do then is just download the game and be ready to go on April 7th. You'll know by that notification you get in the top. If you haven't gotten a notification yet, you haven't gotten a drop yet. So, folks, we're ready to get into some gameplay. Let's watch some more Valorant here and see we'll see what we're doing. I wonder if we're going to be on Bind still, or if we're going to be jumping over to Haven. And it does look like we are still on Bind. There are two maps we have in Valorant at the moment, and this one is still the traditional A-B sites.
I like this. This is something that I would do at the beginning of the game. Is I would make sure. So with the Sage wall, if you hold down the right mouse button, you're actually able to time. And oh, he paused. You're actually able to time out. Or sorry, not timeout. I got thrown off a little bit. You're actually able to measure and move the wall around full 365 degrees. So if you do that, you can get a vertical wall. You can also reset it too. All the instructions are there. You can see when you pull up the ability, all the instructions are there. But the Sage wall is such a great piece of utility, and it lasts a long time. And in pistol rounds, that thing basically blocks off an entire route, and then a team's going to have to reevaluate their push.
Yeah. And On Screen and the rest of the boys, they're going to pick up the first round there relatively comfortably. It didn't seem like there was too much difficulty for them. And if you get a nice clean first round and you can then buy up, and then realistically you should be winning the second round. I know a lot of people are asking about economy. Second round is usually where people should be saving and not buying, because you're going to be going up against a team that's just won and they're going to be buying up a load of weapons. But you will see a few people just forcing up and buying those SMGs, for example. The Spectre can do a real amount of damage in the right hands.
You know, the Spectre, it's a great gun for sure, because if you get up close, you can shred through somebody. But I love the alternative fire for it. It's a 3-round burst, more controlled, and if you can catch them off guard, because let's say in the instance of this second round, right, this enemy team will more than likely not be able to buy the adequate armor, or maybe some of them won't be able to buy the armor that they need. You can really take advantage of that with a 3-round burst and shooting right to the head. But Godolphin was able to pick up a few there. That was very well done by him. As we now jump over to the other side here to see what's going on. I think this is going to be the Sova, so this will be Lothar. I could be wrong though, but I have to double check. Either way though, it doesn't matter. They ended up picking a round win. That came off the back of Godolphin's great play there by the box on short.
And it is also worth noting that whilst for Twitch Rivals, we're of course watching everything on everyone's streams, there is an observer mode in game already. So I'm very excited to see how that is going to work when we jump into the possibility of having esports and competitive tournaments for this.
Oh, really? There is?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain there is already an observer mode that is there and ready and waiting. So I'm very excited to see how that works.
I had been wanting to. I wanted to like spectate some in-houses, but I just never really got an opportunity to do it. So I was like not sure if it was even in there to begin with. But even then, that's still exciting. And I think it just goes to show you, right? Like just the dedication that's being put toward this to make this into a very competitive game, to make this into even an esport. Riot Games, very well known, obviously, for League of Legends and what they've done there. Now embarking in this new world of the tactical first-person shooter.
There's a lot of thought.
It's one of those things where there's clearly two things you really need for a game to be an esport, and that's you need a way to put players into one match, private lobby system, and then you need a way to spectate that system. You got those two things, the community will do all the rest for you. I can't wait to see what communities do when they get a hold of this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. What were you gonna say, Dan?
I was just going to say, you can see there's a lot of thought going into each round from these teams now. Like, I imagine that some of these games that were recorded were getting a little bit further into their playtesting from the Friday, I think is when they played it. So this will still be their first day. But people are starting to experiment a little bit more now with abilities and the placement of certain traps. So Cypher here trying to utilize his trap wires, and you saw in the previous round his cyber cage. When someone walks through that cyber cage, which is what he just threw there, they will light up and you'll be able to see where they are. So you can really take an advantageous position and ensure you get the right spray down on them.
I had an opportunity to play with some players who actually played the game a little earlier as well. And I was seeing how they were playing around with Cypher. While throwing down this tripwire here, it's very useful because it will give you information. The player is not going to be able to push through there without shooting the tripwire down. So that will reveal the position already. But the other thing too is on the rotation as well. If let's say you pick off someone here by hookah, for example, but you know that they're going to be over by the other side and you might get pushed, you can put the tripwire down and stop them from running and chasing you down to begin with. Again, those small, intricate details that a lot of these agents are able to bring to the table. And if you're just rushing, like if you're going chasing after the fight, or maybe you're going for the rotation from one side to another, you may not pay attention to that tripwire that's there. And then you're going to have to shoot it. It reveals your position. And just a whole mess of things can go wrong if you're not paying attention to the ground and where that tripwire is placed.
Golden Boy, we've seen a lot of people playing with ARs, with SMGs, and a few snipers as well. I haven't seen much love for the machine gun classes or the shotgun classes. Are these weapons underpowered, or are people just not figured out how to use them properly yet?
I mean, the weapons all have a varying degree of strength, and I think it's really, I've found that every gun in this game and everything in this game, as a matter of fact, has a purpose. It may seem, oh man, he gets the shot right through the blaze. I like that. Every weapon and every ability in this game has purpose, from what I've gathered, even the LMGs, because in a game like Counter-Strike, the LMGs are a little bit more of a novelty rather than it being something you can actually take advantage of. You may see some people use it, excuse me, but I don't think you're necessarily going to get much value out of it. And maybe it's going to be the same thing here in Valorant. But the LMGs have the highest wall banging potential. Like, it's so powerful through surfaces that maybe you could use it to spam through something if you know that a person likes to play through a particular area, or you can get a little cheeky with it and build a strategy around it. Also, shotguns too. They oftentimes, right, you'd see players use it so you get the money bonus in CS. Here, if you're a Viper, look, that video that they put out there on the Valorant Twitter channel, or Valorant Twitter, with the Viper play into the smoke, that wasn't just a video, okay? That's real life. You can actually do that. It works. It works. You go through your green smoke with your shotgun out, and you will body some people.
To pinpoint precision, pretty much. This was a read.
Now we got Godolphin over here just waiting, playing this angle. And that's the other little bit about Cypher's cage, is he deploys it, but he has to activate it. So, he's going to find a few players there. Noisy's going to get the pick. That's going to be the slow orb that actually drops him back. And then on screen, coming around the corner, getting two of his own. Just very well done. They were so preoccupied there by the Cypher cages, the cyber cage, that they were just trapped on short, and then they just got obliterated on the flank.
Yeah, I just love that we're already seeing these players utilizing their abilities in different ways. And like you said, some of the abilities you have to activate yourself, some will just automatically activate as well. Cypher is one of those characters where you really have to put things in precise positions, because otherwise you can get caught out. If you think you're covered from certain angles, but then suddenly that screen is going to make you feel a bit vulnerable from certain angles as well, then you're going to have a hard time. But you can already see from the start there, the wall being used here, the barrier orb of Sage, just to get that little bit of height. Again, just patience, angles, timing is everything in tactical shooters.
So that was, if I'm correct, the breach aftershock ability, and it's basically something that goes through a wall and it will do damage. It will also dizzy you, or it may have been the fault line. To be fair though, breach was probably the one agent that I played the least out of everyone else, mostly because the breach got locked fairly. It was like in my games, breach got locked early, and Phoenix or Jet, either one of those. There was like near insta lock. I don't know about you, Gaskin, but it felt like everyone was like just trying to go for people that just did damage and caused problems, you know?
And a lot of those characters, I don't want to say like easier to play, but maybe like at a base level, if you're using the likes of Jet or Phoenix, it's kind of a run and gun. You've got a few abilities that will help you move quickly, or you'll help you flash out. So you can get your main damage dealers or your people who like to just get in the face of their opponents. Whereas some of the other characters like Brimstone, for example, like Breach, are a little bit more tactical. At first, they weren't being chosen as much, but then when people started to realize how good some of these abilities were, they started to get insta-locked a little bit quicker than they were in previous games. Oh,
good push there from on screen. So something to note: you saw the Viper wall go up. So the Viper wall that she's able to deploy works very much, and that's the toxic screen. It works very much like Phoenix's Blaze ability. The difference is that Viper has a tank of gas that she is able, and it sounds pretty funny. I have a tank of gas on me at all times, by the way. But she has a tank of gas that will actually deplete when her abilities are out. And she can also pick up her abilities as well. So you can also throw the Viper wall over buildings and get it completely across to the other side. That alone, oh no, oof, man, that actually looked pretty bad. That was the Brimstone ult. So the utility that you get out of something like that is something just you got to respect, because there's just a lot you could take advantage of if you're smart with it.
You did see how he survived the orbital strike there from Brimstone as well. Like a lot of these ultimate abilities, whilst they're very powerful, you do get a clear indication of when they're arriving, and you do have a small amount of time to get out of the way of them, or even if you're just tagged a little bit. Most of the time when I've seen orbital strike really deal damage is when someone's planting the spike, because you're just so vulnerable. Like you either have to stop planting the spike or you hold it and you're just going to die. And here's Viper's ult as well. Viper's ult is what you were talking about, Alex, and it can just allow that guaranteed plan. I've seen Viper win rounds just because of that ultimate ability.
Yeah, it's called Viper's Pit, and it is massive. And also, I want to give a shout out to whatever Riot developer came up with that name, because Viper's Pit, very close to Piper's Pit, the legendary Roddy Piper. Just saying, I'm a pro wrestling fan. At least once a broadcast, I got to mention professional wrestling. Sorry, people. But yeah, so the Viper's Pit is that ultimate ability. And as previously noted, you can legitimately pop your ult on site, give you full protection, go in there with a shotgun, and literally reenact the trailer. Like, you just do the exact same thing. Oh, man, and what a shot there from Momin, because on-screen thought that he had the jump on him, but Momin was able to counter that one. Very well done. Knew that potentially players, you've seen a lot of players put that ice wall down there on Hookah vertically, and then try and get up onto the high ground. That was a good read there, without a doubt.
He tried to do it a few rounds in a row, so it just became a little bit predictable. And I think that's something that everyone needs to take note of when you are playing this, or when you get the chance to play this game, is you've got to be unpredictable where possible. If your opponent has a read on you and they know, all right, well, this is the angle he's going to be holding every round, or he's going to teleport this way, or he's going to smoke off this, suddenly they're going to have that information and they will use that information against you. So you've always got to keep your opponent on their toes and try and come up with something a little bit different. Or you can go for the whole double bluff technique. You can maybe do it a couple of times in a row, and then your opponent will think, oh, surely they're not going to do this again. And then suddenly you do it again. So there's all these mind games that are on offer, and you might have these individual battles if you're holding certain areas of the map. So if you say to your team, all right, I'm going to hold A throughout the entirety of this half, you will then know that you're going up against Lothar, for example, who always pushes down long. If suddenly that changes, you need to be communicating that with your team and saying, okay, well, Lothar isn't on A long here, so now we need to be thinking about B. Are they pushing B? Where is he? So much in-depth possibilities to this game, and like how important communication is.
Yeah, to kind of further that one and give you some anecdotal, like an anecdote of what I experienced when I was playing on the other map, which is called Haven. Which hopefully we're going to see a Haven game here in a little bit. There are 3 bomb sites, right? A, B, and C.
I said this before.
And I was always playing on the C bomb site. which had a long angle to it. It also had an orb there, and the C site was just, for me, I had my Sage wall. I was able to block it off. I probably should have played Sage in the mid, but I had opted, to do that. When I started to go on attack, though, the enemy Sage did literally the same thing, and then we started to notice that that Sage was leaving herself alone. So we waited for that wall to go down, and then we just plowed through it with all of our weapons, completely obliterated the Sage because we saw that the habit was being developed. And then from there, we were able to get that spike down, and we were able to win at least 2 rounds because we did it again. They weren't expecting it. So it's you have to be unpredictable, but also you have to know when it's the best time for you to take advantage of your ability. Like, what should I do here? How should I play this one out? Kind of like what we're seeing right here with the Omen. I didn't even play a lot of Omen, to be fair, Gaskin. And just what Omen's capable of doing is insane, man.
Yeah, this is his ultimate here. So he's literally just teleported across the entire map because he's got that information that there are people at that site instead. Even though it's not that powerful of an ultimate if you use it incorrectly, if you get the timing absolutely spot on, you can wipe out a whole other team. Yes, okay, they'll have the information, and yes, okay, he just teleported there, and it was actually pretty pointless because they had already rotated. It's still a good idea, and at least he was being proactive with the ultimate rather than trying to do it too late on, as it's a 3 versus 2 scenario at this point, and he does have a decent angle here, but they just need to push. Someone needs to get this spike defused.
Yeah, they have to make a play happen. They have to identify where they're going to be. It's going to have a Viper as well as a Phoenix available. So 2 characters that can really get in your face and cause some problems. Lothar is able to get the first pick off there. Someone should be working on that defusal any moment now. Blaze is played. The push comes in from Force, and he's trying to play the angle, and he's able to land the shot. And that will be the defusal, and they will pick up the round win. That's number 6 for them. That was, again, just well done. You called it. They needed to make a play. They had to make that push happen, and they were able to do it.
And I think I can talk about Omen a little bit because I played a lot of Omen, particularly in the alpha. That was kind of my main character. And
wow,
you have to really know what you can do against certain other characters. So I'd say Omen is quite a good counteraction to Sage because you can teleport on top of that wall. You can teleport to the side of it. You can smoke it, and then you can find yourself around it. Because a lot of Sages do feel comfortable on site when they have walled up. They think, oh, well, someone's got to shoot through this, so I'll know they're there. But both Jet and Omen, they have the ability to get over that wall, and then they can take advantage of maybe just a Sage who isn't really wary of what's going on. Omen is brilliant, but as I said, you really have to be very thoughtful of how you're going to use the abilities. Because if you just use his ultimate willy-nilly, you are going to get caught out. Everyone's going to know you're behind you. You'll have a whole team hunting you, and you're just going to die. But if you communicate that with your team and say, hey, look, I'm going to use my ultimate. I'm going to get entirely behind them. They're all going to turn around and look for me. That's when you push. That's when you utilize smokes from other agents, and you can really get onto a site and just almost use Omen as a distraction. You might not get the kills. You might die, but the distraction could be enough to get you onto a site.
It's the other thing, too, is how you saw right there. You saw what Noisy just did. He put down his Molotov, pushed through it. The Brimstone was waiting for him. He recognized how to utilize his kit properly and then was able to get the jump on somebody while he ended up getting picked off himself. Still, he used that ability in a manner that was able to get him an orb, get him closer to his ultimate, and give him just a little bit of information for his team. Even if they don't get the win here, that kind of a play can be the difference between winning or losing. Now, also, teammates going to go right on through the teleporter, and they heard him. They heard the teleporter, and Moment was waiting for Lothar as soon as he walked out of that, and he was just gone.
6-3. He finds himself in a 1v3 situation now. And it was always going to be difficult when you just have an op, but if you can hit your shots, you can certainly make them count. You've got to be watching every single angle. They've got the information of where he is now, but at least as an Omen, he can use these shadow balls to just block off a few areas. The likelihood is he's probably going to try and back off and save here. It's good that he's acknowledged the scenario and saying, look, it's very unlikely I'm going to get onto site and I'm going to win this 1v3. I'll allow them. I'll keep this weapon. I don't have to spend money then in the next round.
Yeah. Also, I want to touch on something that you had said earlier about the ultimates and knowing how to use it, when to use it, and just the proper use cases. This is not the type of game that you hit Q and you win. It's just not that type of game. I'm not saying other games are like that as well, but you still have to be able to execute. But it's not entirely built around the ultimate ability. Sure, can the ultimate benefit you in the round? Without a doubt. You got a Sage ult. Guess what? Resurrection. You're boom. Boom. You're back in the game. Godolphin, he's playing Cypher. He's able to hack. You're getting the info. You're able to push onto a site, and thus that could theoretically lead to you getting the win. But you still need to be able to shoot your gun. That is cannot emphasize that enough. You still have to be able to aim and click on some heads in order for you to get the win. It's the ultimate's not just going to do it for you. Yes, there are cases where the Brimstone ultimate or the Sova ultimate can win you around, but those use cases are, in my experience, so few and far between that it's just the chances of it happening frequently is just slim to none, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you also have to make sure you're getting those ultimate abilities as well. You have to be picking up the kills, and you have to be picking up those orbs that are in certain areas of the map so you can charge that ultimate and know when to use them at the right time. Yes, I have seen rounds won because of an ultimate ability, especially in maybe a 1v1 environment. But that's because that person has chosen to save their ultimate for that 1v1, and they haven't used it just stupidly in a previous round. Viper's ult did come out there when she walked onto the site. The interesting thing about Viper's ultimate is the fact that it stays up as long as she is inside that kind of cloud of poison. If she walks out, then it has the ability, it will just go back down. But if you're sat on a site and you're like, oh, we'll just wait for this ultimate to disappear, it's not going to happen if she's in there. If you kill her, it will disappear as well, so that's just something to bear in mind.
You won't have to worry about the green gas.
Now
We saw we're over here on we're on this team that has been on offense for this first half, but we saw the defensive half get out to a strong lead. Is Bind a map that you guys in your experience particularly noticed being more defense heavy?
Because of the fact that it only has 2 sites, because there are less entry points, you can set up a little bit more comfortably. Whereas the 3-point map, Haven, you are going to see attackers have more chance of spreading out a little bit and trying to find early picks. Whereas the defensive side on Haven can push out a lot more and they can try and find picks of their own. So you'll see defenders being a little bit more aggressive on Haven. Whereas on Bind, I would say it's more about kind of holding those angles, watching the 2 areas or 2 or 3 areas where people can actually push you from. And if you've got a man watching every single angle or an agent watching every single angle, then you should be in a comfortable spot. You just need to communicate with your team. But of course, a well-coordinated push with a decent amount of abilities is going to find your way into a site as well.
Yeah, that's very true. And also too, Bind has that great element to it where there is no mid, right? So the 2 maps that we've played so far have had that, little tiny detail. In the case of Haven, a pretty big one, but the detail that changes it and mixes up the play style of a lot of the players and how they're going to try and push. Also, what agents you use is actually going to be a big deal, because maybe some agents could perform better as we continue to play and learn on other maps. Right. I personally believe that agents like Brimstone and Sage are probably the most useful agents across both maps that I've played right now. But you can also substitute out the Phoenix if you want to play the Phoenix on Haven for a Jet, because Jet is able to jump up on high ground, and there is a notable high ground on the A site. For Haven, maybe you can do that, take over the heaven for them. Again, you can do whatever it is that you need to be able to accomplish. You can play whatever agent you want to be able to play, and whoever you think will get you the win. But I do believe that some agents just simply perform better on maps than others.
Yeah, and certainly in the alpha, anyway, when you're searching in matchmaking, you won't know what map you're actually going to play until you get into the game. So you do have to be thoughtful of that and say, all right, what agent should I be using that would be good on both maps? Because if you kind of put all your eggs in one basket and say, I want to use this agent because of this map, and then you don't get that map, you might be disappointed. Of course, that will be entirely different when you get into custom games, and we don't know what will happen throughout the closed beta. There might be some changes there with matchmaking where you may be able to see what map. I don't know how that's going to work, but at the moment, you just will have to be a little bit mindful of which agents you are choosing.
Yeah, I will make a broad proclamation and say that, history has determined that competitive players will typically know what maps they're going to be playing, which is where that mind game would come into. But even then, though, I don't think that they necessarily designed it so that every agent is stronger or weaker on a map, right? I think
No.
it's really just playing into like, yeah, one is just better here, or in this particular position here, but no one is going to be left out to dry, right? Breach, for example, that shock, that seismic shock that goes through different buildings, that thing is useful no matter what, because it goes through objects and you don't have to expose yourself. Same thing for Sova. Information's always going to be critical to have. Just what kind of information you're able to get and the range of information you can get, that's going to be the difference between what it is you're able to do on a map like Bind versus what you're able to do on a map like Haven.
And we saw some really good holding of the site from Poirel there. When Omen's Shadow Ball kind of came towards him, he did have a little thought and was like, well, is there going to be an Omen inside this Shadow? And so he had a little peek, and lo and behold, he did find an Omen just sat there, very vulnerable, as Phoenix runs in and tries to flash, but Momen says, no man, and Noisy will be taken down. And that's the important thing. I think when you hear footsteps and you know someone's going to be rushing you, you need to be thinking, all right, what character, what agent could this be? Are they going to be flashing me? Do I have to be prepared to look away? Do I need to be trying to position myself so I'm not going to be seen by a certain line of sight ability?
Yeah.
All these various different things you need to keep in the back of your mind.
Again, the sound is amazing in this game. There's so many times as I was playing, I couldn't believe how accurate it was. Just listening to where someone was going to be coming around the corner, what kind of surface that they were walking on. For example, on this map here, the building that's behind Azox, that is all metal. So if you hear someone clanging and banging with some metal and it's behind you, or if you're around sight, chances are that player is going to be all the way in the back, toward the spawn side. But remember, there's also that metal structure that sits on that site too. So perhaps the player could be inside of the tunnel on the metal site. But the sound is so good that you should be able to determine how close that player is going to be to you, and that can give you the indication as to where you need to point your mouse, click on the head.
And it can bring us back to one of the Twitch chat's questions earlier where they said, why is everyone walking around? Well, that's the reason. When you walk, you're not going to be making as much noise. If you've played Counter-Strike, you will know how frustrating it is when a teammate is just clanking around and making loads of noise and you're trying to sneak up and get onto a site. So you need to make sure that everyone is on the same page on your team. So if you're in a 5-stack, of course, you're going to be in the right situation. You're going to be able to tell the team where to go. But Forsen's getting aggressive onto the site here. But he has taken a chunk of damage, only 31 health remaining, no armor either.
Yeah, he got chunked up there. Spike, will be in the hands of the Cypher. He pops around the corner. Well done there. The site should be clear. He's going to look over at Lantern to see what he finds, but his teammate gets picked off. Poirel is going to find the mark yet again, and that will be the round loss there. As Gotaga had the site with the Guardian. The Guardian we haven't really dived much into as far as a weapon. So it is a single shot weapon. And its accuracy is disgusting. It is very strong from the hip. It's very strong for ADS as well. It's a good gun to use. And if you pride yourself on your accuracy and being able to get that crosshair right on top of the head of an enemy player, maybe the Guardian's going to be for you.
Yeah, 65 damage to the body, 195 damage to the head. So even if you take into consideration the 10% damage loss if you're going to be scoping in, that's still going to be enough to just a one-click headshot. So those of you who are accurate, those of you who are disgusting at games, the Guardian might be for you. It's semi-automatic, it's single fire, but you can rapidly tap away like we've just seen Forsen do.
Yeah, it's a good weapon, and it's cheap too. That, again, cannot just... I can't stress it. Every gun in this game has so much utility. Every gun in this game is valuable. I'm not going to say that, you should go out there and the first gun you use is an LMG. I'm not going to say that. That's not a statement I'll ever say publicly. But I will say that if you're considering going out there and using an LMG, you might be able to get some value out of it because the weapon provides you with Oh, the Sova ult popped up right there. So you saw the Sova ult. That was his teammate's Sova ult, but he had the vision and he knew, but he just didn't want to get in anyone's way there. And it also is a little hard to tell, at least with the Sova ult from my experience, whether or not that is going to be your teammates or an opponent's Sova ult. But they did manage to get onto the site here. It's only going to be the Sova and the Phoenix left alive. Lothar goes down, and it's all up to the Phoenix. Let's see what he could do. Does still have his Q available to him.
He totally fucks up, but you can actually kill.
Pops around the corner. He's looking for the target. Finds one all the way into distance. There goes the revive. You can get shot on the revive, but it just threw him off there, and they're able to get the win. And that revive actually was pretty smart because it pulled the attention of the player to the Sage, and it pulled the player to that revive that was coming in and allowed the Brimstone to start to make the push.
Yeah, after you've kind of experienced a few games and you know how long some of these animations take, in that certain situation, you'd say, okay, he's reviving him, but I know that that person who's being revived isn't going to be able to shoot me for a couple more seconds. So I'm actually going to try and focus on the other players and the Sage first, and then I'll move over and try and take down the Phoenix. And also, he was kind of strafing around. He didn't have his feet planted. If you plant your feet, your shot's going to be far more accurate. If you're strafing around, those bullets could go here, there, and everywhere. Usually everywhere, in my personal experience. They just fly over their heads. And then sometimes you're like, but why didn't my shot hit? And I'll be like, oh yeah, it's because I was moving. And if you are
crosshair was on the target.
Exactly. If you've come from a background of playing other FPSs where you can kind of run and gun, and you can move and shoot, it can be a little bit frustrating at first. But as soon as you get used to kind of just either crouching when you shoot or stopping when you shoot, and then kind of stop and starting with those strafes, you slowly but surely get used to it, and you'll start to pick up more kills.
I spoke to a few of my friends who compete in battle royales like Apex, for example. And as a matter of fact, Godolphin was one of the guys that I talked to. And I asked him, I was like, hey, do you think that you maybe will compete in this one? He's like, I want to, but it's hard. You know, it's hard. It's a different kind of experience. And I think a guy like Godolphin can easily get used to this and you know, grow as a player. But it is challenging. If you're coming from games like battle royales that, you know, maybe like Warzone, or you've been playing a lot of Apex Legends, you have to play just as you're seeing PM Leak do right there. Come around the corner, slow down as he approaches, go for the shot. You can't just charge against someone and hope that you'll get the shot off. And what we're seeing here is just from PM Leak is insane. What a play from him, and just the composure that he had coming out of spawn was just nasty.
Yeah, a lot of the times if you try and push onto a site and you're not using an ability at all, so you're not using a flash, you're not using any sort of smoke, you're going to find yourself just getting headshot, because people will just be watching one spot with either a sniper rifle or an assault rifle, and they will just one headshot you. If they are good enough, as soon as you walk around that corner, bam, you're done and you're out of the game. So you really need to be utilizing abilities. It's exactly the same as if you've played Counter-Strike, you're trying to get onto a site, you need those smokes, you need those flashes. But I will say, I think smoke and flash abilities in Valorant are a lot more user-friendly, and they don't take as much learning. With Counter-Strike, you have to learn like all of these angles where you have to bounce a smoke off left, right, and center. And even though there will be the possibility of doing that in Valorant as well, at a base level, some of the things you just kind of point, click, and they are there. You can even open, for Brimstone, for example, you just open up the map and you choose where those smokes are going to be. I think that's going to be really helpful for those that are first getting into tactical shooters and maybe aren't as familiar with them. For those who have played things like Counter-Strike and Rainbow Six, I think they'll be more familiar, and they will certainly excel to start with.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned the Brimstone, because not only does Brimstone have that smoke ability, we didn't even talk about Brim's other very strong ability, and that is the stim beacon. So the stim beacon, he plants this object on the ground, and it gives him a faster fire rate, I believe it is, not stronger, but a faster fire rate. Now there's a trade-off though, because it also applies to your opponents as well. So your opponents can get inside of that, and they can also take advantage of the stim. So there's a trade-off, but you're going to get another bit of utility that's going to be very helpful for your team. I foresee a lot of new players when they start up Valorant for the first time going to agents like Brimstone and Sage. If they come from a background that's not necessarily CS, where they're used to entry fragging, I could see them going to those agents first, because their kits are fairly simple to understand. There is going to be nuance. You will learn it. You can get that slow orb for Sage into some pretty wacky spots off spawn. I've seen it happen. You can be creative, but at the base level, it should be rather easy for you to take advantage of this. You don't need to open up, and watch a few videos or open up a strategy guide or I mean, I'm sorry, I sounded like such a boomer there. Open up a guide in order for you to be able to know where to place these smokes.
Yeah, when we were
Get your Prima guides out.
during the alpha and the devs were kind of telling us about like what had happened and how to use certain characters, I'm fairly certain like the sky ceiling, there isn't really one, or if there is, it's very high. So you can fire things so far across the map. So if you can work out a really kind of nerdy
I believe they
angle,
said there was no skybox. I believe they said there was
I don't
no
think
skybox.
there is one. So you can come up with some incredibly difficult plays that might be able to really make things tough for your opponents. But it will just take a little bit of research.
Did you see right there when Lothar pushed up with the Sage and that guy was at that wall there, right where Lothar jumped into? Interesting, you can wallbang right through that. So in another instance, I think as the game evolves, you'll see that player just go for the shot because your bullets are going to go through that wall, and you will get the kill.
And a lot of it comes down to pre-firing as well. If you know a common spot where someone might be sitting, you can walk around a corner and you can pre-fire that either through the wall or you just step out and get a peek on them before they've even had any time to react. So again, that comes down to being a bit more unpredictable and not trying to be in the same spot. But there's only so many spots you can stand in. So once you've learned them, you are going to be in a very advantageous position if you know all of the possibilities of where people may be when they're defending, because you're going to need it to get onto a site. It's not easy, even when you're using these abilities, because of the amount of defensive abilities that are also available. And you might be wondering what on earth is all that purple stuff. That's the spike exploding. You've of course got to get away from that spike, otherwise it will do damage to you and could kill you and you'd lose all your weapons.
And that's not good.
Nope.
You don't want to do that. So if you come from Call of Duty and you're used to playing your sweaty GBS&Ds, word of advice, get away from the bomb. Far away from the bomb. You don't, and you also have that time. I want to continue to hammer on these points because we're going to have a lot of players that are coming from different games into Valorant. And because it's a game that actually welcomes a fair variety of gamers, you will see things that you maybe haven't quite expected to see in the past, like what you saw with the bomb site there. Little things like that you'll have to keep in the back of your mind as you're playing. Don't stand near the bomb site. Don't try and run around all over the place. Do not jump around a corner and try and go for a crazy jump shot. Like, if it happens, cool. Put it in your frag movie, dude. Put it on Twitter, get it on TikTok. I don't know, whatever it is you guys want to do. But chances are, unless the Valorant gods are on your side, that shot is not going to connect.
Entirely surprised that a boomer like you knows what TikTok is, but for sure,
okay, well, words hurt. I
got him.
Listen, okay, Wave, where have you been this whole time? All right, and then you just come in here
I've
to
just
say
been
got him. I
listening
don't
to
appreciate
y'all's luscious voices.
I don't appreciate any of this, any of this slander. I'll have you know, I am the What Face, the most popular emote on Twitch by a country mile. Billions of people use it a day. Okay.
I've just been typing drop in chat.
Have you?
Just hoping. It hasn't worked yet, but
has it not worked? Hasn't Rocket League taught you anything, Wave?
I'm gonna thank you for the Twitch Prime, by the way, after the game, okay? I don't
another
want
one
right now.
10-10 again, a very close game.
Yeah, this is a super close game. It looks like we're probably looking like maybe another sudden death, though. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. Well, I did just get word, though. I heard that we are going to go to a break. We will be right back with some more Valorant, so don't go anywhere, folks. Right here.
Twitch Prime is using my stream? Hello, everyone. You can use the Twitch Prime on my channel as well.
We are back, and we are going to be starting to transition chat over to watch some North American streamers. If you were excited about that game that we were just watching, go check that Twitch Rivals extension. The game's still happening on the streams of all the people who were playing in that match. So if you wanted to see how Gotaga's going to do, go jump on his stream. Go watch Gotaga stream. But yeah, Golden Boy Gaskin, this is a game that is to some degree about the agents, but is also very much about how you play the character themselves, right? Every agent has a use at certain points. Gaskin, was there an agent that you just strictly enjoyed playing the most?
To start with, Omen, because I like to be sneaky and I like to kind of get behind teams. But then once I realized his ultimate ability kind of made everyone know that I was going to teleport behind them and I got killed a variety of times, I switched over and I tried Brimstone. And I think just having someone on the team who utilizes Brimstone smokes successfully really helps push onto sites. So they were my favorite two agents.
What about you, Golden Boy?
Oh man. Okay. Sage, because I just like to stay back and help people, you know, and throw down walls. That's my jam. And then the other one that I actually used a surprising amount was Viper. I really enjoyed Viper. I thought the utility was cool. Her kit was unique. That whole agent's like entire existence is just built around being a sneaky rat. And that's like Gaskin as his Omen. That's where I like to live. Rat territory. Viper's the play.
We got some rats on the broadcast here, chat. Let me know who you've enjoyed playing the most if you've got an opportunity to play. I mean, most of you are sitting here waiting for a beta key. You haven't gotten the chance to play yet. That's okay. I haven't either. I'm with you guys. Don't worry. We'll tell you.
Teasing them at this point.
That's just right. That's right. I mean, maybe I don't know. Anyways, we'll tell you how to get those beta keys in just a moment. Again, there's not actually a key, but we couldn't do any of this chat without the support of our sponsors. Thank you so much to the U.S. Army. Join millions of experts in their fields. What's your warrior? And also Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel has ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. Learn more at GameFuel.com. Go get yours today at any local convenience store or order it online because you're not supposed to leave your house, and we're all practicing social distancing. So
yeah, send me some over.
Yeah, they'll just send some your way. It'll get there eventually over the sea. Yeah, no. So I know many of you here are here specifically to get a drop so that you can get beta access. Again, that goes live on April 7th. But just two reminders, people up at the top. Want to make sure I reminded you of this stuff. You don't have to watch multiple channels. Watching multiple channels does not increase your chances of getting a drop. Also, you don't have to say anything in chat. Chat interaction has nothing to do with getting those drops. This is how you do it. You link your Riot account to your Twitch account. If you go to your Twitch settings panel and go over to connections, there is a Riot button there you can click on. If you're having trouble linking your two accounts, you maybe try using a different browser. Maybe make sure your pop-ups aren't blocked. Those two things I've heard people have trouble linking their accounts because of those. So once you've done that, just watch our stream or watch any of the streams and under the VALORANT category that have drops enabled. They'll all have it in their titles there. And then once you've gotten that access, it'll give you a notification up in your notification bell, top right corner of your Twitch page here. And yeah, there's no actual key. Your account just gets whitelisted because the accounts are linked. And so then you can just download the game, and on April 7th, you'll be able to play.
And I'm just
Don't have
gonna
to say
add
anything
something.
in chat, and it won't stop people from saying stuff in chat. What's up, Golden Boy?
I'm just going to add something. If you see a streamer and he puts in the title, higher probability of getting drops in the title, that streamer's a scammer. Do not believe those lies. Tim the Tatman, I'm
probably
looking at you. I'm kidding.
Probably doesn't even have his drops enabled. Kappa.
No, but seriously though, there's no higher percentage. It doesn't matter what channel you watch. You could watch anyone and you will get and you will hopefully be able to get a drop.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. I mean, there's 922,000 people right now watching the VALORANT category on Twitch, and they can't even play the game. You can't even play the game right now, and if there's this many people watching, it's absolutely incredible the support and hype there is for this game. I know I'm super excited to get it. I'm not gonna lie, I've been sitting here the entire broadcast, looking up in that corner, looking at that bell, just waiting for him to get a little one, just so I know I've got access. But yeah, chat. All right, we're moving on to North America now. This is how you get access. You don't have to say anything in chat. Let's talk about the teams we are about to see face off. Some of the biggest North American streamers have come out to support this one. I don't even know which team I feel like is more stacked here, Gaskin. Which team are you leaning towards?
I mean, the ability of the likes of Aceu and Dizzy already, I'm like,
And
this match is going to be amazing. And then I look over and I see players like Cloaksy, Summit. I mean, even though people are variety streamers, Lupo, Tatman, they do some serious damage in a variety of different games as well. These lobbies are stacked.
I want to know what chat thinks. I'm. This is good. This is tough. This is tough for me. But the difference maker for me on this one, hands down, is that Tim is on Team Bravo. So thus, I give it to Team Alpha.
Wow, called out. The wild card himself, we'll see how he does. Yeah, we got to talk about Mendo as well. Mendo Kasai, excellent player in many different shooters, all of which are kind of relevant. He's played in Apex, he's played in Overwatch. Both are games that are about how do we synergize characters together. So, you know, he's going to be coming into this with a mind that maybe some of the Counter-Strike players won't have as we get into gameplay. There's Tim, ready to go. Look at that. Yeah.
There were observers. Oh, dude, I could have been. Oh, the content.
Did you think I was lying to you?
Why didn't you tell me, Dan? Why didn't you tell me? Oh.
I just thought you might have used your eyes, but to be fair, you were playing matchmaking because you don't have friends and you weren't in any lobbies. It's fine. I understand that. It's okay.
Wow.
No, real talk. That's true. I'm going to use this platform as 56,000 people are watching this right now to call out Bren, Sideshow, and Reinforce, my 4 friends that I contacted time and time again to play games with, and they ignored me each and every time. They're terrible friends, but even then, watch the Foreheads podcast. Also, I'm gonna call out real quick. Hold on. I'm just gonna there was one more person I was gonna call out and I totally forgot. He threw me off. Oh, never mind. Maybe Gaskin, but we couldn't play with each other because he's in EU. That's it. It's fine.
Which it's so sad right now because you know that they're just in their house with nothing to do because they can't leave, and they still didn't play games with you.
They
just feels
didn't
bad.
Play games with me. That hurt.
I'm just saying,
That's
if
so
you were on
bad.
EU, I would have played with you.
Okay, that was the
Thanks,
draft.
buddy. Thanks.
We may break my highest view count ever, bro. That's crazy. Now we need to go.
What's Tim thinking about here?
Let me just get back to this so I'm ready to go.
The mind of Tim the Tad Man.
I can't get 50. I can get 51. That's close enough.
We mostly see it because
I'm unmuted.
he's bald.
So I
And
think they
that's that.
were discussing which agents they were going to be using there, because of course that's going to be something that is very apparent when you're playing custom games, and you know which map you're going to be on as well.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yes, that is true. You want to be able to have that conversation about what agents are going to be the most effective here, but also, you know, because it's so early, we don't really know. And I think that on these 2 maps, like all 9 agents, they perform relatively well. Like I couldn't really think of one that struggled on the map because they all had things that could be taken advantage of.
Well, and I'm just interested because we do have kind of a clash of 2 different shooter cultures. We have the character shooters of people who have like the TF2 backgrounds, the Overwatch background, right, the Apex background, and then you have the Counter-Strike players who are used to your individual doesn't matter at all. It's what loadout you buy at the top, and I feel like the character gamers understand the concept of like synergizing and bringing 2 characters in that individually their skills aren't that strong, but together, holy crap, it's incredible, right? And do you feel like there's, in your experience, were these characters built in such a way that there maybe is room for that someone like a Mendo Kasai, who's used to seeing Overwatch characters create broken things we have to patch out of the game, you know, or something like that? Like, is this a situation that you could see Valorant getting into at some point?
That's actually a really good question. I think that at the start of the game, if you are a well-versed player in games like CS, you will thrive early on, just purely on the fact that you will be able to shoot. Like you will understand the mechanics, you will be able to execute better, and because of that, you will have that leg up. Now, where the abilities come into play, and also I do want to specify this as well, because I know a lot of people, we are also at fault here saying abilities, but really look at the abilities as actual utility. It's just utility that is tied to a specific character. Maybe in the instance of someone like Sage, where there's a heal as well as a wall. Those are 2 things that you do not have in games like CS at all. You have these characters that are able to throw down fire onto the floor, like a Molotov, smokes as well. It's just not tied to it's not tied to the buy system. It's not open for everyone. It's hooked on to one particular character. So I think because of that, you're going to have a lot of the Overwatch players, a lot of the hero shooter crowd. They're going to understand how to use those abilities early on, and they should have the leg up when it comes to defending sites and throwing down walls, when to place those smokes. I don't know, Dan, what do you think? Like, I feel like that there's going to be pros and cons to both.
I'd say mechanically, those that have played like the hero shooters are going to be more familiar with more keybinds and kind of knowing which buttons to press and like on the fly, quickly dropping a wall. But I would say players who have played Counter-Strike, they know how to hold angles. They'll learn repetition. They'll know where people are going to be pushing. They will destroy. I played a lot of CS pros throughout the alpha, and even though they didn't really understand maybe some of the abilities or the utilities that were available, they would just pick a character like Phoenix or like Jet, and they would just be straight up just walking around the map and headshotting everyone. If your aim is good, you are going to be successful at the start of this game.
Yeah, for sure. And it does seem like the abilities are significantly less potent. And it was interesting to me, like seeing like a character like Sylvain, where his utility leads into his ultimate ability. Like the biggest synergy I could see when I was just like speculating, like, okay, we got a guy who could shoot through walls. The ability to see through those walls is the thing that would make him strong, right? He already does that himself. He doesn't need a second character to synergize that with. So I feel like the people at Riot, the developers at Riot, are already thinking through that stuff.
Yeah, you have to consider that you get that intel, but you're also going to be giving up one of your recon arrows, and you're also going to be giving up your ultimate. So if you have a teammate in that position, maybe they're the one that's going to be able to make the call out. What if there's going to be someone hiding in a corner and your teammate knows that he's there, but he can't really push on it because that teammate's going to be there, and there's also another angle being held? That's when the Sova ult can come into play here. Again, lots of different opportunities for you to get creative with your kits, your agents, the synergies between your teammates, the actual players, and the agents that they're using. It's not just about what abilities you're going to use at this particular time, but the communication, gathering the intelligence that will allow you to get the win.
Awesome. Well, hey, chat, while we wait for us to get this game booted up and going, get those VODs all playing at the same time, there was so many amazing moments that happened through the course of this closed alpha, and we put together a montage of some of the best plays.
Watch out. In Valorant, a single clutch play can turn the tide of a match. I'm Golden Boy, and I'll be running you through the top 5 best clutches from the Valorant beta. Starting us on a lighter note is Noisy, who miraculously survives a 4-man charge.
No, this is take. Fuck off.
Your number 4 play is Electra, who dashes just in time to secure this clutch play.
30 seconds left.
Oh my God.
1 enemy remaining.
This is off.
My ult.
Can I grab that off?
Positioning himself in number 3, it's Iridium, who uses Omen's Shadow Walk to get himself a very well-deserved round win.
No!
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
You win these, dude. Don't let him do it to you. Don't let Jordan do.
Under. Yeah.
At number 2 comes Stylosa, who stays cool and collected during this heart-pumping clutch play.
Too late.
1 enemy remaining.
Weak.
Make it 4! And your number 1 play goes to Electra, who clutches a win after an incredible last-second resurrection.
Last player standing. Last player standing. I like the timing.
Oh, you gotta kill him.
Blocking here.
Nowhere to run!
Welcome to my 1 enemy remaining.
Thanks for watching this Valorant Top 5 Best Clutch Plays. We hope to see you clutching for your team in Valorant soon.
Those are some pretty hype moments, and all those streamers live on Twitch right now. Go give them a love, go give them a follow, because you know there's just going to be more of that in the coming weeks as they get to play this game more and more, and maybe get to play against you guys. Now, well, there are so many wonderful agents in this game, 9 at the moment, and you know that list is going to expand as the game develops. I want to talk through another one that maybe we haven't talked about actually as much. We talked about her ult at one point, but Jett, an operator from Korea, I believe. Gaskin, can you walk us through Jett's skill set here?
So you might have seen one of the clips that was posted by Valorant yesterday, and Jett is insane with the movement ability she has. She also has the Cloud Burst, which is basically a little smoke, but you can bend it round corners, you can swivel it around as many times as you want, as long as you're holding down the mouse buttons. You can do some pretty crazy stuff with that. But she can also jump up with Updraft. It allows you to propel upwards. You can do that twice, so you can get into some pretty nutty spots. But you can also utilize that and Cloud Burst to throw some smokes over walls, for example, on certain maps. She has Tailwind, which is a dash ability that you might have seen in that clip, which allows you to get into different advantageous positions as well. If a team is pushing to your left and they know you're on the right hand side, you can dash across to that left hand side so you can get those shots away. And then our ultimate ability, which we have touched upon, Blade Storm. It is insane if you give it to someone who's good at aiming. If they throw one of those knives and it hits you in the head, it's going to kill you. It then reloads that knife as well. The right click will throw all the knives at once. So if you were in a close quarter combat battle with someone, you could throw all those knives and it's probably going to kill them. Jett can single-handedly win a round if she is in the hands of the right person. I think that's what the scary factor is about her. In the hands of the wrong person, I don't think she's that strong. So I think you've really got to make sure you're picking out the right player who has the aiming ability, but also the intelligence to know when to use the utility that she offers.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that we saw in those top 5 plays of Blade Storm Clutch. She used Updraft in the middle of the Blade Storm. Is it something that you can kind of like toggle on and off, or can you just use your abilities during the duration of Blade Storm?
So you can toggle off the Blade Storm and get your gun out and then bring it back up if you want to, but also the Updraft works whilst having Blade Storm active. And also the good thing about Blade Storm, it is one of the only times where you use Updraft and you won't have any recoil or anything like that. So if you use Updraft with a gun, when you try and shoot in the air, you're not going to be successful. Your bullets are going to go all the way over the place. But with Blade Storm, your daggers are still going to throw exactly where you're pointing them. So if you've got someone who's really good and they shoot themselves up into the air and then just pow, 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 they can clear a sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you're on Updraft, you actually hover as well.
Yes.
So you can hover, and because of that, yes, it does make you a little bit of a target, but you're able to stay in the air a little bit longer, which is like an angle that a lot of players that play CS, for example, may not be all that used to, because you're very rarely like ever shooting that high up, you know, when someone like flies up into the sky. So you have a lot of different ways to utilize that kit. And also Jett's a very, to use this word lightly, I guess, you know, I don't mean it to sound so aggressive, but Jett is a very selfish character. This agent deploys a smoke. It doesn't last that long. It's good for her to block vision on the push, but everything that Jett has is good for Jett. You know, like that's just it. Phoenix is kind of the same thing as well, but the flash can help your teammates out as well. Whereas Jett, you know, the smoke it's good, but it's nowhere near as good as like a brimstone smoke or even an omen smoke.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hey, let's get into some gameplay and see if we can catch some Jett action, see if we can catch some Blade Storms. And it's interesting to me the point you bring up that, like, the Counter-Strike players are probably not going to be used to having their head on this much of a swivel, where characters, you know, the people that come over from games like Overwatch and stuff like that, where they're used to having to look to the sky for the Pharahs and Mercies and stuff like that. The Counter-Strike guys, like, if there's not something for you to stand on, then what's the point of looking up there? But Jett's going to force them to kind of, like, adjust and adapt to a new game.
But they certainly will adapt. And that's the scary thing, is imagine players with the aim from CS suddenly learning how to utilize these abilities to their best. They are going to be a formidable force. And Alex, just to quickly touch upon what you're talking about as well with the updraft and with the hover, you don't actually have to use updraft to hover with Jett as well. Just a normal jump. If you hold down jump, she's going to hover in the air slightly. So this is a good way to manipulate the map so you can get to different places where someone else might not be able to. For example, on this map, if you go over towards the B site, you can actually jump onto the crate in the middle. You can then use her ability by hovering to get over to a crate a little bit further across without even having to use updraft. So someone might not expect you to be there in a certain round, for example. So all these different things that you have to consider when you're both attacking and defending.
Well, I'm excited because Ace is going to be using Jet, and Ace has a nasty shot.
Yes.
So that will be fun to watch. Mendo, I believe, is going to be using the Sage here, and we'll get a full wraparound on who's using what. And that also will kind of tell us where our fellow streamers are, you know, where they're focused on, what they're thinking about. Oop, seems like we had a little syncing issue here with Mendo. That's okay, though. In case you guys don't know, Mendo, a big anime fan and also part of Team Liquid. So now we all know. Thank you, Mendo, for the information. Here we go. It's like we got Ace now on the screen.
A reminder: these games were all played, I think, on Friday. So we were watching
throughout
the streamers
the weekend.
watch their
Throughout the
own
weekend.
pods. Yeah, over the weekend. They're not live. Is the main point that these guys, if you go to their stream, if you go to Ace's stream, you can hear him kind of comment on his own gameplay and what he thinks is happening. As you can see, he's very chill right here. Doesn't look like he's not actually gaming at this moment.
Oh wow, I did not realize that they did that. There you go. Every day's a school day when you're watching Ace's stream.
Think about the environment there. Think about the resources. You know, this town is ravaged, and
he thinks he's still playing Animal Crossing. He's trying to farm things.
He's trying to hack away at this stuff, maybe trying to get some grain. I mean, you know, but think about the other vendors, man. It's not cool.
And so the reason why I'm excited to watch Ace, and not just because he's hacking away at things and he's selling grain, but also, as far as I was aware, on the first day, maybe even the second day, he had the record for the most kills in any game. I think he set a record of something like 55 kills in a game. Someone may have beat that on the Saturday or the Sunday, I'm not too sure, but he was certainly up there as setting a record to start with. He has that ability, he has that aim, and as soon as like he takes all of that sheer gun skill from other games he's played and he adds it to like some of the utility that's available with the likes of Jet, he is just going to be so terrifying to play against.
Oh yeah? Okay, cool.
Well, let's see when this game's going to start up here in a few seconds. Players are currently going to be in the prep phase, and then we start with the match.
Okay, we're going. Ready.
Shout out to Ace for just bringing his webcam down, so this way we can get a little bit more vision and see. I know this is like a small thing, but I am curious to see where people start to like how they design their graphics for their stream, because there's a lot of places where you're going to be missing out on vital info and you don't want to block the other players. But now we got Mendo. We're going to be starting with him as the round begins, and Mendo coming in hot. He's going to be using the Sage. No wall, though, for this one. I kind of feel like, Dan, you want to start off with a wall when you're playing Sage.
A wall is very good at stopping people pushing a site, and considering the majority of times in the first round, you're going to see people stack one site and they're all going to push. So yes, that wall can be very, very successful at holding back a push. But maybe he just feels like it's not going to offer as much as the slowing orb that was available there. At the moment, he has managed to push back these two players that are on site. Does get some decent shots as well. Mendo takes down Dizzy, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Make that game. It's going to be the round because Summit takes down Flom. So first round going to those guys, and they did pretty well there. And I think he did well to get in a good position, even though he didn't have the wall. He knew when to rotate. I think that's very important, is you have to rotate accordingly.
Another note, too, when he deployed the slow orbs, 2 of them, I don't think he caught the player. We can't hear it, to be honest with you guys who are watching. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I know I can't. But I don't think he necessarily caught the person that was going to be inside of the slow orb. When that person is in the slow orb, though, no matter who it is, teammate, friend or foe, you will hear like ice being, you know, hit with like a tiny little hammer. Is what that's the best way I can explain it. Like, you know, the person's like walking on eggshells, literally. That's how it sounds, like a little crunch as they're continuing on step by step. And it doesn't matter how slow you go, you're gonna make that sound no matter what. You could be at the only way you don't make the sound is if you are at a 100% crawl, and you are just not moving at all. That is when you cannot hear it. But look at that. They're actually deployed that wall, and then Dizzy got caught off guard because of that. Very well done with the barrier, deployed it, and it ends up picking up the other SMG. Probably would have preferred to hold on to his silence SMG, his Spectre. But even then, though, in the close range of the hookah, the Stinger actually works really well.
Yeah, the Stinger can still do an insane amount of damage. Actually, I think the individual bullet of the Stinger does more than the Vector, but it doesn't have as quick of a fire rate. The Spectre, a bit more expensive than the Stinger, though. It costs you an extra 600, and that's a good push out there from Mendo. So Jordan Fisher will just be ripped apart. But there's the trade from Ace, and that is something that Counter-Strike players will certainly be familiar with. If your teammate goes down, you can often just make that trade because you'll be able to push out and usually get free shots on someone who is probably looking at something else.
For myself, a person that does not have a Counter-Strike background, but more familiar with Search and Destroy, for example, in Call of Duty, you trade in that too, but in CS it is way more prevalent, and in Valorant that's exactly how it is as well. When you're able to trade out like that effectively, you continue to keep the game on your side. While that unfortunately didn't really pan out though for the enemy team, and it led to a round win. Seems like the defense so far has been thriving here with Mendo and company leading the charge.
Yeah, and you had a little quick look at the buy menu as well. We haven't spoke about it too much, but there is armor there, of course. There are light shields as well as heavy shields. The heavy shields is going to give you 50 armor, whereas the light, just half that. Heavy armor is going to cost you 1,000 though. So usually you won't see people having heavy armor in the first couple of rounds unless they win a round and they get some decent money behind them. And you'll see a lot of Stingers being used because that's one of the cheaper SMGs instead of the Spectre. The Bulldog is the cheapest assault rifle at 2,100, but it doesn't do as much damage as the Guardian, Phantom, or Vandal because they can all do single headshot kills. So that's something to kind of take note. And when you are choosing which guns you want, are you a player that can hit those headshots, or do you want more of a spray and pray kind of weapon? Which is why you might see some people have more success with the SMGs over the assault rifles.
Oh, there's the Cypher trap that just got activated. You have to shoot that right away. If you don't, there's a second one. That is annoying. He does manage to shoot the second trap, but that is the Cypher ability, the trap wire that you have to deactivate, or else you will get notified. But because it does end up getting hit, yeah, if you're the Cypher, you know exactly where that's coming. But Mendo, man, great shots out of him so far.
Yeah, he's pre-aiming as well and trying to wallbang a couple of positions, so he's already familiar with where people might be. Does get taken down by Tim the Tapman of all people. Summit, though, will get the trade, and Dizzy will finish the round onto Summit, and there's going to be the first round then for the attackers. They were able to just get into and onto a site eventually. But yeah, those are things you got to think about with the trap wire, Golden Boy. You get stunned as well if you don't shoot it quick enough. Not only are they notified where you are, but you also get stunned for a brief amount of time, which is then going to make it very difficult if that Cypher is waiting around the corner for you.
Yeah, and that A push is what fell apart so fast. So retaking that site is going to be very challenging to do there. But Mendo, I applaud him for the cheeky play, getting on top of the boxes there with his wall. You can do that from multiple teammates as well if you want to have a few people for whatever reason get onto the high ground. You just got to coordinate it because your teammate actually doesn't see the wall being placed. You only see the wall. So you have to tell them, stand right here so I can lift you up. Otherwise, they will have no indication as to where it is. Now, also another thing to note here, because we didn't talk about it all that much, was that the Sova went and picked up the orb that was sitting there. There's a neutral orb, and when you get that, it gives you an extra tick on your ultimate ability. We spoke about that previously, but we haven't really seen that done, and haven't seen it happen in the past. So Mendo had crept around the corner there with the Sheriff to protect his teammate, the Sova, because it seems like they're prioritizing getting the Sova ult, which is a very strong ability, shoots through walls.
And you also saw on the minimap as well with Sova's ability firing that arrow that is going to let people know where you are if they're in line of sight. But it also is shown on the minimap for everyone. So if a Sova is attacking and uses that ability, you might have a good indication of where they're going to be pushing. So it can not only be used as information, but you can also use it as a bit of bait. You might fire it towards the other site, so then the team thinks, okay, well, they're going to be pushing A, and instead, it is just going to be bait, and they're going to be pushing B instead.
Good use of the wall there too. So he pops all of his utility, Mendo. Uses the slow orbs, also uses the wall orb to just block off Hookah because they have the thought that the push is going to be coming from the B side. And just as all that's going on, Tim the Tatman gets to pick onto A, which prompts the rotation, and he goes there for the save though, getting the eliminations on Jordan and Flom. Dizzy's going to be there, and you just saw him actually pop off onto the left side here. I think that was going to be Dizzy. One more player is going to be sitting on top of the truck there, and that is the pick. That is the round, and they are going to be able to get the defusal. 3 rounds now for the squad here. Mendo, Lupo, Summit, Cloak, and Hiko.
Yeah, that was Ace just up on the truck there, utilizing Jet's ability, being able to use the updraft to get into areas where some other agents might not be able to get without a little bit of help from someone else. Unfortunately, even though he was able to get the jump on one player, the communication was there so that the trade could be had. Communication is very important in all games nowadays, but there is a ping system also in this game. So if you don't have a microphone, or if you're playing with some random people in matchmaking, you can ping where players are, similar to what you might have experienced in something like Apex Legends, for example. Something that maybe CS players might not be as familiar with the pinging with middle mouse button, for example. You can put it on whatever you want with the keybinds, but it's a very successful way of giving a clear visual indication as to where enemies might be.
Yeah, I would really suggest everyone that when you load up the game for the first time and you hopefully get access into the beta, that you rebind where the pinging is going to be. It is useful. I used it a few times, took advantage of it. I would just really suggest everyone do the same thing. Oh, and look there. So Ace, he took advantage of the Jet kit, right? He jumps all the way up using the updraft onto the box. The only other player that can do that is going to be Sage with the wall. And that gives up a lot with that wall because it's protection, it's so much. But the Jet's able to get up there so easily, right on over cover, get onto the high ground, catch someone off guard. You will hear it though. It is very loud, the Jet updraft. It's just like it's like a whoosh almost that will fly up, and you can get that audio indicator as to where they're going to be positioned at. And now the Viper ult is down on site. That will be the enemy Viper ult, and if it's still up, that means that the Viper is inside of there.
Yeah, and you can see how careful Ace is being as well. He's only got 10 HP. If someone just kind of looks at him, he's probably going to die, but he's able to get behind some enemies here, takes down Hiko. You saw he was getting decayed as he walked into Viper's ultimate as well. You will get taken down to 1 HP if you stand in that ultimate for too long, but it won't actually kill you. He did survive, he stayed at 1 HP, and then you get that health back once you leave that ultimate, the Viper Cloud that is there. And Viper is going to be the last remaining player, last remaining agent as well. Bomb is down, the spike has been planted.
Yeah, I can't really see this working all that well for the Viper. The visual indicators are very helpful. You can be informed when you're healing, when you're burning, when you're decaying, when you're slowed as well. They'll all appear at the bottom left of the weapon on your screen. Round 1, though, that's going to make it 3-2. Tim the Tatman is going to lock that one up there, and he's using Breach. Maybe he picked that character because he felt like he identified as him physically, emotionally. I don't know, but it's working. You know, it's working for Tim. You do you. I'm actually really mad that Jordan Fisher, but it also makes sense, though, isn't playing Dizzy because, I mean, he's got the same haircut, you know, like... if there is ever a Valorant movie, get Jordan Fisher to play Phoenix, because that's just an easy casting opportunity, and also he's a great actor, so you know that too. That also helps.
I don't know though for sure.
He's also good at his job.
He's also good at his job. He's a good singer. He's a good actor. He's a good dancer. Oh no! Oh my goodness! You just lined up for him. Why would you do that? Why would you line up for Ace? The madman has the gun pointed right in front of you. You run away as soon as you can. Oh, that looked really bad. And Ace is going to pick up another one, but Dizzy's there for the cleanup. Didn't allow him to get the ace. Oh, Ace is going to get the ace. What is this? Close the stream right now. I'm done.
Chad, if you got any questions for our casters here, let me know, and I'll pass them on. These guys got to play during the alpha. I have all the info.
Oh, Summit's in the game. Hopefully, it doesn't get burned.
Why would you bring that up straight away? Like the first thing you say. We've managed to pick out shade on Forsen, Summit, and Tim the Tatman. Golden Boy, it's very brave of you.
It is. Well, you know, my friends, and they'll make fun of me too.
Well, yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I take my opportunities where I can, where they're defenseless and can't say anything. I do it to Lupo all the time. Then he does it back to me. It's just our relationship. What a shot there, by the way, from Summit. He knew exactly where that player was going to be coming because 9 times out of 10, with the way that Ace was moving there, he heard the footsteps. So he was able to time that out and line up the shot. And Summit has that Counter-Strike background, so he knows exactly where to place it. And once you get an idea of the hitboxes for the characters and also just the size of the characters too, you'll easily be able to level out your aim for a weapon like the Guardian and just pick up a few headshots.
And I am fairly certain that all characters have the same hitbox as well. I am pretty sure that is a thing that I remember being said. So don't worry if you're thinking, oh, well, maybe is my character going to be a bit bigger than other characters? Am I going to be susceptible to a little bit more damage?
Smaller, you know?
Exactly. They're all the same hitbox, so it's all fair and even on the playing field. But what Summit does offer, and because he has that background of Counter-Strike, is just reticule placement. I think that's something that the crosshair placement is something that's so important in games like this. You can see him using the Sova ult here. When you tag someone with that ultimate, they will appear on your screen. So you've got to try and track them to hit them again. It's not going to kill them in one shot, but if you can hit them with 2, then they're going to go down, and you will be able to get the kill.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the tag with the Sova ult, because when you lock that down, it becomes even more challenging for you to get away. Not only you get hit, you start to slow down, but then you're trying to jump away from it, panicking, getting a little frantic, and then before you know it, you're waiting and you're watching your teammates trying to win the round for you.
Someone gets the kill.
Oof.
And that's just easy for him. It's just when someone's not looking at you and you have the aiming ability of the likes of Summit, I mean, you're going to be in a fantastic spot. You're going to be, it's just easy pickings.
I was playing with DDK, a well-known Counter-Strike commentator, and the way that he was just running around the map with the Sheriff. Again, we are going to say this so many times. If you are a Counter-Strike player, you're watching this game and you're relatively interested in getting involved in it, because you want something new and fresh, oh boy, this game is going to reward you for all of those aim trainers, Kovacs, everything that you did is going to reward you for it. Because if you had a Sheriff like that and you like line up those shots beautifully, it is a rich feeling, I tell you.
I think that is what is really exciting about this game coming out, is we haven't had a game like this come out in quite some time, and it is a very grindy game. And what I mean by that is you can see improvements so quickly if you put the time and the effort in. Just 20 hours of gameplay and suddenly you're going to feel like a completely different player to what you did when you first started. 100 hours of gameplay and you're going to start to feel like a demigod. When 1,000 hours and you are going to be a literal god at that point, because you're really going to be able to put that time in. You're going to learn what spots to be, position yourself in defensively, predicting where people are going to be offensively, and also your aim is just going to get better and better. There's a training map as well that you can jump on, and you can start to check out different spray patterns, for example, something that a lot of Golden Boy players, a lot of Counter-Strike players will know that spray patterns are very, very prominent and something you have to learn.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could use to teach you in-game already. So, and that's actually what I would tell for a lot of folks that are coming from different games out there, hero shooters, or maybe even games like League of Legends, for example. Like you're a fan of Riot Games and you just want to play the games that they make. Those are, what a shot there from Summit, by the way. Jordan Fisher came around the corner, but Ace secures the win. You have the tools to be able to practice your aim. And I really hope that players don't get discouraged right away, because I know that it's not fun to roll up into a game, get all excited. You're like, yo, man, this is awesome. I'm about to learn everything. You play your first game, and then you just get bopped. And then you're like, wait a minute, what happened? I lost 13-0? How is this even possible? So you have to take into consideration that there's going to be that learning curve for the game, but don't let that discourage you, because as you continue to improve and your aim gets better and you start to land more of your shots, you will see that visual progress with your shot. Just put in the work, and I guarantee that you will really like this game. Sure, it's going to be challenging at first, but once you do so, man, it's just so rewarding.
We got some questions from the chat. A few of these things we talked about earlier in the stream, but we got plenty of people that are coming in for the first time. With your abilities that you get that are kind of like your utility in this game, if you buy an ability, and it's called an ability, right? So it's something I can do now, and I live the round, do I have to rebuy it the next round?
No, you do not have to rebuy it. If you use it, then you'll have to rebuy it. But if you don't use it, then you're not going to have to rebuy it. Even if you die, you're going to be keeping those through to the next round. And they are relatively cheap as well. So that's something that to bear in mind, that you're very rarely going to come across a team that doesn't have the utility available to them. Most people will spend that extra 100 or 200 to gain those abilities.
I just want to comment something real fast. I don't know if you guys saw that there, but Summit just used Sova's Recon bolt, which is if you click right on the mouse 2 times, it bounces 2 times, and then you're able to get the angle, and then it's line of sight. So if you get it above there, people aren't necessarily going to notice that, and then they're going to have to go for the shot. Just something to note on. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, so it is, even though it's called an ability, which would make it sound like it's something that you can now do indefinitely, it is a single-use thing that once you have, if you die, you lose it, and if you live, once you've used it, you do have to rebuy it, even if you continue.
Certain abilities allow you to use it twice, Dan, right?
If you die, you won't lose it as well. You'll still have it available. You can see at the bottom of Summit's screen there, for example, one that's keybound to his mouse button 5. There are 2 slots there, so that means there are potentially 2 times he can use it. He's already used one, and then the other one is lit up green, so that is still available for him as well. In the bottom right of that little section of 4, that's his ultimate that's building up, and you can see it's currently almost 1 away from gaining an ultimate. So 1 more kill or 1 more round, or if he picks up an orb, he will then have his ultimate ability available as well.
Someone else asked, when you jump in the air, do you maintain 100% accuracy?
I wish.
No. Thank God you don't. That's all I'm gonna say. Because some of this stuff is crazy.
You know what to do.
Yeah.
Dizzy here.
I forgot to mention this as well. This is actually a very important thing to note. Sorry for everyone who's probably watching this and we totally missed this. You can sell back any weapons and armor that you procure. You cannot sell back utility. You can't sell back your abilities. But if you misclick for whatever reason, and Dizzy just got the kill with the LMG, I love that. He did that with the Phoenix ult, by the way. So if you misclick, or let's say you change your mind, or your team's like, oh, we should save, you can sell your items back to the store, but you cannot sell your abilities. That is the only thing you can't sell.
You also can't, for example, pick up someone else's weapon at the end of the game and then sell that. You can't like pick up an op and then sell that going into the next round. So you can't make money from your opposition team. It was just if you make that mistake, it's kind of just got that factor of, okay, well, I bought this by accident, I'm going to sell it. Or
can you sell? Someone asked in the chat actually. Can you sell back after if let's say you have the same weapons for the next round? Can you sell back? I don't think so. Right?
I'm fairly certain you
like
cannot.
The round ends. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm 99% sure that you can't if you have brought it from the previous round. It's only if you've bought it that round by mistake or you've just changed your mind.
Yeah.
What is the advantage to ADSing in this game?
Well, there are a few. One, and this is more of a intangible, I will say, it's comfortability, right? There are a lot of players that come from different games, like Call of Duty, for example, that will feel pretty comfortable with ADS. Now, that being said, as far as, what are some of the benefits of ADSing? Well, for one, you're going to get a tighter spread on your weapon. Now, certain weapons, like the Bulldog, for example, have different kinds of firing rates depending on, or even just modes of fire when you switch to ADS. So the Bulldog, when you go into ADS mode, which is when you aim down your sights, it will become a 3-round burst, similarly to a game like Halo with the battle rifle, if you're familiar with that. When you're not in ADS, you will be able to shoot fully automatic. Then some guns like the Vandal as well as the Phantom, which are the 2 primary ARs, which, by the way, we didn't mention, but it doesn't matter whether you're attacking or defending. All guns are available to both sides, whether you're the attackers or the defenders. It's not like you just have one that can only use AKs and one that can only use M4s. It's the same thing. But when you ADS with those guns, you get a tighter spread, but a slower firing rate on top of that. So just a thing that you simply just want to be mindful. There's something else too, Dan. I feel like I'm forgetting. But I know it's a tighter spread and fire rate is one.
The 10% damage difference as well.
There it is. Damage
10% less damage difference when you are ADSing. So yes, okay, maybe that's not an advantage of it, but it's also, you've got to think about, you're zooming in and you're literally going to have clearer vision on seeing someone across the map. So that's always going to be something that ADS offers as Dizzy takes down Omega. And
yeah, and
some
that was
of the stuff
with the
I'm seeing
Vandal.
Dizzy and Ace do, GB, is pretty disgusting.
If these 2 guys decide that they want to compete in Valorant, I could realistically see them just cutting it up. Dizzy, by the way, did something great there on Hookah, which is that room that you see in front of the B-bomb site. We've all kind of, I don't know if those are the official names. Those are just kind of the names that we all have adopted as we played games on and on and on. But one of the things that you saw him do there was he actually shot the flooring, or excuse me, the wall that was present in front of him. And because he shot that wall, it was really close by. He gets the bullet penetration through the wall, and then he was able to get the kill. Walls don't necessarily protect you in this game. It can give you the upper hand, it can give you the jump, but it does not necessarily protect you. If someone shoots through the wall, you can wall bang them, you can take them out if you know exactly where they're going to be located.
And I'm really excited to, well, hopefully we're going to see some Haven as well on today's stream, because we've only seen Bind at the moment. But see how the attackers here are being quite passive. They're pushing towards this A site, but they're waiting to see if anyone's going to be pushing out and getting aggressive from the defending side. On this map, it's less likely to happen because there are less angles to push out for the defenders. But over on Haven, because there are 3 sites for the spike to be planted, you're going to find that defenders are a lot more aggressive, and you're going to find them trying to sneak up behind you far more often. As they do manage to get onto the site here, it's going to be 4v2, but there's all sorts of abilities being thrown down on him there. Because they know where he is.
I know we're not supposed to be touching our eyes here, Dan, but you know, right now I'm blind. So I'm going to DM Flom and ask him why. Why would he do this to me? I thought we were friends. So looking now, though, Flom, this is actually going to be Ace's perspective. Does get the pick onto Lupo. Now looking up over at Heaven. He does know that there's going to be a player located around there. Bomb will be down as well. And that's going to be, I believe, inside of the showers. So we'll make it a little bit challenging for him to get it. It's also going to be low on health. No armor. 38 HP remaining, but with a Vandal, and he won't be able to do it as Hiko comes around the corner and punishes him as he's in Lantern.
And with that one, it looks like we will hit the halftime. We'll have the round side swap.
Yep, round side swaps, and you know, this also is a little bit, because we can't hear it. I can't hear it right now. You know, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on here, but there are a lot of awesome audio indicators in this game. There is, for example, when the round is at halftime, someone on your team, and this is great for newer players, right? Someone on your team would say, this is the last round before the half, buy everything or use all your money. The game tells you, like they inform you to use all of your cash because you're going to lose it going into the half.
Some of the voice lines are awesome as well, I've got to say.
True.
Like the voice acting in this game has made me laugh so many times.
Yeah, and then there's also the other voice line when they pop an ult, Dan, where you know when a Phoenix is using his ult. Not only do you see this orange glow around him, but you also know that the ult has been popped. You hear the resurrection. Just the voice lines, the audio cues are so good in this game.
Yeah, and that goes across both teams as well.
Let's listen into the gameplay, hear some of that great audio, and let Flom drive the show for a bit. The commentary will be back in a little bit.
No, I don't think they're long. They're just Hookah.
Hookah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Let's go. Nice round, boys.
You see how vicious that is there? Like, I don't actually... Basically, you're holding it by yourself, and then I'm just kind of supporting you.
They try the same old tricks.
Can I be minimized and still get drops? I'm not sure.
I'm SMGing armor.
Yeah, same.
I have to get the real close on that, right?
I'm gonna run it, and when we're close, yeah, it's just like you just one-shot shotgun headshot.
Okay.
At like this range, it's a one-shot if they don't have full armor.
Okay.
Actually, I think it might be. I'm gonna run in. I just want you to like walk along left wall and see if you can kill one pushing for orb.
Can you B-hop? No, not really. You don't really gain speed when you B-hop.
Get closer. I'm gonna bait the orb.
Yep.
Good shit, son.
I hit him hard. Hit him for 72.
Perfect. Perfect.
Oh, he killed him. Nice. Look at that trade. One more close.
Another one. Close, pride.
Nice. Look at these trades on this eco. 3v2 right now. There's a pistol that's a shotgun, dude.
MP5 down. You gotta go. Another MP5 down. Can we get this gun summit?
Yeah.
Add Twitch hours to the title. Scout. You can keep it. I could. Do you want me to change title?
Let's try to work short a little bit.
Okay.
3v2. You guys got this.
Oh wait, somebody already did. It says Twitch Rebels now. I think
Jordan's last one alive. He lurks.
Was there skins? Literally Jordan and Tim. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey. I didn't want to actually say it. I'm super surprised at how good Tim is, to be honest. Interesting.
Kappa?
That's interesting.
That's a cap right there. Why is your cam off? My cam is on.
What
What do you mean? It's live. Why is there no present here, Cam? Because there's nowhere to put it, really. I think I feel like people would rather. Heaven tag, nice. Behind, flank. Nice, guys.
Oh, thank God. I wasn't sure if I could escape there now. Good shit. Should I go straight? Yeah, it might be. It's more expensive for sure. It's like $500 more. Just with that. Anyone need a gun?
I probably will. I can. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Push, Lupa, push shower with me, and I'm just gonna use the SMG. Okay.
You think if you're 36 out of 50, you get armor, or you think I save it?
I think you save, especially if you're sniping. Oh, you're running the SMG?
I'm running
yeah, just entry.
Well, I'll get myself.
You shower with me, and then I'll get the orb, but we can just fall.
Snuff them out.
You got me, Lupa? You me?
Yeah. I'm gonna step wide and look.
This game will kill CS:GO? Nah, sorry, dude, it won't.
I'll have.
Get it.
I got ult.
He's lit in short.
Like, I think he's U-Haul, right?
My flash.
I'm darting in.
My wall's going down. My wall's down.
Dart, you see him right there? You see him right there on the left? He's in the U-Haul. 100%
Do we bomb on our side? Okay, I'm gonna wall this and we plant. Plant default.
Go. I'm moving up. I'm playing in the corner right here.
Summit. Jump with me, and you can peek over, by the way, towards their like entrance.
They could be flanking us. It's very possible.
Oh, default on default.
God, man. Yo, here's an air on short. Do
Do you think this game about Pro League? Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
our flank.
Heaven?
I have flank.
Well, up top, heaven.
If anything, it'll probably kill Overwatch before it kills CS. I don't think anything's gonna kill CS ever. Nice kill. Nice res.
Oh my God, I'm dead.
I feel like a lot of the Overwatch players like this game better than.
Oh, you got me. Just ran inside.
Right.
Last player.
1v2? Possible? 1v2 chat? I messed up here. He was blind too. I hit him with my Q, but he was close enough so it didn't matter.
Say that again?
No using that ADS bullshit. It's not worth, man.
Not worth. Big agree.
Yeah. You're hurting your own repo. Point click.
Okay.
I think we can force this. I think we can.
Yes, no.
You can take.
Okay, there you go. The shot multiplier? I don't know the exact number. I mean, they're just balanced to work different ways in case people have armor. Like Vandal always one tap said. Deagle always one tap said. I mean, so I mean, if they're like hard playing,
I'm gonna do my flash peek up here.
Orb every round. You can ghost one shots if they don't have armor up close. I think it might one shot if they don't take mid. You can just walk it late. Cloaks on the right. I'm holding.
They're coming long.
They'll be ranked. You flash
one
if you want.
Not seeing here.
On you should flank that, and I'm just gonna hold Mercury flank.
I'm playing back to you, Flom.
I think it's gonna be. Deagle isn't always one shot. It's always one shot unless you shoot through a wall.
There's two long B. They picked up the orb.
I'm flanking Mercury right now.
Yeah, they're B. They're gonna hit B.
I'm stunning it through.
Take it.
Oh, that timing, bro. Mercury one.
Right.
Dead market.
I remember that. I'm still tilted. I'm still tilted.
One more.
I lost. There was two. Fuck. 117 to Lupo, bro.
It shouldn't be in hookah.
Come on, let's go!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
Oh. Dude, that was my bad. I should have easily killed Lupo and I whiffed.
God damn it, Ace, you piece of shit. What the?
All good, brother. All good.
Did you ult,
Let's save one. Yeah, he ulted, but I think it ran off just in time. I think it wore off.
When it wears off, you teleport back to your spot. Like, he just straight died.
Really? There's not like a duration on it?
There is a duration, but when the duration wears off, you teleport to your body.
So wait, it glitched?
So Dizzy just straight died.
I'm back, sorry.
Dizzy, was that your ult?
Yeah, it did glitch. I ulted.
Yeah, I was like, what the heck?
I should have got teleported back. I don't know.
What? That's unlucky.
I mean, there's no bugs in this game. What are you talking
about? Yeah, hey, true.
I got to watch, listen to the team comms. These guys exploring the game for the first time. The game is in alpha, so, you know, there were things that maybe, there's always a possibility you run into a bug here or two. But I just want Ace to share the Capri Suns.
Yeah,
and get some...
like, come on, man. Share the love, dude, you know?
Here we see a display of Blade Storm. Pop, got one.
Ooh, there it is.
Oh!
Ooh, there it is. There it is. Looking for the 3. Ah, Lupo is going to end the Blade Storm. So I did want to issue a clarification real fast. As I had previously stated before, you can sell you know, all the things that you get, right? Let's say you misclick or something like that, or your team wants to recalibrate and maybe do a you know, a save round or something, eco round. You could totally do that. The one thing I did say was that you couldn't sell back abilities, and that actually is not true. You can sell back abilities, but if you bought, let's say, you know, a slow orb or something like that, going into the next round, you cannot sell that ability back. So if it was with you for another round, you can't sell that back. So just a little small thing to clarify: you can sell back the things that you buy if you bought it that round and you're, you know, waiting to, you know, complete the round or something. But again, it all adds to the communication. It adds to the strategy. You know.
Well, this game's been. It's not one-sided just yet. A 3-round advantage for Ace and Dizzy's squad here. Well, a 3-round disadvantage actually for Ace and Dizzy's squad. They're losing right now.
Yeah, I'd say for the majority of games that we've seen, they've been pretty well matched up, and I think that's probably the point, is that we've put some of the best players on from other games on certain teams, and some other players who may not have played these types of games on the teams as well, and it's balanced out quite nicely as to why we have these very evenly matched games.
Just a reminder to everybody in chat, you're not waiting to get a key drop. You're just waiting for your account to be whitelisted. If you've linked your Riot and your Twitch account, which you can do by going to your settings on Twitch and then going to connections, as long as you've linked those and you're watching our stream or watching one of the streams listed in that Twitch Rivals extension, you'll be eligible to have your account whitelisted, and you'll get a notification here on Twitch. That bell icon in the top right corner is where you'll see it. It won't be in a key that you have to put anywhere. It's just, it'll say, hey, you are now whitelisted and able to play Valorant when it comes out on April 7th. The beta will be launching on April 7th. And we'll all want to be in there.
Don't be too discouraged if you don't get it today. The beta doesn't even start until April the 7th, till the Tuesday. And you can still get drops on April the 7th as well, when everyone starts streaming their closed beta coverage. So don't worry about it too much today if you don't get it. There will still be chances to get it on a later date.
But Dan, I want it now. And if I'm able to spam drop 15,000 times, but gosh darn it, I'm gonna do it, bro.
Even if it doesn't help, if it makes you feel better, then go for it.
It doesn't help, but like, what if it did?
Help.
What if it did?
Like, what if they did and they just didn't tell us? They just want to see who was most dedicated.
Don't do that. You don't Rocket League it, okay? With your what a shot there from Ace! My word, that's gonna secure the round. Hiko caught in hookah. Goodbye, my friend.
I need this. All our pings went up.
When will we get a notification? You'll get a notification as soon as your account's been whitelisted. It'll happen immediately. So if you don't have one yet, don't worry. Just keep watching. I haven't got one yet. I'm sitting here watching it.
Yeah, Wave is hosting the show, and he doesn't even have access to the game.
Dude, I am one of you, chat. I am down in the trenches with you guys. A man of the people.
Yeah, he's not in Twitch chat because, you know, he wants to engage. No, he's in Twitch chat because he really, really wants a key.
I'm just here for the copy pastas and the golden kappas, man. Golden kappa check? Anybody got it right now?
Golden kappa check? I have a golden what face.
You do have a golden what face.
That is the fifth time you've mentioned the what face this stream. I have been ticking it off. That's number 5.
Have you been really keeping track of it? I don't think it was 5.
I think that you mentioned it quite often, so I just wanted to check how many times this stream you were going to say it, and that's 5.
Is Golden Boy still calling Ace Ace? I mean, look, I go Ace Ace. It could be. It could, you know, I'll message him, and if he yells at me, he'll yell at me. Okay, guy. Ooh, oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. He's got the shot lined up. I'll say Ace moving forward. Okay, guys. Man, I got you.
Nobody has the golden kappa. Feels bad.
Nobody has the golden kappa?
No, I
hate
looked.
to see it, man.
Oh.
Golden Doctor disrespect though. So that works for me. Let's see here. I think Mendo did get the res on a cloak, and although the res did go through, it was not enough. And that is going to be another round win here. Getting close to being able to tie this one up. Not a bad game so far here, though, for our opponent, our opposing. Excuse me, words are hard. Opposing team.
And
could go down to the wire.
ACU's aim is incredible. Already got that recoil control, the spray pattern down to a T. For those who are out there and they're wondering about spray patterns and like, are they going to be the same? Can you learn them? You can learn them to a point. As far as I'm aware, the spray patterns are the same up to a certain point, and then they become random. So you can learn the first X amount of time, but then after a while, if you're just spraying for too long and going for the spray and pray, then it becomes random. So you're better off just learning that initial bit of recoil rather than an entire amount of recoil that you might see in other games.
Yeah, and again, don't be discouraged if you're not learning it right away. It's something that's simply just going to take a little bit of time to adjust, and that's perfectly fine. Oh, I love that strategy, by the way. The wall, though, did not block them fully, but they were able to get down the spike. That was a pretty cool play.
And certainly, I guess, if you are new to a game like this and you are struggling with aim, one of the biggest tips that I could give you is A, stand still, B, pull your cursor down as you shoot, because your bullets are naturally going to go up. And you can also utilize crouching as well. So if you start shooting at someone's head and then you crouch, you're automatically going to lower that crosshair. So you're automatically going to be able to improve your recoil control just by crouching. There's all these little things that you can do when you're moving into a game. I know a lot of people watching this will be very familiar with how to control recoil in games like Counter-Strike, etc. But I know there are people out there who will be coming into this game and they will struggle with aiming, because I have friends who have just come from console shooters, for example, and they're not used to this kind of aiming. So it's worth noting.
Yeah, it is, because it's different. It's just it's a different kind of beast. Sometimes too, when you're going for too long, your reticule won't actually refocus and center because you've been shooting for way too long. So like the recoil has kind of just gotten out of control. I know that a lot of people love static when they play games like this, like static crosshairs. But I just feel like for me, I just like to know when I'm good to go, right? Like when I have the all go ahead, all clear to be able to go and fire my gun again, because it's just something that I'm used to, coming from the background of games that I play.
And you can see it on Lupo's screen, for example. He does have a crosshair that you'll see is slightly opening a little bit when he's moving. So that's just notifying him saying, well, you're not going to be having like pinpoint aim right now. So make sure you do stand still.
Now we got Lupo and Hookah. He's going to have his teammate with him here. That's going to be Breach trying to push him back. Breach is one of the agents that, I did not get a lot of opportunity to play, but it just seems like the utility is like really fun to use, And this is going to be the ultimate ability there. It deployed, I believe that was. I'm sorry, that was not the ultimate ability. Again, it's just an agent that I have not had a lot of opportunity to play, but that was going to be the fault line ability of Breach that throws out that seismic blast. And it actually, it's pretty devastating. Now, the Rolling Thunder, what you saw there, that was the ultimate of Breach. But unfortunately, just as they got the spike down, the plan fell apart, the wagon fell to pieces, and that is going to be the round to the other team.
That was a pretty cool looking ability. I can't wait to do that myself.
Well, it's cool when you activate it, but let me tell you, when you're in it... it's like you can't move, everything starts to get real shaky, the screen gets darker, like it is rough, but it is a super cool looking ability. Like some of the ultimates in the game, like Breaches, Rolling Thunder, or the Orbital Strike, those they're so cool looking. They just look like they're fun to use.
I'm not sure. I'll tell you in a second.
And then of course it's Blade Storm, which everyone wants to use.
I don't see anything.
And on the other side, you can see defensively how you can use Breach as well. As Tim the Tapman is just going to be charging it up and just making sure that he can flash anyone that's going to walk through. That's one of the abilities that is available for Breach. You kind of fire it in a direction, and anyone caught in that, anyone who has line of sight of it is going to be temporarily have their vision disabled. And a lot of the abilities have indicators of whether you have actually flashed someone successfully as well. So if you walk round a corner and you see someone, they might have a little bit of a bubble above their head, and that means your ability to successfully hit them. Not with all, but with some. For example, Omen, he has the ability when he fires his flash through the wall, you will get that indication.
Yeah, same thing with Phoenix as well. When you flash them, their eyes are going to be like bright and cloudy looking. You're not going to get the indication in your HUD. Just to clarify, you will not get any indications in your HUD. You have to physically look at the player in order for you to get confirmation that you impacted this player in that particular way. But you'll typically see it in their eyes or something like that, like on their face.
That's my noise.
So 2v4 at the moment. And of course, very difficult when you are attacking if you don't have the numbers, because you have to try and push onto a site with fewer men or women, depending on which agents you might be using. And when you've got players like Tim the Tatman just waiting and lurking around the corner, you know, it becomes very difficult. You think you're being sneaky, getting onto a site, and suddenly there's Tim just crouching in a corner and ruining your day.
There's that cheeky smile there from Tim. He was so proud of himself with that play, as he should be, though. They did not check their corners. They came around the side. Hookah is such a hot spot on this map. You always have to be cautious about it. The issue is, though, that if you do come around the side, you have those boxes there, and those boxes that are positioned against the wall should be able to protect you a little bit against whatever player is going to be on the opposite side, more towards site. So you should theoretically just pop around corner, check your wall, turn around real fast, and get right back into the action. But you have to check your corners in Hookah, because that place, there's always someone there looking around trying to get a double.
And patience is just so important. You might think, oh, well, isn't it a little bit boring just kind of waiting around the corner and crouching? Oh my God, he's camping. But it's so important to have someone who is prepared to be that patient player, to lurk around. And what I mean by lurking is, if you're an attacker, you might move over towards A site whilst the rest of your team has gone B, just so you can lurk around a corner and wait for maybe some aggression from the defending team. Because if players are on B and they're waiting and no one's there, they might start to push up the map a little bit to try and flank you. If you're lurking successfully, you'll catch them off guard when they don't realize you're there. Having someone who does have that patience can be so important.
Look at the way that he's utilizing the seismic abilities of Breach. The Rolling Thunder first, and then tossed out the fault line as well. That is going to be on a cooldown, though. A few players are going to be creeping around the corner there, coming from B long, and they need folks on the rotation to have their back. Thankfully, there is going to be one player located close by. Dizzy did go in for the fight. Balupo gets the answer back. You got a guy hanging out here in the corner, though. Another one's going to be residing inside of Hookah. Players located now by that B site. Now, here's the thing that I want everyone to keep in mind as this round concludes here and his team successfully holds it down, is if you notice that the players rotated aggressively over to site and you have yet to take it, there's a portal right next to B long that you can jump right into, and it'll take you to the shower side of the map, opposite end. That is a bit there that I don't think a lot of people would really recognize, but it's like an instant rotation for you and your team, and that was just a great game all around.
Yeah. Great intense match there. Team Bravo, despite having Tim the Tatman, maybe actually because of Tim the Tatman, I don't know. Up to you.
Because of Tim the Tatman.
Yeah, they got the win there. Also thanks to ACU's like 30+ kills he got there, which is funny because chat was like, "Why are you calling him Ace? His name's ACU." Interestingly enough, Golden Boy, the Twitch user that has the Twitch handle Ace, ACE, is in chat, is watching the show right now. So he thought we were talking about him. No, we're talking about ACU's pretty good, but the fact that there's someone got the twitch.tv/Ace, that's like so clean. So clean.
I want to say, is that the I believe that is the, no, that is not. Never mind. I was going to say, is that the Halo player? I know what you were thinking
about.
Yeah. It's not the Halo player. It's not the Halo player. But yeah, that was a great game all around. And I think it just gave us a great display of a lot of the abilities that we've seen, especially for Breach, which is a character that admittedly I didn't get a lot of time to mess around with in my opportunity playing the Friends and Family Alpha. And in beta, I'm certainly going to go and give that a try. Anything that can go through walls and not expose me is a win for me. So I'm probably going to be using Breach.
All right. Well, we'll get to see some more Breach gameplay here in just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, get the next match set up and ready to go, and we'll keep coming back here on Twitch Rivals with more Valorant action. Oh, we are back, and I've got two wonderful friends here. We are going on this Valorant journey together. I'm Wavepunk, Gaskin, and Golden Boy here. Gaskin, like, what's been the craziest moment for you so far? The moment you've enjoyed from our streamers?
I think it's just seeing the shots that some of those streamers are able to hit, like the aiming ability that. The way they've transferred from game to game has been very impressive. Some people have struggled, like obviously that's going to happen, but those who are at the higher end of other games, they've really just shown how individual skill can matter in this game. You can 1v3, you can 1v4 if you can just hit headshots.
Absolutely. And folks, we here at Twitch Rivals have been enjoying putting on the show for you, but we couldn't do any of this without the support of our partners. Thank you so much to the U.S. Army. Join millions of experts in their field. What's your warrior? And also, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel is shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. Learn more at GameFuel.com. And guys, it's time to get into another North American match. We're going to have many of the same content creators we did earlier, maybe kind of mix up the teams a little bit here, see a few different people in a few different places possibly. Who was there anyone who like I feel like Ace is the obvious answer to me, right? But was there anyone who like kind of like stood out to you in this first game we watched, Golden Boy?
I actually saw some pretty good plays from Mendo. So Mendo he's always been a good player, like across the board. Doesn't matter what game he's playing, he's always been a solid player. He adapts very well. He dissects games quite a bit. Like I'm actually on Twitter right now, and Mendo was responding to something from Aberlelli from TSM, saying like, oh, I think Jet's just selfish, and then Mendo's like, no, because here's the reasons why Jet is so good. And it's like this is the kind of player that just breaks everything down.
Yeah, no, the brilliant tactical galaxy brain in that guy. He's not been a pro in multiple games for nothing here. Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Tim's play in the game as well, having a good time, holding his own amongst some hot shooters. Honestly, you know, like Tim gets a bad rap for being the wild card and being all about fall damage and stuff, but genuinely, the guy has gotten really good at video games recently.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider the fact that he's playing against some of the best players at other titles, like he's holding his own. Like he's not just going up against random people in matchmaking here, he's playing against some incredible Counter-Strike players, for example, amazing Apex players. He's a variety streamer and he is good across the board.
He is pretty amazing, and we'll get to watch him play again in the match we're about to go into here. But let's talk about Sage real fast. We're still introducing everybody to all of the different characters. Golden Boy, walk me through Sage.
Sage is my boo. I love Sage. I've been playing Sage like all the time. I tweeted it. I said, this is my main, and I've committed. So Sage has a fantastic kit that is built around the idea of locking down a location, preventing the other team from being able to overtake the site. So the slow orb, for example, it's a great ability that when you throw it down on the ground, players who walk on it are slowed, as the name implies, and they also make a sound effect, as I jokingly said before. It's kind of like a little tiny hammer hitting like glass. That's how it sounds. It's an ability that just stops anyone from trying to walk it, and it has a wide range. The barrier orb is very simple. It's a wall. You put up that wall, but the difference here is that Sage can actually move that wall in a full circle, as well as allow herself and her teammates to get lifted by that wall. It's very strong, and in the early game, this wall can be quite formidable against all the pistols that players will be picking up. Ultimate ability is the Resurrect. You'll get that a few times as you pick up kills as well as orbs. And probably one of the most important things when she's in the game is the heal. When a teammate's low, she can heal them right back up.
All right, well, let's see if we get any Sage gameplay as we get into our next match here in North America. We got Dr. Lupo, we got Flom, we got Tim the Tap Man, we got Mental Kasai, we got ACU, we got all sorts of wonderful streamers here participating in this match. Use that Twitch Rivals extension over on that side of the screen, and you can go and find all of them. Go watch it from their perspective, ask them some questions about how they felt about the games. You can ask us questions also in our own chat, and I'll pass those on to our casters here. One question I saw earlier was someone being like, do you know if there's any other game modes that are coming here? And obviously, all we have right now is this primary game mode, but it did kind of get me thinking, like, what other game modes would be fun to eventually see here in Valorant?
For me, I've always been a fan of, like, capture the flag. I don't know whether that would work necessarily in this game, but I love those kind of games where you have to push into someone else's base, take something, and then retreat back, so that it gives the opposing team like two chances. They've got to try and stop you from taking the flag, and then they've got to try and get that flag back from you. I don't know whether it will happen, but that's just me spitballing.
Oh man, Trindamere just gifted 100 subs to
Wow,
Dr.
must be nice.
Lupo.
Must be nice, Lupo.
I bet that's Riot Trindamere, the Riot developer. That's super cool. Love to see the love going around from people here. Yes, it is nice, Golden Boy, to go 100 subs. You know, just
must be nice.
Stop being jealous, okay?
I'm just messing.
Just be happy for my boy Doctor here.
I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Lupo.
Going back to the capture the flag thing, seeing my brain immediately went to Omen, like him going into the base, grabbing the flag, ulting back in his base. Cool, we got it. You know, I feel you didn't make it to where he couldn't carry the flag while in ult, but so it'd be really funny just for them to put the game mode in and then just watch the players break it.
Yeah, and see what can happen with it. This is gonna be the first time we're seeing Haven as well. By the way, this is
the first time we're seeing Haven. I just realized this is the room where we saw Jet in the opening like teaser trailer from the Riot 10 video, where she does her ult the first time when everybody freaked out over this game. This is super cool. So what's different here about Haven?
The main thing is 3 sites. You can see there is A, B, and C. So there is going to be more places where you can plant the spike, but it's also more places that defensively you have to cover. There's going to be more angles, more entry points, but it does free up the ability for you as a defender to be a little bit more aggressive, because there might not be as many angles that the attackers are going to be watching. If they're all pushing towards A site, someone on C, for example, is going to be able to slowly loop around and get behind you. This place where Lupo is pushing towards now is like the kind of the heaven area where it watches over the A site, a very commanding area, but you do need to be careful when you jump out of this window. You will take a little bit of full damage if you don't do it successfully with an ability. But Lupo picks up the kill onto Ace you, so that's a huge one for him. However, he is in a 1v3 here, so he has a lot to do, and Flom will just pick him from across the map.
Yeah, very well done there on the pistol round. They just really stuck together. And sometimes I've noticed a lot of players in the early game when I was playing like matchmaking and stuff, and this is probably just because of the nature of matchmaking, people were just grouping up together early and going and chasing after the fights rather than concerning themselves too much with trying to, you know, just be sneaky, play around sites. Everyone kind of has their own style and how they go about it, though. Interestingly, that they're going to have Lupo hold down B, but I like the idea of placing the his E at the key areas in the map to block vision. That window that's at B site, that window is so commonly peeked by players that having an Omen there to just easily throw a smoke against that window stops any and all opportunity for someone to try and get an easy pick on mid on B.
Yeah, you might be wondering, well, how is he so successfully getting that pinpoint accuracy? In the top left-hand screen with the minimap, he can actually see where he's positioning the dark cover and where those little purple shadow balls are going to be. So that's why he is so accurate. And it is such a good tool both defensively and offensively, which is why I personally fell in love with Omen. But at the moment, for Lupo, it's just about watching this entry to B. He has to ensure that no one can get through there, because otherwise then people can start flanking, but the rest of his team have fallen elsewhere. So he's now going to have to try and do some work, but they have ecoed this round. He only has the pistol. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that was a rough battle there, but it will be Summit, the last player left alive. Will have himself that silence SMG to see if he could take advantage of it. If you look at the double doors there and you notice that some stuff actually fell off from it, what that is that the double doors are actually not, they don't have any wall penetration. You can't wall bang through them at the beginning. You shoot through the wall, you shoot at the wall, excuse me, to shoot through the wall, if that makes sense. So you have to break that shielding on the doorways in order for you to be able to shoot through the double doors. So
yeah.
I actually kind of like that addition because it gives Garage a little bit more strength.
Well, apparently, originally, that wasn't there, so you could just shoot through the walls and the armor wasn't there, but it was just, everyone was getting rinsed through that door. Like, if you were trying to hold it, you were just getting absolutely plowed through. So they added that, and I think it is a really good addition, as you say, because it just gives you that little bit of protection if you're trying to defend. And defending should be harder on this map because there are 3 sites, so there's just so much more angles that you have to be conscious of. But people have to be aggressive.
It opens up the Garage. It opens up the Garage. If that wasn't there, it opens up the Garage, and it gives them free access to the back of B and the back of C. It would have been too much.
When does this thing expire? How long?
One thing I've noticed just playing matchmaking is people are generally quite scared to push through a chokehold. It's dizzy. Oh my goodness gracious. What does that man eat for breakfast? Gets a 3K, and the spray control was insane there, and the spray transfer. sublime.
was
And
nuts.
this is just a taster of what some of the best players can do.
Yeah, Dizzy, known for his ability at the early start of Apex Legends. Still, though, a phenomenal FPS player. That's going to be number 4 for him. Maybe trying to go for this ace here. Is it going to happen? Going to be going up against a breach, and that's the ace for Dizzy. Came around the corner. What a Chad. I love it. That was disgusting.
Dizzy got an ace and it made Ace dizzy, man. That was what a play.
You noticed a few times there as well, like people were challenging him. You could argue unnecessarily when you know that someone is just their shot is on and they are like just absolutely obliterating everyone. You can take a more passive angle and you can try and encourage them to come towards you. Of course, you have to reconsider the spike and where the plant's going to be, and do you want to give them the ability to flank around. But certainly, if you're just walking out openly to someone who knows where you are, then you are going to put yourself in a tricky situation. As I say that, he gets stuck in a tricky situation of his own, and he will just find himself stuck in that ice.
Sometimes it just be like that, but that's okay. After you had a round like that where you just beast moded on every single person that was in the server, it's okay. It's okay to kind of slow down here for a moment. That being said, you are going to have Tim the Tapman taking advantage of this. That is going to be one of the many Molotovs that are in the game. You have one for Phoenix, but Brimstone also has one called Incendiary. It's basically a grenade launcher. And that is a easy win there on that round. Just did not pan out the way they wanted. But despite that, though, 3-1 scoreline. So just touching on that, you got for Phoenix, you have the Blaze, which throws down the fire, heals him, right? But hurts your teammates, and it also does significant damage to your opponents. Does not last that long, though. But the difference for Brimstone's Incendiary is that it actually is a grenade, so it bounces. Unlike Phoenix's, that does not bounce. So it's really like line of sight dependent.
And those of you who are big fans of Counter-Strike and know how important incendiaries can be, like Molotovs, for example, if you're protecting a spike that's been planted and you know your opponent has to defuse it, if you just chuck that down on that spike, they ain't defusing it because they would just be sitting and they will burn. So it's a really good ability to hold on to for those situations. I certainly found personally I was able to win rounds just because of the incendiary. So that's going to be something you need to watch out for and you need to take into consideration when you're pushing onto a site and leaving yourself enough time to defuse. A reminder, 7.5 seconds to defuse the spike.
Dizzy there got the indication. He got flashed out, saw a player around the corner. That was Lupo, who was just trying to be sneaky, but unfortunately will pay for that with his life. 5v4 now. They were looking to make the push onto Garage, but it didn't really pan out that well for them. The Phoenix there kind of stopped the push with the flash, but now that they are going to have this free reign on the A site, here comes the move. Also the slow up top, it is going to land right on Heaven. The revive comes in as well. Resurrect, Dizzy just really being there for his team. And this has just been that right there is a good indication of how we can expect to see players react to these plays. They knew that push mid wasn't really going to happen, so they just go ahead and rotated. They had sight right away, and look at this here. The shots lining up for Dizzy. One player left alive. Flom for the cleanup. That's Mendo, and that's going to be round 4.
And Dizzy just using all of the abilities there for Sage pretty much. Just jumping onto site, throwing down the slowing orb, healing as well, and reviving someone at the same time. Had a wall if he wanted it. Like, the fact that you've got so much utility available with Sage makes her so powerful for both attacking and defending. Even though I'd say she was more of a defensive character, if you put her in the right hands, she can be so scary when you're attacking as well.
Yeah. She is really... oh, that was actually pretty clever. So what Flom did was he deployed those trap wires at the early start of the game. Rather than putting them in areas where, he may think that like going ahead or whatever, because people always say like, well, how do you use a player like Cypher, who is a kind of an inherently defensive player? A lot of people early on were asking that question, how do we take advantage of this? But he stops the rotation. So they could like realistically leave C relatively unattended, because he will know when his trap wires get destroyed. He will know when someone activates the trap wire. So they know that C is going to be, basically they don't have to worry about that left side of the flank. But here we go. And he is deploying, getting the enemy positions, knows exactly where one player is going to be, coming around the corner. They have full vision. The cage is out. Player's going to be on the opposite side there. Very well done. His ace is on the cleanup, but he does get picked off by Mendo, who secured himself a double. He has to be careful about the player that was creeping around in the back now. It's going to be a 2v3. What we're going to see here from Flom with this crazy contrasting colors, but it seems to be working for him so far. And that is going to nail him a shot there onto Mendo. I think that player, that was the Sage that I believe used the wall to go up onto the high ground. Flom, though, nails another. The Sova, only one left alive here, Dan. 2v1, Spike and Ham. They're going to place this one down. This should be a win for them.
Yeah, unless the Sova can go off, which is entirely possible. Flom just needs to make sure he's with his teammates and they are watching everything and making sure that no one can push onto that site and easily defuse the spike. But you can see he's just trying to gain information by pushing around here. There will be the first initial kill, but Flom's there to clean things up. It got a little bit dicey for a second because he had strayed maybe a little bit too far away from the site. But thankfully, he whipped back round to ensure they got the kill. And they get the round, and they're 5-1 up now. Very commanding lead.
Another note for fans who maybe are coming from different games and are familiar with a few of the mechanics that you will find in Valorant, where you place the spike, where you place the quote-unquote bomb, is important, because that whole site there will give you, so long as you're in the box where you can plant the spike, that whole area there will, if you plant it intelligently, will give you vision. Because if your teammate backs out, like the way we saw there where Flom went window, he was looking for the player potentially creeping by A, but he also knew that the kill just went through, so he had to look window right away. The spike was right in front of him, so the Sova didn't really have much of an opportunity, nor any way to really block it. Now, if it was a Sage, for example, the Sage probably could have thrown it on wall if they still had the wall for the fight. Again, how the abilities come into play and how you would mix and match it, that's what makes Valorant such a special game.
Yeah, post-plant positions are very important. You've got to ensure that you can at least see the bomb when someone's defusing it. You can manipulate it in a way where you'll put the bomb down and get that spike planted. You'll walk around a corner and you'll just listen for those audio cues. So as soon as someone steps on it, you can then pop out if you want, or you can wait for a fake and pop out a little bit later. But something you have to bear in mind is, of course, in Valorant, you can defuse it halfway, stop, look around, and then you can continue defusing from that halfway point as well. So you might want to listen out a little bit closer, otherwise you can get caught off guard and they may have got your number. They may have been able to defuse it.
What is Tim doing?
1v4 here. Hiko. If there's a person you want in a 1v4, perhaps it's going to be Hiko. Former professional Counter-Strike player, well-versed in the genre, knows what to expect. Does locate another one. That was going to be by Sewers. And now he's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait it. He knows he's going to come around the side, and that's going to be another one. Oh, he's still going for the bait. Does he have enough time to be able to work for this? Time is ticking. He only needs 7.5 seconds to be able to do this. He gets it halfway through, but there comes the jet, and ASU gets the kill. But that could have been really nasty there if he would have let that one go through. Valiant effort there in Valorant by Hiko.
And just a side note, there is a different audio cue as well from whether someone is defusing it when it isn't halfway and when someone is defusing it at halfway. So you will know if someone has stopped and then restarted. So that will mean like you need to hurry up. You need to actually push them because they have restarted and it's already halfway. However, if they hold it for the full 7.5 seconds, you won't get any audio cue to suggest that they've got to halfway. It's only if they stop and then restart it again.
Yeah, and if you let go of the plant, or of the diffuse, excuse me, for whatever reason, when you're past that halfway point, just be wary that it will just go right back to the half. It does not bank any of that progress. It'll just go back to the half. So you cannot let go of the diffuse for whatever reason in those situations if you're like right there, if you're literally up close.
We talk about how Hiko is streaming from his private jet.
Yeah, he's always in his private jet.
Dude,
yeah,
this guy's a monster.
He has
streaming from 40,000 feet.
It's incredible how he can manage to get the best internet in the world while being, you know, tens of thousands of feet in the air. Hiko is just a man of many talents.
There is rumors going around that he hasn't landed because of the current times and social distancing. He is still in the air.
This is social distancing at its max.
Yeah, totally.
Tim just trying to fight me again, though.
Ooh, look at that there. Comes on the side with the spam on the SMG. Again, that's the stinger. Up close and personal, it'll shred you to pieces. Now it's going to secure that Vandal. That Sage Ice Wall, 2v4. Spike is planted. One player is going to be inside of Heaven. And that's going to leave it up to the Omen player here. Dr. Lupo. I heard he can shoot really well.
Get you all.
Let's see if this is the case. Finds one. Jordan Fisher. Goodbye, my friend. Sing a song somewhere else. Looking for another. He's got to deal with Dizzy. He's got to deal with Asu. There's just too much. That's it. Round over. He's going to save whatever he can. And maybe get himself a decent gun in turn, and that would be the Vandal that he picks up. And you know what, Gaskin? Question for you. You know, what is the best use cases for the Phantom versus the Vandal?
So the Phantom allows you to kind of get up close and personal. Like, it's a little bit more forgiving in terms of its spray, in my personal experience. However, from distance, you are going to lose some of that damage. So a headshot, when you're close enough, between 0 and 15 meters, will hit for 156. But if you up that to around 15 to 30 meters, you're only going to hit for 140. So that won't be a one-kill headshot if you are at distance with the Phantom. So you're better off, if you're an aggressive player, you like to get in the face, that's going to be your assault rifle of choice. However, the Vandal always has the same amount of damage no matter the distance, whether you're close or far. So they're going to hit for 156 to the head with one bullet. So it doesn't matter if you're all the way across the map or if you're right up in their face, you are going to be able to kill with a one-kill headshot. And the same with the Guardian. The Guardian is also going to keep its consistency with damage no matter how far away you are. So that's the only downside of the Phantom, is that you do lose that damage with range. But as I said, it's a little bit more forgiving when it comes to spray control.
Yeah, I became more partial to the Phantom, even though I played a more keep away type of game. And the reason being was because of the spray control. I felt like the Vandal was just a little crazy at times for me, and I was not able to contain it. And I'm sure as I play more, I'll get used to it, and I'll probably end up using the Vandal a little bit more. But this just kind of also just adds to the fact that, you know, how different this is, because to some people, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, you know, it's pretty similar and, you know, yada, yada. But both sides use the same weapons. There is no limitation on what you can use. Everything is available to you. It doesn't matter whether you're attacking or defending. Kind of changes the dynamic of it a little bit, wouldn't you say?
I would say that, and I would say that the monetary value of some of these weapons as well is going to come into play. The fact that the Guardian is 200 cheaper than both the Phantom and the Vandal might mean that more people will get used to it because you can buy it in more rounds. The Bulldog is 800 cheaper than both of the other assault rifles as well. So I have seen people running around and using that Bulldog just because you could use it in a round where maybe you can't buy some of the more expensive assault rifles. And if you get used to it and you get good with it, I mean, it can still do an insane amount of damage. Like, you can switch to that burst fire when you are zooming in, and it deals 116 damage to the head or 35 to the body. So if you think about it, the burst fire, if you combine all of those shots together, you can just kill someone in one burst.
Yeah, I use the Bulldog quite a bit. I don't know why, it just felt really comfortable with the weapon, but if you're playing that run and gun style with it, you will be punished. It will not work out all that well for you, especially if you're going up against the likes of a Phantom or a Vandal. But now we got Summit here in a 1v3. He's going to be Brimstone. He does have a few of his abilities left to be able to use, but he's getting tagged from behind. Summit, what a shot there against Flom. Shocked that he is not able to secure that kill there. Still going to leave the spike over by Garage, the location you see here. Sova is going to go in for the reconnaissance, and I don't think he got tagged there. Even though he's seeing it, he did not get tagged because it has to be line of sight. Asu goes down, finds another one around the corner, and Summit with the ace. Oh my word. What a series of plays there by Summit. That was nasty. He played that one gorgeously. It was literally like shot for shot. You couldn't have asked for a better execution on that whole situation.
Just how well he gained information, and he used sound cues as well, even though I can't hear much of the sound right now. He obviously got some sort of indication of where the Sova was, whether it was him firing his ability or whether it was just a little stutter step. He knew where he was going to be, so he placed his crosshair accordingly, picks up the ace, and that's what Summit has. That's the ability that these players have if they have good aim and if they can hit their shots. So even if you are in an advantageous position with the amount of agents you have left and you're a 3v1, you've got to make sure you work together. Flom, for example, he may have got behind him and he may have seen that Summit was there. He could have even waited. He didn't have to shoot him. He could have had a little bit of trigger discipline and said, look, I found where Summit is. Someone come and join me and let's shoot him together. He missed his shots and Summit was able to get the clutch because of that.
Yeah, the again, we're going to continue to emphasize this so that everyone understands it. If you are good at shooting in a game like this, you will thrive. And I'm sure Flom is kind of kicking himself there because he had the open shot on Summit, but for him to be able to turn around the way that he did, nail him with those shots was disgusting. And that's also going to, I think, for me, make it very exciting to watch players like ACU, Dizzy, a lot of these other players that come from, you know, different genres of games that are great shots, great individual skill. And they're just going to take even more time to develop this. And as they do, they'll continue to get better and better and better. Smoke is going to be down out front. Very well done placement there. Also going to add another smoke of his own. So to further complicate things inside of that hallway to try and stop the rotation, there goes the spike down 2v2. And ACU needs to make a decision here how he wants to play this out. He has to hold an angle down. Oh, I like that play too. Going up top. He had the there is going to be a Sage on the enemy team, so if he ice walled up, he would not have been able to see where he was located. It's going to be a 1v1 now between Jet and Sage. ACU now looking for the opportunity as he knows that the play is going to be around the corner, and ACU is going to secure that one against Mendo. Mendo had the beat on him, knew exactly where he was going to be, but it was not enough.
I can drop one if you need it.
Somebody in chat was asking, why do some of the streamers have 2 webcams? And if you look down at Ace's camera there, his hands are in the air, but he's playing the game. How's he doing it with Magic? Well, this gameplay happened over the weekend. They recorded themselves playing, and some of the streamers chose to include their webcam so you could watch their reactions. And so now they're just playing that gameplay back on stream. We're all watching it live, getting to see the games here for the first time, but they are obviously watching themselves for the second time. So one of the cameras is them live right now. You can go to their channel, use that Twitch Rivals extension over on the left to go and find a list of all the streamers playing in the event today. Go jump onto their channel, talk to them about their experiences playing Valorant here. Also vote in our poll right now. The poll is which map are you more excited to try? And actually 59% say Haven. So despite Bind being the more classic and true, maybe like well-known map, there's people who are really excited asking about trying out this 3-bomb site map style.
Yeah, I think it's just because it's something a little bit different, right? It's not the normal 2-site maps that we might see on other games. So I understand why people are excited, and they should be. I loved Haven. I loved playing it, especially if you've got a team of 5. It's something I'd say, get a group of friends together. When this game is released, or if you all get closed beta access, if you're lucky enough, get together and start to learn how to push together accordingly. Get executes onto site. That is when you're going to have most fun. If you join and you solo queue, you might get a bit frustrated here or there at the start. Of course, once you get better at the game and you learn more, you can probably solo queue and you can still make a real difference in a game. But I found most fun when I was with my friends. I know Golden Boy didn't have the same because he didn't make an account on EU to play with me, but that's his fault.
Well, you know, I mean, one, I'm in America. That's number one. Number two, yes, you're not wrong. Oof, what a shot there, by the way. Tim the Tap Man, hello. I mean, I know he plays Counter-Strike. I'm going to give him some credit there. He does play some CS. You know, he's got some good aim at times. He just always finds a way to die from fall damage. Like somehow, some way, as he's walking around here, he'll like fall into a pit and then die from fall damage. That's not what you want to have happen. Now, the challenging situation for him here is that we got 2 Brimstones against each other, but the other issue, oh, okay, cool. He's going to throw down a few of those smokes, is that he only has 24 HP. So he places the Brimstone down, the smoke is in play, and he's hanging out on C long. This is actually a solid play because if he hears someone picking up the bomb for defusal, he can go in there for it and start to make the push. He has the shot lined up, comes around the corner, big opportunity for him. Tim the Tap Man on the main stage. Does he thrive? Does he flounder? This is the question on everyone's mind. This is Timothy Tatman's moment here, and he gets the win against Summit. It was Giant Head versus Giant Head, and Tim the Tatman's bald head is the winner.
Another 100 subs from Tryndamere, making the rounds.
At the very beginning of that round,
I mean, if they're going
to Summit's ult with the combo,
I could do with some. So just saying. If they're getting past around.
Tryndamere, if you want to hook it up, brother, by all means, come on through. You know, twitch.tv/GoldenBoyFW, live at 9 p.m. You know what I'm saying, baby?
Yeah, let's do the. Oh wait, man, you're not even live.
I'm not live. I'm not live because I'm here commentating and entertaining the audience, millions of people around the globe, listening to the sultry tunes of the What Face.
Well, let's see.
That's number 6 of the stream, everybody.
You're not even hosting. So here's the funny thing, Golden Boy. You're not hosting Twitch Rivals, but you are hosting BalaTW, who is currently watching our stream. So You're kind of
wraps
hosting
around.
Twitch Rivals.
Ball
It all
is my
comes back.
boy. Ball, if you're watching, huge shout out to you, man. I'm looking forward to seeing him cast in Valorant, hopefully. Tim the Tap Man. Oh, what a shot there. The transfer from one to the other. That was just very well done there.
Great play.
Timothy Tatman.
Not trying to gas myself.
Timothy.
His full name is Timothy.
Timothy. That is a decent amount of damage with the ghost there, the kind of the silence pistol. So it does 105 damage to the head if you're close enough, 30 to the body. So he was able to get a headshot plus a couple of body shots there. And really been able to do enough to give an 11-2 lead now. Like, we haven't really seen a stomp yet until now. Like, all the other games have been fairly closely contested, but this one has really got away from us.
To quote good old JR, we're looking at a slobber knocker here, people. It ain't getting prettier.
Also, those of you who are counting like me, that's the second wrestling reference from Golden Boy. So that's 2 wrestling references and 6 what faces.
Can I do anything right? Can I do anything right?
I'm not saying you do anything wrong. I'm just counting.
Okay. Any 2 emotes? Anybody got a 2 emote? And honestly, Gaskin, if we had a global Twitch emote, wouldn't we plug it every time we possibly had the chance? Like,
absolutely.
I can't really fault him.
There it is. No. Fault him. All you want. Just fault him
all you want.
As much as you can. Please fault him.
Any what faces in chat?
Oh, look at this here. Tim's going to go for the push. My goodness. That was just Dizzy, Flom, like everyone's just having a good time. Everyone's just having a good time. Tim he's contributed he's done his part. He did his part. He picked up a big win. He got himself a double in the last 2 rounds ago. All he had to do there was just stand and look pretty. And, you know, I mean, Timothy Tatman.
It's okay.
Timerson Tatman. The Timothy Tatman.
Alex is somehow making a tongue twister without realizing it. It'll be one that we'll remember for days to come in our social distancing.
No, indeed. The cage gets put by the Cypher, and then also with the Molotov in there too. Gonna go in for that orbital drop. Just trying to put some death from above, perhaps. But he will have some teammates around the corner, playing on the outside. He has one on the flank as well. It should be pushing up. It gets punished, as a matter of fact. I was gonna be Ace, getting a little gully on the front, on the flank. But Hiko stops that one right then and there. That's going to expose them on sites. A and B will be wide open here because you will have one player located close by, but they don't have vision inside of the site. Bomb has been planted. Spike is out. Dizzy gets a pick, but immediately gets traded out. And now it becomes a 2v2, excuse me. Tim Tatman pushes in. Tim Tatman, let's go. He gets himself 2 again, and Tim is just contributing. He's a team player.
He did so much that round. Not only is the victorious round, but he was smoking off, using the sky smokes to delay them from pushing through, and delaying is always very important in these games because of that clock that's ticking down. Forces them to plant the spike elsewhere, and then with the rotation, had all the information from his team, and Team Bravo get the W.
Is Tim the Tatman the best Valorant player that we've seen? He's been on the winning team both times now, guys. At some point, we have to ask ourselves this question. Is Tim the Tatman the best Valorant player right now? Chat, let me know. Let me know. Just go ahead and spam. Just say yes or no.
I mean,
yes or no.
Tat W's in the chat for yes. What faces in the chat for no, chat.
I like that one. I didn't make that reference.
It's been a good day. It's been a good day. You didn't. If I just do it for you, then it's not shameless self-promotion. But someone's selling out. It's not. I'll be here. I'll be here all week.
Some guy.
All right.
Some guy literally said, "No, what?"
Lots of what faces. Chat does not believe in Tim. I thought Tim did pretty good. Chat, go give that man some love.
I tried, dude. I tried.
To be fair, I think he has like the most viewers on Twitch right now. Okay, so I think we are gonna go to a quick break, get the next game ready, chat. Maybe swap out some streamers. We'll see. Stick around here on Twitch Rivals. right, we are back here with more Twitch Rivals Valorant action. One of the first times the world has gotten to see Valorant gameplay in full. It's been pretty fun so far. I'm your host, Wavepunk. I've got a Gaskin and a Golden Boy here with me. Gaskin, this broadcast has revealed so much, like the depth of this game, and I feel like it's just going to keep getting deeper as people get to explore it next Tuesday.
Yeah, this is just surface level. I mean, we're seeing some of the best players explore the game when it first came out in alpha, when they get their hands on it in beta and they're able to really go at it for a longer amount of time. Because like you said at the start of the stream, they played maybe like, I don't know, 20 hours, maybe a little bit more if they didn't sleep, which some people didn't. But once they get more time on the game and they start to explore things, they get into custom games with other people in these closed lobbies, they are really going to find these kind of different spots where you can use different abilities, where you can find different angles, get different height advantages over people. There's so much more that we're yet to see.
Yeah, I can't wait for everyone to look back on this broadcast and then be like, we did that? That's going to be great.
Also to be
that's
wow,
when it's all worth it.
They're going to look back at this broadcast and be like, wow, we had no idea how cool this game was at the time. We thought we knew, but we didn't know. Like the fact that Counter-Strike many, many years later, they're still discovering ways to play the game. So incredible. And then you add the character depth to it. It's going to be amazing to see where this game goes. But these are the teams actually keeping them basically the same here across all three of these games. And so far, Bravo has won both the games. Alpha here, we'll need to see some change out of these guys. But, I mean, this is one of those times where it's like, what does the team need to do to possibly come back into the series? It's like, honestly, just the two games they've played, they've probably learned so much. This could easily be a completely different game.
I got the recipe. I got the recipe, baby. Here it is. Here it is. Put the game on the back, okay, of the thickness, okay, the girthquake, Tim Tatman. Let him go wild. Let Tim the Tatman be the one that leads you to victory. That's where I'm going to leave it. My prediction goes to Bravo. It's going to be a sweep.
Wow, they've really convinced you. He was originally the reason why they were going to lose the game, and now he's the reason they're going to win the game. What a arc, what a story, what a redemption.
I've changed my tune. Wavepunk. Tim the Tatman, okay, is the future of competitive Valorant, and ain't no one in this chat can convince me otherwise. No matter how many times they spammed no, they would never convince me.
All right. Well, as we get into gameplay, Gaskin, out of the 10 people we got in this game, who would you encourage our viewers to go jump on the stream of? They can do that through that Twitch Rivals extension on the left. Who should they go watch?
Personally, I'd go and watch Aceu just because I think his individual skill and his ability is just rising as we watch game after game. He got better throughout the weekend. He set records with the amount of kills. That man is incredible at video games, and he's also incredible at Valorant. But we joined this one, and it's already 1-0 as we're on board with Dr. Lupo, who's going to be playing Breach now instead of Omen, just trying to get some information and flash through walls so that he can push out a little bit further, as we're now on Bind instead of Haven. So just the 2 bomb sites here to plant the spike.
I loved watching Haven for the time that we had an opportunity to do so, because it's such a unique map. The teleporters on this one are great, don't get me wrong. It's fun to use. It's instant rotation for you and your team. It's great, but there's something about 3 bomb sites that just, in a game like this, it's just fun. It's different, right? We never really had it before. Also, I like seeing more. Oh, look at the bouncing there from Dizzy. He was trying to just bounce his way out of that one. Unfortunately, they just got shredded as they charged on through to A short. Last player is going to be there. Stranded. It's Ace. Goodbye. Ace, you cannot stay alive. That's the flawless for them. And yeah, that was a good round. At round number 2, by the way, because yes, you're right. They did win that first round as we jumped midway into that one. You know what, man? The more I'm seeing it, Dan, the more I'm playing Breach. It's happening. I'm playing Breach because I just like the idea of being able to flash through a wall. That just seems so useful.
Yeah, he's very strong, and I feel like his abilities are harder to avoid than some of the other agents that are possible to use as well, and those that have other flash abilities. For example, I think Phoenix's, you get you get a small amount of time where you can turn away. With Omens as well, it's not as strong a flash, so I think Breach is going to be a very powerful agent that we're going to see many people use. Just to touch on teleporters as well, and something that I haven't really mentioned, you talk about defensively how you can use them to rotate, but something I saw during the alpha was people using them offensively, running towards B, getting to a point where they force the rotation from their opposition, and then suddenly all of them diving through the teleporter and instead pushing A with the spike instead. So going for that double fake, as Lupo will pick out Tim the tap man. Tim didn't check his corners, didn't check his angles, and Lupo took advantage of it.
Yeah, a lot of players like to hang out in the corner to the left here of Dr. Lupo. It's a kind of common area. That dark, what was that called again? I'm sorry. The dark cover is thrown down, allowing Lupo to pick up that orb. Once again, to kind of recap, the orbs that you see there are in exposed areas in the map, and they allow you to be able to get one tick further toward your ultimate ability. You get that every single round. You get a tick. You also get a tick for kills, and you get a tick by picking up one of those neutral orbs. It can be the difference between winning and losing a round, depending on the character that you're playing. A very, very useful mechanic to keep in mind. Summit is going to get picked off, though, by Dizzy. There goes the flash now, once again, seeing if someone's going to be around the corner. And I believe going to have one individual there as well. Cloaksy, he gets picked. That's going to leave this site to be pretty exposed here, Dan.
A little bit exposed, but Lupo's got decent position. Woo. And that was a challenge from Dizzy. That's the confidence from someone with incredible aim, but of course there is always a thing in some of these shooters called Peeker's advantage, where you might see someone before they see you, with the way that the game is like netcoded and whatnot. From what I've gathered, Riot have tried to eliminate that factor as best as possible, and they've tried to make it so you will see the other person the same time they see you, just as you would in real life, or at least as close to it. But Dr. Lupo was holding the angle there. He knew exactly where Dizzy was going to be, and he's able to get the kill. And they go 3-0 up here, and it's a good time to really talk about Breach, because he is one of the characters and one of the agents that we maybe didn't know as much about going into the alpha. His aftershock ability it's like a fusion charge. You fire it and it's like a slow burst that goes through the wall, and that burst can do heavy damage to anyone who might be in the way of it. So you can damage an opponent through a wall before they've even pushed you. And I'd say a lot of his abilities and his utility is about kind of slowing opponents, doing a little bit of damage here or there. And he's more of a support character rather than your kind of, I'm going to push in and I'm going to be aggressive.
Yeah, you can play a lot of these characters in different ways as well, which is really fun. Because while some may look at someone like Sage and say, oh, you are 100% a defensive character, that's where you're going to thrive, you may struggle on offense. That's not necessarily true, because Sage has a lot of utility that you can take advantage of to give you high ground, to heal teammates, the resurrection, even the slow once you retake a site, because that's what Sage is really good at doing. Some characters just lock down sites, plain and simple, and it just can be the difference for your squad in that round, depending, and it could shift the pendulum in your favor.
Does almost have the charge on his ultimate, on his Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is an ult that you can fire through the wall again, like he has been with his other abilities, but it will stun and knock up opponents that are in its way. So if you are stood in the way of that, you are going to struggle and you're going to be dazed for quite some time. So it's a fantastic way to push onto a site. If you tell your teammates, you say, I'm about to use my Rolling Thunder, they wait. As soon as that Rolling Thunder has been activated, that's when you push onto the site, and you're probably going to walk into a lot of sitting ducks, and it should be some pretty comfortable kills.
When we had our opportunity to talk to Riot about what their vision was for the game and everything, there was just one particular thing that I really liked, was how they identified the roles. Because, when you play a game like CS, for example, and you dive into it for the first time, maybe a little unaware, right? Like I recently just started picking up Counter-Strike more frequently. I watched it at the professional level all the time because, I just enjoyed the game as an esport. But I started playing it a little bit more, but I never really got comfortable in the role that I was playing for my team. But this game kind of, I don't want to say it locks you. It's like more of a soft lock, if you will, where each individual agent has something that can really help out. For example, the way it was categorized was, you have characters that are like controllers. Their whole thing is that they shape the way that the battlefield is going to play. Then you have other characters that they've deemed sentinels. These are very defensive characters that reinforce territory. So as you play the game, you'll learn more about it. And Tim gets that kill there with the orbital strike. Very well done, as he dropped that one right down. And then just to continue on, you have the initiators, your entry fraggers, your duelists, and the roles are, again, they're not like 100% locked in. You determine what that is with how you play the game. But it's nice that they thought about how roles, which is something that League of Legends has, can play a factor into a game like this.
It's a 1v2, now a 1v1. ASU takes down Summit. He does have the advantage in that he has to be pushed here. He doesn't necessarily have to peek his opponent. He can wait, but of course he's checking both sides to see where his opponent's going to be pushing from. It is an Omen, so Omen can teleport, but the teleport doesn't come through, and Hiko gets taken down by ASU, and that's going to be the clutch for him. Something very satisfying about playing Valorant, and when you get that clutch, and the game just shouts out clutch, and like everyone else just knows that you've done something a little bit different. It's good to get a little bit of a pat on the back from the game.
Oh yeah, back in the day when you played Unreal Tournament, you know, and you got double kill, you know, or Halo as well, right?
Exactly.
Like, love those, man. Yeah, there's little things just to identify to everyone in the server that I'm better than them. There's always a plus.
Yeah, it happens rarely for you, but when it does...
I knew you were going to do that, bro. I knew you were going to do that.
You tried to get there before me, but no, I got there quickly. So Tim's sitting here by the teleporter door. So we've spoken a lot about the teleporters, but just in case you didn't know where they are, he is literally next to the teleporter door. It's a one-way teleporter, so people can come through it, but he cannot open that door whatsoever. There could be people in that room, so when you teleport, you are stuck in a room, and then it's up to you as to whether you walk forward and open those doors. You will get a clear indication of when someone pushes you, because the sound is very loud, as Alex has said a few times already this broadcast. People will know if you go through the teleporter. It doesn't really matter where on the map. It is so loud. If you have your fancy schmancy headphones, you're gonna know they're there.
Yeah. But furthermore, too, it just you mentioned going into or exiting out of it is initiated by you automatically by your agent's presence by the door. So it's not a button that you would press. It just opens up automatically. So if you go through the teleporter and stay still, the door won't open. If you move forward, it'll open. But if you go back, it actually won't open. And speaking of going back, one time I actually did get caught. I rotated from B-long, hit the teleporter, went all the way around to Showers, right where we are right now, and a player actually stayed back in the teleporter room anticipating the rotation and then picked me off as soon as I came through that door. I couldn't believe it. I was stunned.
A lot of sneaky peepers around as Tim's trying to be sneaky. You can see the white line around the bomb site, so that is actually where you can plant the spike. In other games, you don't necessarily get that indication of where you can plant. He tries to get it down, but Hiko, as soon as he heard the sound, straight onto the site, takes Tim the Tatman down, and now it's 4-2. This one's a little bit closer, though, than the previous game. Thankfully, because we don't want to see stomps, do we?
No, we don't want to see stomps.
Or do we?
I mean, you know, it's been a while. We've been casting for, I mean, almost like 5 hours now.
But who's counting?
Stomps are fun.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you get to my age level, you know, you start to count the hours. The stakes.
53.
53. It's actually very true. 50. More 50. 52. That's what I feel like.
Hashtag
all right. Well, yeah. Well, someone who isn't a boomer is ASU, who, as you have mentioned a few times, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, is someone that we need to keep an eye on when it comes to Valorant, whether it would be as a professional gamer or it would be as a content creator. This guy is going to bring just clip after clip after clip. Oh, that was a great use of the cage there from Cypher. Going to secure the orb. So let's see what they decide to do here. Got to time that out, though, a little bit better next time, simply because once that goes down, you're exposed, and flying right on through, trying to blink forward, gets into the backfield here. And he hears someone around the corner. That's actually why he's going to be slowing down. Ally planting at the top of the screen. A secures the kill on Hiko. One in hookah, one playing low. Where are these guys going to be located currently? They have no vision in the backfield. Perhaps someone's going to be rotating, but everyone seems to be looking up front. It could be one player, or it could be the two as well. Cloaksy picks up himself a double. And now it's going to be down to a 1v2 here. What was looking really good before may have just taken a turn for the worse, but ASU's trying to keep this one alive here. Lupo right in front of him. That was the first kill. He's got the Sage now. I believe this is going to be Mendo, perhaps. He's waiting around the corner. Both players sneaking. Holding it down, and that's actually Cloaksy, who does not come out on top on that exchange. Tried to poke around the corner. He secures himself to win.
Just watching ASU's point of view, I mean, his crosshair placement is very good. You can tell he's played a lot of other tactical shooters in the past. but it's how he walks close to the wall as well when he's approaching. He wants to limit the amount of angles that he can be shot from, stay tight to that wall, and then he'll quickly poke out to try and take advantage of someone not expecting him to be there. So really intelligent play from him. Very basic stuff if you have played the likes of CS, but just seeing it in action is good for people to acknowledge that if you haven't played these types of games.
ACU with the Sheriff. This is going to be your one-shot, just decimator. Also, people did mention about this particular gun here. They're seeing the Spectre with that really cool skin. So Riot actually allowed us to be able to pick up as many skins as they had available, because there were a lot of really cool ones. And this one is probably the coolest because it's an homage to the old school Nintendo Entertainment System days, the NES. Little Duck Hunt love in there. This probably was my favorite skin, hands down, of the entire weekend that I had to play this game, because I love Duck Hunt.
They also, by using the same kind of currency, as it were, to unlock the skins, you have to unlock the agents as well. You start with, or at least we started with, a certain amount of agents, but then we unlocked them. And I imagine that when we get into the full game, there may be a situation where you only start with a select amount of agents, and then you have to choose to try and kind of level one up so that you can then unlock another agent. I don't really know how it's going to happen, but that's kind of exciting for me, because I love any game that implements any sort of like grinding system where you can unlock fun things, like not just skins, but also get agents as well. So you can be like, oh, cool, I've unlocked this agent, so now I can play him. And then other people will be like, oh, I need to unlock Breach because he's so powerful, or something like that.
Oh man.
No.
So again, as we mentioned about the teleporter, when you go through, there's no other teleporter there. You just get teleported into this room. So you can hide out in the room if you want, go back, and the doors won't open. And just as you saw right there, someone else went through the teleporter, but you only have 5 HP remaining. So that was a tough fight to win from the get-go. But yeah, that was cool.
Next chance is on Tuesday when everyone is streaming the actual game.
Here's Hiko in his plane now.
He's trying to play the game on stretch now. I only played native.
I just like that, you know, he's held true to it. I mean, he's Hiko. Why not? Why not just live your best life?
Does the plane ever change, or is it always the same one?
Well, I mean, you know, how many planes do you have, Dan?
3, actually, to be precise.
I didn't know that. I
They
didn't
are
think that was
toy ones, but
okay. I have none. Even though I am a global icon and I am a national treasure, you know, I'm conscious of the sky.
90%.
You know, I fly coach to support the community.
Some say the sky is the limit. Not in this game, though. There is no skybox, as far as we're aware. So
No
that
limit.
means that you can just pop your flashes over, or your abilities over, or your little poison abilities. You can fire them with Viper. And there are some really interesting angles that we've already seen demonstrated, not just in this stream, but also what I saw in the alpha as well. Like, you can bounce things off certain walls and over buildings, as Hiko's not able to survive, gets taken down. And it's going to be 5-4 now. This one definitely a tighter affair.
Yeah.
I was a bit concerned that we were going to see stomp after stomp after stomp, but it looks like the likes of Hiko, they've stepped up now.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far from this game. You mentioned Viper and the snake bite ability in particular, and that is again, you may have seen it a few times pop up when Viper's playing. It basically just lays down like green liquid on the floor that if you walk on, it's toxic and it will damage you. Again, it's when you can get creative about how you want to be able to place a lot of these abilities, the game is going to continue to evolve. As I was playing Viper for the first time, I had found so many cool little spots that I could bounce off of, and even like get the projectile to just land a little bit faster, so that this way it would, you know, stop a push in a particular area. As you experiment around with it, and I think a lot of people are probably going to load up like a custom game or something like that. Just run around the maps a little bit, learn the maps, learn the angles, do all that good stuff. Learning is fun. It's fundamental, as they say. And in Valorant, it's so important.
Yeah, the execution ability is just what really excites me about the game. If you are able to use some of the smoking abilities to smoke off certain areas of a site, and then someone might use the snake bite ability from a Viper to stop people from rotating accordingly to get to the site quicker. Like, there's all these things that if you use them together, then you suddenly becomes a very strong execute and a very strong push. As Hiko got a really nice snipe with the op there, and that'll be the round for them. They just someone has to actually defuse the bomb. They're just having a little discussion
eventually
there.
we'll get there. Hey, just have the conversation amongst yourselves. You only got a few seconds to do so, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That will be the 6th round one here for Hiko and squad. They've been looking pretty good so far. Saving up. They're going to get Cloaksy as well. We'll have the revive for this next round. Losing out on the Sage early, when your strategy potentially depends on it, that hurts. You lose the heal, you lose the wall, and when they have the ult ready, losing out on the ultimate ability that hurts. It really does.
You can see in my radar top.
For the most part as well, you've seen that economy-wise, like money hasn't been too much of an issue for anyone throughout this game. They've mostly been able to get the weapons they want. Occasionally, we'll see them switch to the SMGs when they can't afford some of the more expensive assault rifles. But I would say that the SMGs are very powerful, especially with, I mean, I used a lot of Brimstone, and of course he has that ability to throw down the stim beacon, which allows him to get rapid fire. With those SMGs and rapid fire, you can rinse people. Even if they've got an assault rifle, you walk around with an SMG and you spray and pray, boy, you can have some fun. You can get some insane multi-kills because you can drop the stim. You can get the ability to fire faster. You can then walk out of the stim, and you will still have that ability for a short while. So you can walk onto site, you can spray, you have faster spray, and people aren't necessarily going to be expecting you to push that aggressively, and they probably won't think you're going to take that much damage as Hiko gets one hell of a shot onto Aceu, and he's doing some incredible stuff.
Yeah, that whole time he was hanging out by Heaven, and he kept deploying the dark cover. And as he kept doing that by Shower, it prevented that player, the Jet, to try and progress through because you don't know like where they're going to be located there. So it was a very smart play to keep the high ground yet continuously utilize his smokes. Also, I don't think we really touched on this so much, but a lot of the abilities, so you have each character, each agent has 3 abilities, right? 2 of them you purchase in the store. 1 of them you gain as an ultimate, but another ability is one that's with you all the time, right? So in the instance of Sage, as you're seeing here, her ability that is with her all the time is her heal. You don't have to purchase it. Once you use it, then that is where the parameters change. So for some characters, if you use it like Sage or even Omen's Dark Cover, that's on a cooldown. But in the instance of, I think it's Phoenix, if you use his flash and if you use the flash and then you get a kill, you get 2 kills, then the flash would recharge. So some abilities have the benefit of being usable again because you were able to be effective with them, and then others are on a cooldown. And I think that's also where it makes Omen, for example, very, very useful because you're actually going to have smokes quite a bit in a round.
See a wallbanging attempt here from Dizzy as well. Just trying to see if anyone is pushing through here. You can wallbang so many areas on this map. We don't know if he actually connected with anyone, but he certainly is aware of where people could be. Wall is still there. You can shoot down the wall. Just in case anyone hasn't seen, there's an indication there. He shoots down the wall and also gets Hiko to boot. And they're able to win the round. 5-7 now. But yeah, that wall is really annoying from Sage because you might 5-man rush towards an A site and then suddenly that wall comes up and you have the decision. Do we wait or do we just spray down this wall and let everyone know we're here? And it can be so frustrating because you're just delayed. And sometimes being delayed a couple of seconds can lose you a round. And that's why it's so important to utilize these smokes, these walls or flashes, anything that can slow your opponents down is really going to help you.
It truly can be the difference maker between winning out a round outright and a good old-fashioned throw. Well, let's see now as the buy phase is concluded. And I guess to bring this back, when you're in that buy phase, whatever you do inside of those barriers actually does not make an audible sound effect to anyone outside of it. So if one was potentially closer, for example, like if I think there's like somewhere like I think it's on Haven, I want to say, where some of the barriers are a little close to one another. You will not hear whatever it is that they're doing inside of the barrier there. So again, just kind of continue to hammer on some of the mechanics that maybe people who have seen Counter-Strike before have not necessarily or not necessarily used to. And the reason why they also do the barrier too, and here we go though, as a matter of fact, around the corner, Jordan Fisher with a triple. Nice. He's so proud of himself. He's so smug. He's dancing away. He's going in for the 4 because he knew it was coming, and that's why he got up, and that's unfair, but we'll just take it anyway. Nicely done, Jordan. But yeah, like the reason why those barriers exist is actually to try and prevent timings from being thrown off. Because Jet, for example, can just ruin timings with her blink.
Yeah, and the position she can get in and the areas that she can kind of smoke off for a little amount of time could really allow a team to execute too comfortably, I'd say. So I think the barriers were a really good idea, and I think the reason why the sound thing that you talk about is so important is because if you want to get into a position on a site, you don't want to feel like the team's going to know exactly where you are. So as long as they can't hear you, you can be comfortable in that your sneaky little spot in the corner won't be known, at least via an audio cue anyway. They probably will know it after they played the game for a few hours. You start to realize the spots that people sit in, as unfortunately Lupo was just caught with his pants down there.
Or he was caught looking at his GPS, man, just trying to watch some videos, you know, maybe catch a stream. I don't know. I was just trying to see what Dr. Lupo would do. Or perhaps he was looking at his Texas Instruments calculator. Just try and calculate the chances that he would be able to come out and win that round. Turns out it was 0.
You'll see when his Twitch Prime was able to be given to Summit here, his new favorite streamer.
Yeah, there you go.
So looks like we got a hype train going here on Twitch Rivals. Level 3 complete.
Wow.
Keep it going. Get involved if you want some free emotes. And meanwhile, we're gonna leave you guys on board with Summit for a bit. We're gonna step away. We'll be right back.
I do appreciate it, guys. Thank you, dudes.
I heard him. He's behind the boxes. I'm gonna flash. He
mollied.
There you go. Flash.
Give me a drop, dude. I hope you guys get some, dude. I hope you guys get a freaking drop.
I can flash again once that goes away. Do it. There you go.
He smoked up top.
He smoked it. All right, let's chill.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Well, up behind us. That's not where you're going.
Oh fuck.
Okay,
Well, this is awkward.
it's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Does smoke off back hall right now? Like CT?
Finally, we pick up a freaking orb.
Revealing area. Found them.
One's close right. Trying to catch him falling back there, basically, because he knows he got caught up, right? Nice. Later, Flom. I'm back off.
Nice, you know.
I'm out. I think there might be one on the site still.
There is.
One enemy remaining.
Dead. I got him.
Flank, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's Jordan. He's gonna be flying. He's gonna be flying.
He said, yeah, it's Jordan. He's gonna be flanking. Yeah, Jordan was like watching a lot of flanking.
Droned into hookah.
Out of charges.
Probably long. Short. Hookah, I mean.
Hookah.
Top side. Let's see guys.
How come you're not playing and watch yourself play? Because the embargo lifts today, but we can't play until the 7th. We can show what we've recorded, but we can't. We can't play the actual closed beta yet.
Get my Vandal.
Stand over. Let's go, boys. 5 more.
I'm gonna need a drop. If you want to drop that or buy me one.
Yeah, I'll drop. I'll buy one.
Thanks. Can someone get this?
Yeah, I got you, bud. There you go. Let's say I've never did anything for you.
How do the bounces work with Sova's bow? You hold left click for strength, and then there's 2 little things below on the below that big bar.
I'm gonna make
you right click
see if he does the
for
same
1
thing.
bounce, and you right click again for 2 bounces. It'll fill those bars up.
Yeah, he was blind. He was spraying in the corner.
Or if you don't fill it up at all, you don't right click at all. You just stick it to the first surface it touches. So that one I bounce it once.
Already.
I killed one.
I got him. You can do it now.
That one I bounced twice.
Found them.
One more just came back towards under hookah. I think.
I'm gonna smoke this. Do you want to run the portal?
He's playing that corner.
Sure.
Could be pushing along B as well. I'm so.
Alright, I'm going right now. Get close. These smokes don't last long.
Yeah, go.
I didn't go here. CT?
Hello.
Or Swan? I smoked him off.
Smoked it.
Maybe double smoked him.
Elbow. Inside.
Top running in. I'm gonna die then. Yeah, already elbow, dead.
Nice. Sight
off.
Okay, but worry about flank. No one comes. Watch on the left.
The
peek,
side
watch
player
on the left
smokes. In the box. Nice, nice.
2v1.
Unknown. Nice. Good round. Yo, good entries there. That was clean.
Take out Cypher's cameras.
The sniper
He's weak when he's
sounds
blind.
mean as fuck. Yeah, it's kicky. It's definitely kicky.
Cypher, yeah, he's so strong.
Put up. Can you put up? Can you put up?
Thank you.
Shit. You gonna go with me again?
Yep. Tim does the same thing. He just comes and any contact he just mollies. They might swing here though. If you're ready. I'm gonna post.
Get out of my way!
Walking out.
They're definitely over here. They Cypher, they trap wire at the left side. One's in
Revealing
shower.
area.
This is his slow, right?
Yeah.
Do you have res?
Okay, that's fine.
Just like this.
Shot dart.
There.
One's like
Not a good day to get a different
side.
internet installed, boys.
Shot dart.
Hopefully, no knock me off.
Sight one. He's
Right side.
You guys are alone up there for a second.
Right around the corner right there.
Bolt is ready.
Nice,
teleporter.
TP.
Teleporter summit. You got
Good
it.
kill.
Carrying it.
One spawn. Forward to default.
Behind with knife. Behind with knife.
One enemy remaining.
Knock out his spawn.
Last one.
I'm jumping out. He might be elbow already. Actually, he's gonna hold elbow fully.
Elbow.
He's elbow tag. Good job.
What internet are you getting? Oh man,
Scary.
scary. Let's not talk about it. And internet.
Still got the spike down. I got my ult point off of that. That means I
Puts
can
it,
afford
it
my
gives
buy.
me access to the web.
Yeah. Yo, Hiko, can you come with me?
It's your
And
shot
I want to kill this
idiot.
guy shower. It's there's so he shoots an arrow every time. I caught him off guard last time.
Electrified, thanks for the prime. Mikey.
I actually have my ult too. If he loses this round, we should use my ult.
You got a code? Wow, Pog.
For sure then. Yeah, you get that. I have mine, so I don't need it.
And we are back. You guys absolutely blasted this hype train, level 5, and we are 470% over it there. That might be a Twitch Rivals record. You guys are pretty awesome. Enjoy the hype emotes. So we're back on board with Cloaksy here. And Gaskin, I got a question about our ARs. We ran a poll earlier of which weapon class do people think that they will enjoy the most, and rifles won by a long shot, by no surprise. There's like 4 different ARs in this game. What differentiates one from another?
So your two most expensive assault rifles are going to be the Vandal, which is like an AK-47, and the Phantom, which is a carbine. So the AK or the Vandal, that's going to be your most powerful rifle. It's going to deal 156 damage to the head from any distance. If you can headshot someone just with a one tap, you are going to be able to kill them. The Phantom, its damage differentiates from when you are slightly further away from opponents, so it will do 156 damage to the head when you're within 15 meters of them, but it will go down to 140 meters up to 140 damage up to 30 meters, then 124 up to 50 meters. So a Phantom is going to be more forgivable in terms of its spray pattern and closer to like an SMG style spray, but it's not going to have the same amount of damage from distance as a Vandal. Then you've got the Guardian, which is a semi-auto single-fire weapon. That's going to do 195 damage to the head. So if you can just pop someone from across the map, they are guaranteed they are going to get killed. And then the Bulldog, which is the cheapest assault rifle for 2,100. That is an automatic weapon, but it can be switched to burst fire when you do zoom in. To the head, that's going to do 116 damage, 35 damage to the body. So if you can hit them with a full burst and one of those bullets connects with the head, very likely you are going to get a kill. So there's all these different playstyles that you can have using different assault rifles. The Phantom probably going to favor someone who's a bit more aggressive, whereas the Vandal is going to, and probably the Guardian, going to favor those who have more pinpoint accuracy. But all in all, I'd say Vandal, Phantom, and Guardian are very much usable weapons, and the Bulldog is maybe something you'll go in a round where your economy is not quite there.
Dan Gaskin, ladies and gentlemen.
A wonderful
That's
rundown of all the weapons. I love Cloaks. I love Cloaks just pulling up Tim's stream.
He's just so concerned about what Tim's going on. I get it. You know, you want to learn from the best player in Valorant right now, so I totally understand that.
I mean, we're running a poll right now on the Twitch Rivals extension on the left side of your screen. Is Tim the Tapman the best Valorant player ever? Yes, no, or I am. Currently, I am. Oh, chat, you all a bunch of
Of course, I am is gonna win. I am always wins. You can't just put I am there. Hold on, I'm going into this. I'm typing in. I'm clicking yes. I've clicked yes. I've contributed to it. I'm disappointed in 29% of you that said no and 48% of you that said I am. So much disappointment across
with all
the
this
board.
love, I'm slightly concerned that Tim the Tatman has given Golden Boy a little cheeky fiver under the table.
It was like, hey,
man, I'm a journalist. Kind of never doubt my professionalism. All right, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I am smiling, chat, if you're the best at Valorant. Despite not having a key. All you guys didn't have a key just a second ago, so it's crazy.
I have seen quite a lot of people tweeting that they have successfully got the drop, though, and that makes me very happy. A couple of my friends, not because of me and not because I'm here commentating before anyone says it, but people that I know that also are in the gaming world have been able to get some drops, and that makes me happy.
Did you happen to toss a fiver under the table to pop a riot, dude?
Top up coin for your drop yet? That could be a song, couldn't it? We could make a couple of songs here.
That sounds like a
drop
catchy
a
one.
coin for Eurito.
They should make a TV show around that song. That sounds good.
It would be good.
Oh, man. Yeah,
And
chat,
mine,
if you're wanting to get a drop, make sure your Riot account is linked to your Twitch account. Go to your settings on your Twitch page. It'll be on the top right corner. Click your little logo. Click the settings. Go to connections. Link it to your Riot account. If you're having trouble linking it, use a different browser. Make sure your pop-ups aren't blocked. Sometimes those can get in the way. And then just sit and watch this stream. Sit and watch any of the streamers in the category. And you guys should be able to get your drops up, Astral. One of the best Rocket League players in the world in chat right now. Go give that man a follow, too, while you're at it.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that. Everyone's just doing favors for friends today. Unbelievable. And here I am, a consummate professional, just calling it down the line, the way that I see it. The way
Get your
that
love
I
faces
see
in
it.
chat. That's what he wants,
if
chat.
you guys, think I'm a professional or not, you can go ahead and just type my face. I don't care.
Number 7.
There
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. It's 2v1 at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, 2v1. They're going to be going up against a breach there. And that was Dr. Lupo trapped in hookah. He had to try and get that kill on the player that was pushing him out from the teleporter in mid. But again, right, when you're getting pressured through the wall like that, even though his shot's going through the wall, it doesn't matter. It's still going to do some damage to you. And if it hits you, it's still going to throw you off. So it was a tough fight there, without a doubt. So far, so good, though, in this matchup. 10-10, exactly what you want to see. Some close games we've had here today, gentlemen. Besides that one game, we've had some close matchups.
Yeah, most of them have been evenly matched. And you saw that, you would have seen throughout the entirety of these streams, the knives that people hold. And, of course, you run faster when you have your knife out. But I know a lot of you people, you love your skins and you love the fact that you can get knives that look very sexy, as it were. And you might be thinking, how achievable, how easy is it for me to get a knife? Well, the knives, in terms of like comparison to how expensive they are to the other skins with the in-game currency, I'd say they're relatively achievable. You can even get bundles from what I've seen to where you can get the skins. So that's pretty cool. And I think the knives should be somewhat easily achievable for you all to have a nice little knife to run around with. Of course, unless anything changes going into beta or into the original game. I can only say what happened in alpha.
Yeah, keep in mind, what we witnessed in the alpha was very different and could actually change dramatically from what you guys end up experiencing in the beta when that opens up April 7th. For now, though, as we take a look at Dizzy's perspective, and also I do want to make a note, by the way, I know that we are, in some instances we could be a little bit behind there. We're keeping up with as much of it as we can. So the action as well continues to get hot and heavy here. A site, I think, is going to be wide open, and that's going to leave Jordan Fisher have to creep around the side here in mid. Does get called out, so they know exactly where he's going to be. Tim the Tatman now. Maybe he'll be the hero that they all deserve. If Jordan Fisher can stay alive, not get pushed, he has to watch out for two different angles as Tim starts to make his advancement toward the site. And now finally starting to run into someone. So they know that the two players that are left alive are not going to be rolling together. And they have all 5 up as well.
And they have retreated. They have said, this is not achievable. We've run out of time already. We're not going to be able to get onto the site, so we're going to save our weapons. 45 seconds is how long the spike takes to detonate after planting. So that's something you've got to remember. There is no visual cue for how long the spike has been planted, so you have to remember that yourself. It's somewhere that if and I guess when this becomes an incredible esports title, coaches will be very important to ensure that people are pushing onto the site and they know how long is left for you to defuse that spike.
I can buy a gun.
The writing is certainly on the wall, man. I'll tell you that much.
Someone asked in chat, how do I know if my account got whitelisted? Up in the top right corner, there's 3 icons. There's the Twitch Prime icon, there's the bell for notifications, and then there's the whisper icon for messaging people on Twitch. It's that middle one, the bell. Once there'll be a notification on it. You click on it, and it'll say, hey, you've been whitelisted, or something to that effect. And then all you gotta do is download the game and just be ready to play it on Tuesday, April 7th.
Yeah, maybe. No, he's there with an op.
Just that simple, Forehead.
He's there. Hit one.
Just get whitelisted, Forehead.
Just get whitelisted, Forehead. That's it.
Oh,
Don't do anything else. Just get whitelisted. Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, I thought he actually had a little bit of a jump on him there. Well done by Jordan. Keeping that aim steady.
Just such whiffies. Just such
There's
whiffies.
Summit, though.
Oh my god, the whiffies.
Find someone over at the back spawn. By metal. Oh, finally, he's going to get picked off there. Who's that? You asked? Tim the Tap Man.
A few more hours. I think there's like 2 more hours.
Gets himself another.
Probably after
Yes,
this,
chat, he's
we'll
still
watch
going
the-
with this Tim the Tap Man hype train. We don't know why either, but we'll allow him to continue. Because to be fair, Tim has
I don't
played
mind.
pretty well. He has
love
played
Tim.
pretty well.
Ooh, love that play. Love that play. Oh, that was so sick there. That was so sick. Mendo using the updraft there from Jet to get up on top of the wall that was placed there by the Sage. Only netted himself 1 kill, but if he had someone else to try and create that distraction for him, just anyone around there to give him the help he would have needed, he actually could have caught them off guard and potentially even got himself the round win.
Yeah, that's where Jet and Omen can be really powerful, and where you can catch Sages off guard. Because I think a lot of people who play Sage, when they put that wall down, they think they're almost untouchable because someone's going to have to shoot through or break through, and they'll get the audio cue. But Jet and Omen can get on top of those walls. Omen will give an audio cue as well, and he doesn't have the ability to do it as fast as Jet, so Jet is certainly better at doing it with the updraft. But 11-11 now, and we're heading towards a possible overtime, as Hiko is going to be using the ultimate to go behind the enemy lines here. They would have got the audio cue, and they would have seen that he was going to be pushing in, but he's able to get a couple of sprays through, does get caught in a trap, but he's going to utilize now these shadows to just smoke off certain areas, blind his enemies, and get that spike planted with the team.
Yeah, that was just great use of the utility that is provided by Omen as he charges on through and gets a double there. Just blasts those two. And that is going to be the 12th round win. Match point now potentially for this team. Hiko working hard to get this dub.
12-11. And we will go to overtime if the score goes to 12-12. And then it's just one round, one single round that is played. It doesn't go into any sort of like 3 rounds on one side or 3 on the other. It's just one round, and whoever wins that will take the game. Well, certainly that's how the matchmaking worked in the alpha.
One more, same spot. 2 more. One more.
I can hear a little bit of communication between the teams as well. But look at the aggression from Flom there, just pushing out. Actually, several players just getting aggressive on this B side. And it's something you very rarely see.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about that. I think maybe because they were playing so passive on B the entire time, and on top of which they know that they won't be able to get flanked around because of the Omen. That would not have worked out, but it doesn't matter. They get the victory. GG. Well done by Hiko and company to pick up the dub. Summit, Hiko, Mendo, Cloak, and Lupo get the win.
I think this is just showing it's broken to have an O on the end of your name with the Hiko, the Mendo, the Lupo, these guys. They're all live on Twitch right now, streaming their gameplay. Go use that Twitch Rivals extension. Talk to them about that win. Be like, yo, what was the biggest part of that win? What was important to you? What did you learn in this game? I'd love to hear from them, and maybe we'll get to hear from some of those streamers here in just a little bit, chat. But we couldn't do any of this without the support of our partners. Thank you so much to the U.S. Army. Join millions of experts in their field. What's your warrior? And also Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel includes ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. Learn more at GameFuel.com. I've got one right here. I know Golden Boy's had some. I know Gaskin was just dying to get his hands on them, folks. And you should go get yours too, but do it in a safe way. Keep social distancing active with everybody. Try and get to where we can all get back back outside. I'm tired of being in just my room by myself. Okay, we are going to take a quick break, folks. When we come back, I think we are maybe switching gears on streamers, getting some new people in the door. We'll find out here. Stick around. We are watching Twitch Rivals.
Welcome back, everyone, to Twitch Rivals here. Golden Boy, one of your commentators for the day. And it has been a great day so far, as we've seen so many great broadcasters playing Valorant and just sharing their overall experiences with you guys, the viewers. Make sure you all tuning in to all the streams that have drops enabled. Doesn't matter where you watch, doesn't matter who you watch, doesn't matter how many viewers are in the channel. So long as they have drops enabled, you guys can go and check out those streamers whenever and however you want. But one of those streamers that I actually wanted to talk to is actually a really good friend of mine, someone who I've admired for his skill for a very long time. It's none other than Hiko, who is joining me here today. Hiko, how you doing, bud?
I am doing good, Alex. How are you doing? It feels like it's been a long time since we've talked.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw you was Gamers for Giving, I want to say.
2 years ago now,
right?
yeah. It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah. It's been a while, man. It's been a while. So I just want to ask you real fast. And by the way, the stream is seeing my almonds here on the side. You know, your boys got to stay, nutritionized. Anyway, moving forward. So Hiko, tell me, initial thoughts on Valorant. How do you feel about the game? What were you expecting going into it?
Honestly, I wasn't really sure what to expect. I mean, I think, at least with the Counter-Strike community, there was a lot of, oh, this game's going to be bad. There's so many abilities. The abilities are overpowered. Having wall hacks, having resurrections, like the game's going to be trash. And I was pretty open to it. I mean, I played recently. I just randomly started grinding Overwatch, and I actually liked Overwatch as well. So I think this game is kind of a good mix of both worlds. The shooting is a lot more like Counter-Strike, which to me is, as a Counter-Strike player, obviously that feels good. The shooting feels way more rewarding than Overwatch does. So I guess just comparing the two of those games, like Counter-Strike and Overwatch, to this game, I think this game is maybe not as, it's not a Counter-Strike killer like a lot of people will say, I don't think, but I think it's a good change of pace. It's a good change of scenery to a game that's been out for 20 years now. So I'm excited. I had a ton of fun. I loved this game. Like, I really liked it. So
yeah, I think when I got into it for the first time, when we all jumped into the alpha and had a chance to mess around with some of the games and stuff, I what really caught me off guard was that I thought that the abilities would kind of, you mentioned before, be a little overpowered, but they weren't. They complemented, and I enjoyed the fact that every single time I was killed, I knew that it was because of something that I did wrong, which is, again, like an experience that you will get, a very similar experience that you would get from something like Counter-Strike. But let's talk about the maps, though, because Counter-Strike is known for these iconic maps, obviously like Dust 2, for example, that have really just, some even deemed it the perfect map. And Valorant has done their best to try and just go in a different direction. For example, Bind has teleporters, no mid, that is, at least no wide mid area. And then Haven has 3 bomb sites. How do you feel about the change-ups to the map design? Do you feel that it complements it or perhaps hurts it?
I think it might be too early to tell. I'm not entirely sure to give like a pure analytical standpoint, but I do think it makes things really interesting, because on the I always get the 2 names mixed up, but that the map with the 3 bomb sites, it seems like there's literally
Haven.
5 different, so Haven, there's literally 5 different entrance ways you can go down. So it kind of seems like you're literally just holding a choke point alone. And since there are 5 choke points, it makes things, I was just talking about it all during that last game. It opens up a lot of possibilities for flanking, both on the attacking and defensive side, which I think is actually really good. I think it makes people have to be more aware. It makes the map a lot less linear, like a lot of CS maps, which I think is actually a positive thing. And the other map with the teleporters, I think one-way teleporters are also just like a really cool mechanic that, there's a lot of outplay potential. There's a lot of like faking potential where, you rush one site, go through the teleporter, come back to their site, then go back to the like you can literally like triple, even 4 times faking around, which I think is super cool. And I think it'll be, initially it might be hard to understand how it works, but ultimately I think it'll be fun to watch. I think it'll be just a really nice like change of pace, if nothing else.
All right, before I let you go, because we're going to get back into some games here. I know people want to watch it. Favorite agent, number 1, go.
Omen.
Omen. Yes. Go,
do you want
briefly,
an
tell me why.
explanation or? Yeah,
Tell me
I
why
think his
briefly
abilities are good.
if you can.
Yeah, his abilities are good. They don't require that much thinking. So in a game where it's new and you just kind of run around and shoot, always being able to spam your abilities without much thought. That's why I like it. His ult, being able to teleport anywhere in the map, you can teleport to their spawn. It's pretty sick.
That's awesome. And as a person who doesn't do a lot of thinking himself, I actually think I might actually try out some Omen relatively soon. So Hiko, thank you so much for your time, my friend. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Looking forward to seeing you on stream. And I hope I don't run into your matchmaking because so far you look like a beast and I just don't think I can handle it. So GG's, man.
Yep. Thanks, man. Thanks for the interview. Have a good one.
Anytime, brother. Take it easy. All right, folks. Now we're going to dive right back into some Valorant goodness, folks, because we know you want it and we're going to give it to you. So let's just bring back our casters back into this. Let's get Wave back in. Let's get Gaskin back in. Let's throw into some gameplay. Let's have some fun and let's just jump right into it. And we are going to be in Haven. Oh, yeah. I like that.
Dropping from heaven. Never get it.
Thanks, man. It's almost like I've been doing this for almost a decade.
I was on stream first. Was a. Oh wow! I got 2 kills.
Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah, the game is awesome. Pushing.
Harvey on the team as well. Miss Harvey, amazing at CS:GO. I was able to commentate a lot of her games back in the day in Katowice. And there's really some potential for, again, a demonstration of some of the best players around the world, some of the biggest streamers as well, to show us what they're made of, this time on Haven. I like that we've been switching between Haven and Bind and seeing the main differences. And you can see how aggressive Electra is getting here. She can push up. She could have grabbed that orb if she had any sort of ability that could have covered her or smoked anything off, which, of course, as Viper, there is those abilities. You can use the potential chances to actually ensure that you could have grabbed the orb, but instead wants to save those abilities and just sits back and waits, gets a little bit patient.
Yeah, actually, fun fact, first game I played was with CDN, I want to say Electra, High Distortion, and I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but yeah, it was actually pretty fun, and she's a solid player, man, let me tell you. She had a few clutch moments without a doubt, but also another great player too is Iridium. But Iridium, unfortunately, will not be able to clutch up there. It's CDN, the squeeze comes out on top. Let's get some G in chat, people. CDN at third, in case you guys don't know, probably one of the funniest dudes I've ever met in my entire life. So, please, like, just go watch that guy. He's just too much. He's too much.
Been around gaming for so long. He was on that old reality TV show, the WCG Ultimate Gamer, along with a few other streamers like Cat Gun, and I believe Seltzer was also on that show.
I am definitely.
No, he's taken us back quite a long time.
That's right.
Way back.
I auditioned for that show too. Didn't get it.
Oh, rip. Well, hey, look at you now, huh?
Good at this game and to stream it all the time.
Look at me now, Mom. Sorry, it's been a while. I've been here for a very long time, and I need to munch on something real fast. But yes, look at me now, Mom. Eating food on Twitch Rivals. What a time to be alive.
It wasn't someone stepping on Sage's ice. That was just Golden Boy having a little munch.
Just me chewing up. I actually, look, I promised I wouldn't say anything about this, but Riot did hit me up and they were like, "Listen, GB, we need a great sound effect for this. You know, what do you think?" And I just started chewing in the microphone, and they used that for the ice. So that's it. That's the story of it.
He chewed for about 3 minutes, and then was like, "Okay, so here's my idea." And they're like, "Nope, we got it. Thanks."
We got it. It's good to go. So looking over here at the push onto the site now, this HD, he got that pick on Harvey, but ammunition right there for the stop. So for one, there was the Viper wall that Electra deployed, and the Viper wall that you see here, this green smoke that comes up, right? It's called the toxic screen. And it uses the gas canister that's at the middle of her whole kit down low at the bottom part of your screen. And that when the round starts, that will actually recharge. You can place these items early if you want, right? And you can activate them and deactivate them. So it's not like the other smokes that you would see where you place it here and then you kind of have to aim it right. No, with Viper, you actually can just put what you need where you need it and then hit the button and then you're good to go. And now that she's actually popped her ult on B, no one's going to try and push this one up.
Yeah, because if someone walks in to the Viper's pit, then they will be highlighted on her screen as well. So she will be able to see any player that walks in, and they are there, they are going to be vulnerable, and she'll take full advantage. I very rarely have seen Viper use that way as like a really defensive tool on a site that early, but I can understand it could really put off people from attacking B site, so then it forces them to either A or C, where other people may have set up accordingly to ensure that it's not going to be an easy push. Another cool thing about Viper with the Poison Cloud and the Toxic Screen is you can activate them from anywhere in the map. So if you do leave a Toxic Screen here on this site, for example, and you went all the way to the other side of the map, you could put that Toxic Screen up just to try and deter someone from pushing that site, even though you're all the way on the other side. So pretty cool that you have the ability to do that, as it is a 1v3 for Electra here. She's kind of banking that they're going to be pushing this site, and there's one. A little bit of trigger discipline. This is what we love to see. Waits, but no one else pushes. We'll just ensure she gets the kill. Now she'll look to see if there's 2 or 3.
Okay, so a thing of note there for the Toxic Screen, by the way, you have to look up when you shoot the Toxic Screen. If you just look down, it will only deploy a few of those mechanisms that are going to shoot out the screen. So make sure you look up. It also goes over buildings too. So if you're pushing, for example, on Bind shower side, you can throw the screen over the showers and it will get to the other side. Look at your mini map at the top left of your screen and that will tell you where the line is going to go. It's very helpful. And a nice pick there for Electra. She sees the other player in front of her. Is this going to be enough? Has to get that reloaded on time, and what a play there. Manages to secure the win. Oh boy, that was a heart-racing moment there and a clutch by Electra.
Yeah, a really good round in general. I mean, starting just with the trigger discipline on that first player, and what I mean by that, if you're new to some tactical shooters, is usually in certain games when someone walks past you, you're shooting them straight away. You want to get that kill. However, you don't want to give information away to the opposition team. So if you can delay shooting that person, killing that person so that they can walk on, the second person who's maybe walking onto that site might have expected the first person to have checked that corner. So they're also not going to look at you either. So then you might have the jump on 2 or 3 people rather than just one. Sometimes it can be really important just to hold off and not fire straight away. In that particular situation, Electra, she decided that she'd waited too long. She wanted to get the kill. And it was the right decision. She was able to then push on the site and get the 1v2 clutch.
Picked up a big win here.
In chat asking, do I have to have the window focused? Or can I play a game at the same time as watching the stream? You can definitely play a game. You don't have to be sitting here just exclusively watching the stream. But
I mean,
we
it'd be
appreciate
nice,
you being
though,
here
you know?
and chat. It is nice when you are, But yeah, do what you want to do. Also, if you go check out at Jimbo GPK on Twitter. Oh my goodness, the explosions everywhere. These guys.
That was rough.
In the 5v3. If you go check out Jimbo GPK on Twitter, the professional Halo player, he's got a screenshot of what it looks like to get a drop. Guaranteed, they are actually happening. It says, you just received the Valorant drop for watching Riot Games play Valorant. So if you, it'll change depending on what channel you're watching there, but that's what it'll sound like. It'll have the Valorant logo next to it. Guaranteed, they are actually happening. So
go on, the Jimbo. See you on April the 7th.
Oh, Jimbo, what a guy. You're going to be looking right now at another good dude. You got Rivington, League of Legends commentator, very well known within that community. But what some people may not know is that he's actually a tactical shooter guy. That was like his background. When I met him, he was a guy doing Counter-Strike commentary. So this is like right up his alley. And I'm expecting him to frag out. We actually played a few games together, and he's nasty, man. He's really, really good. He just has the discipline. He's got the communication. Everything about it is just working out for him here. So far, so good. They did trade out a few kills, but they do have that player advantage 4v3.
And you saw how straight away, as soon as he had lost a little bit of health, he ran straight towards Sage and utilized the healing orb there as well. It's something you'll notice is the main difference between the likes of Counter-Strike is you're not going to be able to heal yourself up once you take damage in Counter-Strike. So you'll know if you've put damage onto someone they are going to be weak on the opposition side, and you will call that out to your team. However, on Valorant, if you have done damage to someone and there is a Sage on the opposition team, you cannot ensure that there is going to be the possibility they're all going to be weak. So you have to bear that in mind when you're pushing around onto someone who may have taken damage earlier. They could have been healed up. 2v2 now, though. Giannis takes down Electra, and now it's just 1v2. The spike is down. They'll have vision of that spike as well, so he's going to try and use his orbital strike here, see if he can do some damage, but I think mainly it was so he could get away there.
Yeah, when you put that down, it's so loud that you should be able, especially if they're that close to you, should be able to get out of there scot-free. Now, looking around here at the sewers, this is where I think that Rivington has to be very cautious. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with either, so he needs to get that bomb down as soon as possible. He did identify a player around him. That's going to be the clutch, and Rivington does it in the last few seconds of the round, gets himself the win for his team. Like I said, Rivington, he's got some pretty good aim, man. He's got some pretty good aim.
Celebrated like a game or two.
I'm glad you
Oh, yeah. Good old tactical crouch never hurt anybody.
Mm-hmm. No, it's important. You got to send the message.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Need to drink coffee at the same time.
If you whitelist me, I'll give you my mom's famous cheesy potato recipe. Yo, Riot, that sounds like a deal.
Hook it up, dude.
I mean,
I'm intrigued. I mean, I have no power, but I'm down to just I have to try it out. You're right, Gaskin. You have to try it out first.
You're already full and committed to this recipe. Like,
bro, when I hear cheese, I'm in there, bro. This body has been built by queso, okay? It's been built by the queso. It's delicious. I love it.
So it looks like they're going to be pushing towards A here. You can see just slowly walking, trying to gain information, checking every corner so no one's being a sneaky beaver hiding behind them. One of their teammates did go down. Distortion falls, so they'll instantly looking behind to see if he's going to push up further, but takes down Electra, so now they've got to pick onto A, so now they can start getting aggressive towards A site as well. And it's all these little micro decisions that everyone's making. And you need to have, I think in a game like this, you need to have a shot caller. You need to have someone who's just going to definitively say, we are pushing here, don't stop, come with me. Otherwise, if you're all pushing different directions, it can get very sloppy.
Yeah, it's true. You have to have that coordination. And I played a few games where some folks were actually fantastic at being able to shot call, determine where we needed to be, where we needed to look at any point in time. And that could just be the difference between you winning in matchmaking, losing in matchmaking. If you are going to be the IGL for your team, the in-game leader, my only bit of advice to you folks, if you've never really done this before for a game like that, is, take your time with everyone, because we're all going to be learning this game when it comes out on the 7th. When everyone gets out, people start to get access to it, and everyone starts to trickle in for the beta. Just take your time, because there's a lot of things that you're gonna have to learn, and we have a lot of time to do it because we're all indoors right now. So you might as well just take your time,
Deal?
Yeah,
but in the famous words of Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you're last. So I guess that's one way to live your life.
Did we do it yet? Did we breach it?
Oh man, Rivington.
Oh, here's CDN. So the other day, I was watching. It was just the dumbest stream. I was watching CDN play Counter-Strike, and he was playing the 2v2 wingman, and every time his teammate would talk, he just said comms. He'd be like, "Hey man, where is he? Oh, he's over here, comms."
Oh yeah, it was day 3.
It was just so stupid. This is the most obnoxious thing. But I couldn't get enough of it. I sat there for at least an hour and a half just watching him yell comms at people.
At least he's recognizing comms are very important.
Yeah, no, but he's like telling people to be quiet. He's telling people to be quiet because he needs to hear. But he's asking them where they are. He's like, "Oh, hey, where was he?" And he's like, "Oh, he was over in comms." And that's it. It was good. It was good stuff, man. The he's a riot. All right, well, the toxic screen was right in front of there, and CDN, wisely enough, no, never mind. That's that's not good to see at all whatsoever. Sometimes it doesn't work out the way you envision it in your brain, and in that situation, it did not. Maybe he didn't have a brain for that particular play. Unfortunately, they're gonna lose out on that round. It's okay. I think he's telling his chat right now. We just moved past that one. He was still learning.
But the toxic screen put in the right place. Cypher using the abilities as well to kind of trap enemies, using the cyber cage, and like it gets frustrating when you're on the attacking team, and if your opponents are utilizing their abilities, you can really struggle to get onto a site, and then suddenly you don't have money to buy the weapon that you might want, and then you try a different site, and suddenly they predicted you're going to go onto that site as well. And if you're going up against a good team, you really need that coordination to be able to get onto a site. Otherwise, you're just going to be round after round. You're going to be walking into fire, you're going to be walking into toxins, you're going to be walking into all sorts of things like ice as well. And you're just not going to be able to have the success to even look at people to try and shoot them because you'll already be dead.
At the start of the round, by the way, Gaskin, I don't know if you saw that, but CDN went and poked at the window, and this had to have been some early gameplay, because as the weekend progressed, people were challenging window so much from B, because you're literally right in front of it. Like, someone, once the barrier opens up, you're looking at the mid window. And he was able to just push in there and take a look at it for free. So you know that the players are just going to evolve as this continues to progress on. A 3v1 now in favor of C's and his team. This is looking pretty good for them, but it is a game about being able to clutch up at the right time. Maybe this could be it, the op for Electra. Maybe that's enough to turn this battle around I spoke to soon. The Omen is going to be the one to secure that kill there onto Electra. Seal the deal.
The deal was sealed at 6-3 now. But I think you're completely right. Like, the game did evolve over the weekend. I mean, I felt it when I was playing it. People started to do very different things. People started to learn where people were hiding or where they were positioning themselves, pre-firing in certain angles, boosting each other into certain positions, or utilizing character abilities to ensure that you can get height over one another.
Yeah.
I started to see common spots and themes occur. Like, someone would do something in a game and I'd be like, oh, wow, that's really cool. Like, it's amazing that he's thought of that. But then I go into the next game and someone's done the same thing, and then the next game someone's doing the same thing as well, and people just start to learn from other people. You'll see someone in a certain spot and you think, hell yeah, I want to go in that spot next game. So you suddenly learn from everyone else, and it's how it just evolves together as a community, which is what's really exciting.
So that blinding light you saw, that pretty much was the sun. You didn't see your life flash before your eyes. No, what you saw was Phoenix's ability to, it's called the curveball, which is a flare that comes around the corner. It's quite bright, actually. And you can also affect your teammates too with the curveball. And the reason why it's called the curveball is because you can actually take it around walls. You can go for, let's say where CDN is standing here, he can throw it around to the left side of the wall by clicking on the left mouse button, or you can click on the right mouse button and send it to the right side of the wall if you wanted to, directly to his teammates. Why would he want to do that? Who knows? But that is certainly something that you can do with that ability. They're committed. They're committed to this C push here. I like it. Oh, oof, my word. My word. Okay.
And I don't even have sound on, but I heard C's from here.
Yeah, me too. Well done with the op. There goes. Oh, there is the rolling thunder, man. Just the breach ultimate comes out. It stuns you. Miss Harvey picks up 2. Ethan Bernard is able to find one of his own. CDN though. CDN the third. CDN the third. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, I'm going to seize the stream right now, just subbing just because of that. Hold on.
Yo, he's got at least be promoted to CD in the second after that, right?
Nah, dude, he's the third of his name. He's the third of his name.
The funny thing was, like, I was going to question some of his crosshair placement when they were waiting on C, because he was kind of looking at nothing, but I think he was probably interacting with, I don't know, of course he wouldn't have been acting with the chat. Like, I just feel like he wasn't looking at anything, and then suddenly he goes onto site and he turns into a different beast. And he's able to hit all those shots. Like, that is what one individual can do in this game. Like, you can win 1v4s, you can win 1v3s if you have the ability.
Wow. What a play that was. What a play that was. Nasty stuff there from CDN. All right, well, moving on. We got Binance here. Binance now. Obviously, we're blocking the screen there, so I'm glad we were able to move that out. Got it. I mean, come on, guys. You know, the graphics. Totally get it, though. My graphics always mess up for me.
It is difficult to play Cypher offensively. I think you mentioned it earlier on stream. A lot of these abilities are tough to use because they're more defensive.
Like, I don't feel like you're really going to use the webcam that much. You can, certainly, but it's going to get shot down immediately with someone
The
holding an
webcam.
angle. The webcam.
He's actually called it a webcam. That is the boomer at his finest.
Nah,
is
dude,
Golden
I call
Boy.
it the webcam.
Imagine
it.
this, he just places a webcam on the wall.
He's got the that Xbox Live camera from the 360 days. You know, that's what Cypher's got.
Let me put down my Connect real fast.
Yeah. Yeah, what Cypher does is he takes a Connect with some sticky tape and throws it against a wall. That's what he does. Then he plugs it in and plays Connect Run for a little bit.
Question for you, GB. I know you have long touted the power of controller. Did you attempt to play this game with a pad?
I did not. Funny enough, I did not attempt. I should have attempted because I wanted to do it for the content.
Yeah.
But I did not attempt to do it. Many years ago, many moons ago, you know, we played. I played Counter-Strike on Xbox. When it was out, CSX on Xbox. That was the first and last time I played that game on console. And yeah, you know, it wasn't very good. So because of that, I just never really got into this genre of shooter. But I should have done it. I should have did it just to see, right? I know chat's gonna roast me for it. I totally get it. I accept what I am. I know. But I should have did it for the content, bro. I regret it.
Hey, humble lives in chat for the controller gang. I mean, if this last year and a half of gaming's taught us anything, is that there's some absolutely nasty gamers on the sticks. So I wouldn't be surprised if within a few months of this game coming out, there's a few players that can hold their own against the KBM players on a pad.
As far as I'm aware, there's no auto aim for controller players on Valorant. That may change, and that's only from what I've understood and what I've read so far. And auto aim, of course, is a very important thing for controller players to keep up with mouse and keyboard aiming. I mean, I would say that mouse and keyboard is the better thing to be using over controller in terms of what you can actually do and what you've got available and the tools you have. But when you take away the auto aim from the controller, they're really going to struggle, I would say, in a game like this.
Someone said to me in the chat, we won't bash you. We just want keys. I like this. I like having this control. You know, even though it's nothing to do with me, and I have no ability to affect this whatsoever.
I've actually heard if you insult Golden Boy more, you're more likely to get a drop. Is
that true? Really?
Apparently
Dan?
so. Yeah. I heard that. It was through the grapevine.
If you insult me more, you will get the drop. Man, I am not looking forward to this at all, dude. At all. People are someone just say Golden Boy is Garbo. Golden Boy is actually trash. Guys, okay, you're gonna get banned if you curse at me. So please don't curse at me. I'd rather that. Okay, poo is fine. I'll take Golden Boy as poo. You can spam that to your heart's content. Golden Boy is poo. Is perfectly fine with me. But you know, please guys, don't get banned. And one guy I saw just cursed and got banned immediately.
Golden Boomer's pretty good.
There are many streams that you can watch to get drops.
Yeah, exactly. It does not matter which stream you are watching. You can watch any stream. You can watch here Twitch Rivals. You can even, if there's a stream down low that, you know, has a few viewers that has drops enabled, and you know, participated in it, you will get an opportunity to win a whitelist. But man, look at this here, Ethan Bernard, man, like this. Cousin of Andy Bernard gets to win. Anyone get that reference? No. No.
Andy Bernard.
That's do. No one. Office. No Office fans here. Come on, man. Who am I working with?
I'm embarrassed that it actually took me. You had to say Office before I knew who you were talking about. I do know who you're talking about now. The banjo player himself.
Mad.
Is that part of the US office by any chance?
Yes.
See, I'm a UK office kind of guy.
The odds were stacked against you guys.
So, by the way, ATK all day, I saw you just get banned for saying Golden Boy smells like old foot pickles. I hope you don't. That actually is clever and funny. I really like that. So, you know, please. We need to, old foot pickles needs to be a thing. Okay? That needs to be a product that someone sells, but purely for the memes, you know, purely for the memes. Ethan Bernard,
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
getting
had
into
some
some
great
incredible
plays.
positions. Incredible positions, and his aim is on point as well. Very aware of what's going on, knows where people are going to be. 2v2 at the moment, made that 2v1. So just needs communication with the Viper that is on his team, and he should be okay. Spike goes down. Now just needs to get into an after plant position just to cover all angles. Difficult to hold is this B site.
Do want to give a shout out to Luker X, who said jabroni. Golden Boy is a jabroni. I know exactly what you're referring to, buddy.
Well, is he right?
In case you guys don't know, I'm best friends with Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
See, I don't know if you're really best friends with him because you called him Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, it's DJ. His name's DJ. His name's DJ, actually. So. If you guys need proof, just go on my Twitter right now at GoldenBoyFTW. Pin message at the top. You guys think I'm lying? I'm not.
Because that's what we all do, chat, right? We pin a picture of us with our best friend to the top of our Twitters.
Yeah, man, it was great. It was a good time. I just like hanging out with my friends. That's it. Oh, Fatal came in and said, "Give Golden Boy the cornflakes." Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The great cornflake debate.
Please don't start this.
I'm not. I promise I won't. I promise I won't.
Chat, do not encourage him with his terrible choice of cereal, please. Okay.
One of the things that for this is Twitch hit me up for it. Said I can't talk about cornflakes. I'm kidding. They didn't say that, but it was mostly to stop me from spreading the joy of it. But it's neither here nor there. We'll move on.
Is it because Twitch has discovered the joy of cornflakes for themselves and they don't want them to sell out?
They don't. That's it, man. Trying times, man. Trying times.
We're in quarantine, man. You gotta stock up.
So you saw the toxic wall. You saw how far it went, right?
Oh.
That's because you can throw it over roofs, and if you do that, you can just extend the coverage of the toxic screen all the way, pretty far distance actually. It's that blue line, in case you don't know, on the screen. That's what the toxic wall is. But unfortunately, because they don't have a Viper out right now, they can't deploy it. But here comes the Rolling Thunder, I believe. And it's going to find one inside of the cage. There's going to be another one at the bomb site there, but will not. They will not be able to stay alive for it, but they do get the clutch.
She finishes that one off. We are in the Twitch Rivals extension. Over here on the left side of your screen, you can see a list of all the streamers who are participating. Just go give them an easy follow or click on them, go watch them. You can earn drops by watching any of these channels. Also, running a poll. What is the best type of bread? Bagel, baguette, wheat, white, bread roll, sourdough, banana bread, other. Meaning tell us in chat right now. A lot of French fans here. Baguettes winning at 27%.
How? Bagels.
Bagels has got a respectable 14. It's in third behind baguette and white.
Respectable 14. I have to.
Oh wait, no. Banana bread is. There's 8 options. Okay, it's just gonna be pretty split.
Banana bread's not even an actual bread. How is that? That's just
what
cake.
Definition of bread?
No, I mean like bread is something you make a sandwich with. You're gonna make a bacon, egg, and cheese with banana bread?
Oh my god.
I mean, you could.
Sure.
I
don't think so.
I don't understand how it's not like I'm gonna struggle to find a definition of bread that doesn't include banana bread.
Bread is literally like banana bread's a muffin. It's like cake.
Yeah, but you're saying something you make a sandwich with. You can make cookie sandwiches nowadays. Like, have you seen that? Like ice cream with cookies in, and like they are technically a sandwich, are they not?
Yeah, that's just awful. That is just awful. What isn't awful though has been Miss Harvey's gameplay so far. Transitions. Yeah. She's been on fire. I actually played against her. I think my second game. She was incredible. If you guys don't know Miss Harvey, former professional Counter-Strike player. Actually, I still think plays Counter-Strike at a pretty high level.
She's mostly been doing commentating lately, but yeah,
there
definitely
you go.
Yeah. She's played in previous Twitch Rivals events under Counter-Strike. And yeah, it's honestly, the more you guys talk about who was in your lobbies during the alpha, the more I'm like, you know what, it's kind of okay that I didn't have access to this game because I would have just gotten stomped.
Yeah, we had some pretty good players. I played against Shazam one time. I think I have that game recorded. I'm pretty sure I lost because it's Shazam. So yeah, probably just dominated me. But look at this angle, by the way. Look at this angle here that we're seeing from Lulu Lovely. Also, just in case you all don't know, Lulu Lovely, a phenomenal Apex Legends player, but just a great FPS gamer in general. She is looking to line up this shot with the op. Knows that players are going to be outside by B. Finds him. Naya, very well done. Iridium was out and exposed. There's going to be another one to the left as well. Maybe by the box, perhaps? Rivington's there for the help, though.
And even though that is a really good angle, like taking that
This is like the first time that I
the advantage right on the top of the boxes in the middle of B, it can become a little bit predictable.
Yeah. So there was the orbital strike from Breach. That thing, again, it's just so strong. And there's the round one. High distortion cleans up ammunition in the back of the field. And this one's kind of running away here. It's, what is it, 11-8? Can't really tell.
11-6.
11-6, sorry. Something's blocking my screen there. There you go.
Yeah, 11-6, so 2 more rounds for what is now the green team, if you want to look at that, or the defending team. As again, we're seeing Lulu taking the same angle.
It's a good angle to have. I actually never even thought about this.
Oh, you're good. I didn't make sure like I had the best settings.
Because the ice wall, it has a lot of uses, right? When you utilize Sage's wall for defensive purposes, I think the value is cutting off an entire lane. But then when Lulu is doing it like this in an offensive manner, she's now getting, you know, the vantage point that is necessary in order for her to get some kills. And in fact, she's actually playing Sage very selfishly here. It's saving the heal for herself, utilizing the wall for herself. The only thing that she has now to her name is going to be the slow. Or sorry, the resurrection. No slows. Does not have the slow. But if anyone pushes in, she has the natural slow, and that's the op. That'll stop you right in your tracks. But unfortunately, it ain't going to work.
No.
And I think with the ultimate as well, the animation time, it can take quite a while to res someone when you are Sage. So you usually need one of your other abilities to like either wall off or something so that you can actually get that res off. Because I've seen so many people res someone and they just die straight away.
There goes Cypher's just what he's so good at is getting information very quickly. Cypher chucks down the hat, finds out where all the players are going to be located, and then you just start to move. When players are circling around the site like that, you know that you have that slight upper hand because they're not expecting it. They have an inclination as to where you are, but you literally know where they are. And that is the reason why that ability that ultimate ability is so good for Cypher, and how you can use Cypher offensively in those clutch moments like they did to secure that round win.
Yeah, for sure. Well, a player during this part of the VOD actually loses connection. They take some time to get him back in. So we're not going to miss any gameplay. What we are going to do in the meantime is throw to some of our top 5 aces of the alpha gameplay. I'm excited to watch this. Let's take a look.
In Valorant, there's nothing better than winning a clean round with your team, except for winning a round all by yourself. That's right, Golden Boy here with the top 5 best aces from the Valorant beta. Starting us off at number 5, it's Noisy, who almost gets the clutch after cleaning out the entire enemy team.
One more, mate.
One more.
Enemy down. One down.
One more.
Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
Actually picked it. Damn.
Your number 4 play goes to caster extraordinaire Rivington, who aces the enemy team from a single doorway.
Bullseye. Lurking. Walking in.
My ult is ready.
He's weak too.
One enemy remaining.
Teleporter. Nice, Riv.
Good shit, dude.
Lourdes.
Coming in at number 3 is Ethan Bernard with a clean headshot only ace to win the round.
Damn it, they got me at shower.
Headshot.
There's 2 of them.
Prepare for hellfire.
I think they went showers. Oh, they went past me? Oh man.
Still here.
One enemy.
Let me ace again. Headshot ace, baby! 2 in 1 game!
Firing his way to number 2 is Misa with a textbook ace in the courtyard.
Careful now.
What is flanking?
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
They're super dead.
And your #1 play goes to the man himself, Poach, who gets an unbelievable headshot-only ace.
Nailed them. 30 seconds left. Be faster. Duck,
Holy shit.
One enemy remaining.
Thanks for watching the Valorant Top 5 Best Aces. We hope to see you too carrying your team to victory in Valorant.
All right. So, those are the top clips. Looked pretty amazing stuff that these guys were able to put up. And some of you people in chat, you've noticed you have spam. The internet everywhere seems to be taking a pretty big load. So we're gonna take a quick break so we can get some things figured out on our end. But stick around, stay in chat, stay active on the stream because the drops are still enabled. You still are gonna try and get your account whitelisted. We'll be right back here on Twitch Rivals. All right, we're back. I'm Wave Punk. This is Gaskin and Golden Boy down there on the end, and I think we're ready to get back into some gameplay, gentlemen. Has there been anything that you were hoping to see so far out of our streamers that you haven't gotten to see yet, Golden Boy? Like any weapons or any strats that you got to experience when you played?
That's actually a fantastic question. I think the shotguns, I haven't really seen a lot of shotguns being used. Like in some rounds, people have gone for it. I do feel like a lot of players typically just lean toward the assault rifles, the SMGs, you know, the comfortable weapons, especially if you play other first-person shooter games, which I 100% understand. But there is a place in this game for the shotguns. There's a place even for the LMGs as well. What that place is, I think people are going to discover more and more as time moves on. But everything's in here for a reason. I mean, if they are not bound to old school rules, Valorant. So Riot could have easily had just removed LMGs from the game if that was something that they simply just didn't want to have in it. So clearly, these weapons have a place, and I'd like to see them be used.
Me too, as we are here in the final round on board with Rivington. He's looking for the orbital strike.
I think he's actually just, well, yeah. He's going to be using his all sorts of abilities that are available at 12-8. I mean, there is always going to be ultimates this late in a game. The orbital strike, even though it's so powerful and it can be such a round winner, if you can get onto a site because of it, if you can even just use it as almost like a smoke, Rivington gets a nice little spray down onto Electra as well, and now it's a 2 versus 1, just the Jet left on the opposing side. And there will be Jet, and there will be the victory as well. Rivington very much impressed me. From the little bits and snips we saw from him, I'd say he is a solid player, and you can definitely tell that he's played kind of CS before and knows how to aim.
Absolutely. Here are the victors on your screen. Give a shout out to Lulu Lovely, Rivington, High Distortion, Beanans, and CDN the Third, as they were able to clean up that game. So we're just making our way through some show matches. If you're just now joining us, there's no overall like format. They're not playing for anything in particular. This is all, we're actually showcasing gameplay that happened a while ago. That happened over this weekend. The streamers are all streaming their perspectives and talking through their perspectives. It's kind of a different Twitch Rivals here. It's really fun to like get to go and watch a streamer talk about what happened, and then like especially from like we saw the moments from Electra, the moments from Jordan Fisher earlier, Golden Boy, where like they were like they knew what was coming and then they jumped up and celebrated while it was happening.
Yeah, that's always the fun part. As you mentioned, it is a different experience in contrast to like other Twitch Rivals where it's all live and everyone's playing the game and you're seeing the reactions live. But this has actually been pretty fun. And also, this is the first time that we're seeing Valorant, which I think is the most important part. It is the most important part of this entire experience, is just watching this game so that people can get an idea. Because for the longest time, we've just been getting little snippets on Twitter or a little teaser here and there. Is something that's been popped up online briefly. We haven't really gotten all that much. So we're getting full games. And you're also going to be able to find all of these games too on all the creators' various social channels. Like everyone's going to be sharing it. I got a ton of games. Dan's got a ton of games. And there's just going to be a Valorant overload on content, at least for the next few days until that closed beta comes out on the 7th.
It should be a lot of fun. Chat, get your questions in that I can ask these guys who got to play the game. I saw one about wallbangs. We'll talk about that here in just a moment as we're going to go to a quick break, get another game set up between those two teams. We'll be right back on Twitch Rivals. Twitch Rivals is back, folks, and we are excited to be getting into just a few more games we've got left to show you guys before, we're going to get on Tuesday. There's going to be so much gameplay for you guys to watch, so you're not even going to know what to do with it. But we couldn't do any of this chat without the support of our partners. We got to thank them so much. Thank you so much to the U.S. Army. Join millions of experts in their fields. What's your warrior? And also, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel is shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. You can learn more at GameFuel.com. I promise you, I've opened that can, and then I've reshut it, and then I've held it upside down, and nothing fell out. It's pretty crazy technology. Yep. It's honestly, just go buy a can just to experience it. It's fun. It's cool. So, last few games going to be coming up here. Going to keep the same teams we saw there in the game we were just watching. As we take a look at the matchups, the teams who are going to be going up against each other. There's a few streamers we're still haven't checked in with yet, but they've been having a good time playing. Gaskin, who impressed you the most here in the first game we watched?
In the first game, remind me the 5. So was that when Lothar was playing? Or are we talking about North America?
Oh, this game that the first of this block. First game
honestly,
that we watched.
Miss Harvey was doing some good stuff as well. I mean, like, as expected, anyone who's played Counter-Strike should be good at this game, in my personal opinion, especially at this base level when people are still learning things. We saw some good stuff from Lulu Lovely as well, the way she was positioning herself on B site to take the shots with the operator. So on both sides, I say Harvey and Lulu impressed me.
Yeah, I felt like Ethan Bernard was pretty special in the moments we watched him. Was anyone else you wanted us to? Well, what stream should people go watch here, Golden Boy? All 10 of those people are streaming right now.
Dude, man, I don't know. I feel like just go to everyone. One, just because support creators, it's awesome. Secondly, everyone's got a little something to add to the table. For example, I was impressed by Ethan Bernard. I liked what I was seeing from him. He had good mechanics. He had a good understanding of the game. On the other side of that, though, CD in third was fantastic. High Distortion, always been a great competitive player as well. Iridium, another solid one. And then why wouldn't you watch Ammunition? She's like one of the most diehard, dedicated first-person shooter players out there. There's just too much talent across the board. Actually, when I got the list and I saw the players that were playing, not to obviously complimenting the guys like Lupo and Summit, we've seen those guys play a million times across so many different games. I like seeing new people, fresh faces, and these games have been awesome.
There have been some cool, fresh faces. We are ready to get into that game number 2, see which map they're dropping onto. And, CD in the third's like triple snipe to end one of those rounds. That was absolutely fantastic moment. That might be my favorite moment of the broadcast so far. But also got to give a shout out to my boy Iridium there. He got his start in the Rocket League community, but has been grinding the shooters like all the Battle Royales and Counter-Strike in particular so hard for so many years. And it's really cool to see him get his moment because he's excellent at this game, or excellent at games like this, and has gotten shout outs from the people who were at the top before. But back on board with Miss Harvey.
One more towards portal.
See, so we have moved over back to Bind here with the 2 bomb sites, the 2 spike sites, I guess we should say.
Yeah, Bind, we've seen a lot of it. I'm trying to remember what was the map I played the most, and I feel like I played Haven the most out of any map. Then again, though, I don't know, because it's 2 maps, so it's like 50-50. But if I had to say the map I had the most fun with, though, hands down, it actually was Bind for me. I really, really liked Bind. It was just fun. The teleporter was great. The rotations were great. Being able to outsmart someone, or you get outsmarted. There was just a lot of little details in there, and Bind was just, it was simple, but perfect for me.
I think it brings you back to the point of there being no middle part of this map. I know there's a section close to B, which you'll see Miss Harvey is kind of pushing towards now, which is the closest to being a middle part of the map. But generally, if you see someone on your side of the map, you know they're pretty much going to be heading towards B or A, which means you can rotate fairly quickly. You've got the teleporters, of course, to make that rotation fast. But then it was the evolution of this map that I saw from people. They were exploring different ways to fake certain sites, whether that be using abilities to send abilities over walls so that people thought you were going to one site and then you go to the other, or rush down one side and then burst through a teleporter. Various different ways to be experimentative and kind of try and trick your opponents. And I found that really fun during the alpha.
Let's just fall back a little bit.
Yeah, because think about like the strategies that you can try and implement, right? Like if you want to take a Phoenix up B long, and then maybe just put a lot of investment in there, prompting the other team to be like, wait a minute, are we hearing just one player? Like, it's the footsteps. It's just everything's so prominent. You don't know. There's just again, layers upon layers upon layers that it can be put on each other to give you just a different kind of experience each and every round. And I felt like that was the thing I had such joy with, was that every round I felt like I was learning something new, and there was always something different to do. Even though I may have started the round the same, and once people started to catch on to it, then I'm like, oh crap, I got to figure out how I do this. I got to figure out what I need to do in order to change this up, and try my best to clutch out a win for my team. And that again, it's just so fun.
Yeah, I felt like
just
Ooh.
Either way, she's watching it back and reliving every moment. Is Miss Harvey at the moment? Some of the things are harder to watch than others, that's for sure. But Miss Harvey getting the job done. I found that during the alpha, I either was at a point where I was getting like a lot of kills and I was top fragging, or I was in a game where everyone kind of had my number. Everyone knew what I was going to be doing. They were predicting everything, every position I was trying to go down, or if I tried to flank, or if I tried to lurk, it was just being combated by someone. I imagine in a 5-stack, it's pretty different because you can communicate a little bit better and you can be on the same page as your team. But I'd say at this level, and certainly the games we're watching where a lot of people had only played the game, I don't know, for a few hours perhaps, or maybe over the weekend, we're not seeing too many like pure executes. We aren't seeing a full team of 5 kind of smoking different angles, throwing screens down, using all these different abilities that are amazing at blocking line of sight and then pushing onto a site. Just because no one's experienced that and been able to practice that, because it will take practice. You need to know those angles. And that's why if you do hear noise at one site, you're probably going to commit to it. You're going to say, look, I hear noise at A, everyone come A. But then if you go down the fake route and you just send that one person, like you said, Golden Boy, then you can fake a lot easier at this level. But I'd say as people start to learn more and they practice more, it's going to be far more difficult to try and fool anyone with just simple tactics like that.
Now, we had a question in chat earlier. He was asking about how is wall banging in this game? If I'm trying to shoot somebody through a wall, is the map well built with that in mind?
It very much is. Yes.
Yes. The different materials and stuff like that as well. Certain guns react differently. Gaskin has been running down the stats all day. Why don't you hit him again with the numbers, baby girl?
So the snipers will have your high amount of damage through walls, so you're more likely to be able to get a kill and actually get the full amount of damage with the sniper rifles. For example, the operator is going to hit for 225 in the head, 150 in the body, so that is going to kill people regardless, even if you're hitting them through a wall. You've got your assault rifles, which do medium damage through walls. So realistically, if you spray down and you hit someone twice in the head, you're probably going to find the kill as well. You can't kill someone like across the map, so if you just fire a sniper shot randomly, it's not going to go through the entire map and you're not going to get hit off spawn, so don't worry about that. But in your like close quarter game where you do see a wall or you see someone on the other side of the wall, you can pretty much spray through the majority of objects. There are a few changes, like we saw in Haven, for example. There is a door where they've kind of put metal on that door and you have to shoot off the metal to be able to shoot through the door. So there are a few things that have been added here or there to kind of improve the experience of wallbanging.
Yeah, wallbanging is something that I didn't even think about when I was playing. Be honest with you, it's not a background that I have, right? I didn't come from that world of tactical FPS games. I came from, the likes of Halo, right? You as well, Gaskin, even though you have worked CS, you've been a part of this for such a long time now. I come from that space where you see a target, you shoot a target. If the target's behind a wall, chuck a nade, you can't hit the target. So it took a long time for me to wrap my head around. No, I didn't say wrap my head around, but it took a long time for me to naturally get more accustomed to the idea of shooting at the wall, because there were times where I'm like, oh, I know the guy's right there, and then I just didn't think about it. And then I would go and watch my VOD back and kick myself, thinking I could have totally just shot that wall and I would have gotten the kill. There were times where I was just blindly shooting through smokes because I started to hold angles and positionings, and I was getting kills because people thought that they could rotate safely through smokes. It's not always like that. And when you get that, it is just by far the most rewarding thing. Seeing your name pop up at the top right of the screen, knowing just like that right there that you got yourself the victory, that's a beautiful feeling, man.
It is a beautiful feeling, and I think a lot of it comes down to like muscle memory as well, just getting used to how things work. Usually, like you say, from certain games, when you're shooting someone and they go around the corner, you stop shooting, or you'll continue shooting in front of you for them to then repeat. You've got to get in the habit of kind of following where you think they're going, so that you can wallbang them successfully. There's been many a time where I would be having a fight with someone, I duck behind a wall, they would continue their spray, but I wouldn't, and I would die because of that. It's just these little things that you have to make sure you adjust if you're coming from different backgrounds and different games.
Yeah, technically you don't get like a code. It's like a drop in like a whitelist thing.
I've been reached out to on Twitter, by the way. Someone asked if they could just make me the Serial King. So I have accepted the title now as Serial King. Maybe we can get a poll up.
However, you realize
do they have that power?
I don't know if they do.
I think so.
If you are the Serial King, it means you have to choose a good cereal to represent, though.
Cornflakes, I do declare.
The
There's
poll
a new
running right
poll
now.
up. Yeah, this is bothering me.
Is banana bread really bread? No, it's a muffin. Bread is in the name, so yes. And 58% of people agree that it's bread, Golden Boy.
It is not bread. What? No, it's not bread. It's a muffin.
What do you want to call it? Banana cake?
It's a very big muffin.
Yeah, it's you bake it in a bread pan.
Let me tell you right now. Do you put a ham, a slice of ham? Do you put like some bacon, egg? I said bacon, egg, and cheese already. What about like a deli sandwich? You know,
I
little
put some peanut butter
lettuce,
and jelly.
tomato.
Dude, peanut butter and jelly on banana bread.
Wow.
Sounds
Yes.
amazing.
Okay, I'm not gonna front. That sounds delicious, and I hate you for even saying that evil and putting it out there. But yes, that part I'll totally get it. But that's also like not healthy. It's not good for you at all. So that's not.
So
the point,
sandwiches
I
are
guess.
good for you? I don't know.
Sandwiches can be good for you.
How is his stream? I'm so happy he's.
Can be. I just can't believe 58% just willfully just move on and be like, bread's in the name. So yeah, no, it's just not.
Wake up,
no.
sheeple. Golden Boy's preaching the truth.
It's a freaking muffin. Okay.
I figured I'd consult the internet, and it says banana bread is a type of bread made from mashed bananas.
Weird. Oh, you're gonna trust the internet. You guys know the internet's wrong sometimes, right?
No,
kind of like
dude.
what we're seeing with this poll currently. How
There are
dare
two
you.
things that never lie: Google and Twitch chat. Okay, those are the two great truths of the world.
So is pretzel a bread? Like, or is it not like you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Like, no, I know. I saw someone say pretzel a bread, and I tried to make that argument, but it's been how many hours now?
It's been a lot.
We've been at this. Oh boy. You know what? I'm not conceding. I'm not saying that I'm wrong, but I'm not saying that you're right either.
I think chat made a good point that I think muffins might be bread too.
Muffins muffins aren't bread. I will fight someone.
Find a scientific
Once
definition.
this social distancing is over, I will find someone and fight them. No.
Like just someone like I've made you mad. You just went out and just beat up a random garbage man or something.
Consulting my
No, I
good
would
friend,
never do
the internet.
Oh
It says cakes and muffins are both baked food. The difference between cakes and muffins is that a muffin is a form of bread, whereas cake is much sweeter, is not.
Wait, the difference is sweetness? Because that's a weird way. I figured it would be like the actual like complexion of the dough or something.
Your barometer is sweetness?
That's
Your
not
bread
mine.
barometer.
That's what the
Flag on the
internet
play. Flag on the play. No, not doing it. I don't agree with this at all.
How did that headshot not hit from Electra?
Yeah, no, this is refocus because I'm just tilted off the face of the earth right now. I'm actually just mauling currently.
I would really like a blueberry bread and muffin, please.
Well, they're going to win the round because the spike didn't even go down. High Distortion might have picked up the kill onto Miss Harvey as we go back to the Valorant action. Sorry, everyone, that you had to listen to Golden Boy trying to work out what's bread, but at the same time, I feel like we have maybe mushed him down to a point
No,
where
you
he
haven't.
is a bread.
I want to read this real fast. Benzie says muffin cakes and muffins. Wait, huh? Are both baked food products. The difference between cakes and muffins is that a muffin is a form of bread. Well, no, that's what you said. Dang it! You know, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Don't spam that in the chat, please, guys. Please.
Harvey's character is
Do not. I can't handle it. I just can't handle it.
Omega lol.
The blue team. It goes
Can we get a question in the chat of a poll of is Golden Boy a type of bread?
Is Golden Boy a type of bread? That will be.
Okay. So when I googled difference between bread and cake, what we get is one of the most basic differences between cake and bread is the leavening agent used to make the batter or dough rise. It's the leavening and the handling of the recipe that influences the final product. So if you've made muffins, they're very small, and then you put them in and they blossom out, and that's what makes them into a muffin. Therefore, more like a bread does, how it rises. Different from a cake. I don't know.
Someone said, "Squish Golden Boy hard enough, and he becomes a bread." Oh, we're all in this together, guys. You all trying to get codes. We're just trying to commentate a video game. There's just a lot of attempting going on in this chat right now. But it's been great, and I just want to say you guys have been awesome. I've genuinely enjoyed spending my Friday morning and afternoon with you all. It has been a joy, even if you guys think that a muffin is bread.
Because like normally you wouldn't know if
It's
you're
like ammunition. I think she just thinks she probably just enjoys them all equally. Doesn't care about labels, Labels aren't important.
No.
Miss Harvey is.
She's beyond that.
A lot of 2v1 situations where the final attacker just hasn't even attempted to plant the spike, and it's just like they're saving a lot. It's actually C's is getting the kill, and he's just going for exit frag. So he's just saying, look, we're gonna save, we're gonna try and make some money on our economy here. But they're 7-0 down. Like, we need to see people making plays to try and win rounds. It's
I
all
think
well and good
CDN
getting
might
money.
just be saving for LMGs. That could be what it is. I want to see how much money they have. Because imagine if they're just saving, because that sounds like something CDN would do, by the way. Just
yes,
I was playing
certainly just trying to enjoy themselves, get an LMG, and have a little bit of fun. Because I mean, we are seeing a lot of games like it might have been played on the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I don't know, but either way, it was across the weekend where they were learning the game. But also, people wanted to experiment. They wanted to have a little bit of fun, see what certain guns would do. It's not going to be super serious, sweaty every single round. People were having fun. That's why we're seeing all the smiles on the streamers' faces, not only watching the game, but also when they were actually playing it as well.
I don't mean to bring it back, but someone, what is it? Ains Hartman says, "Isn't it just that one is dough and the other is batter, or am I dumb?" You're not dumb. You're very smart, Hartman. Okay, and no, that's the thing. You're not wrong. They are. You're not wrong.
Banana bread is definitely dough.
Leave me alone. So back into the game. What is going on with this game right now? 7-0, now 8-0. It's all falling to pieces here, folks. It ain't getting better.
This is the most one-sided game we've had.
And I thought they were saving money. It turns out they're not saving money. They've been spending.
I mean, obviously like S5, but like.
There's nothing better though than being like so insanely rich for a few rounds in Valorant that you're able to just do whatever you want. Oh, this is a lot. This room is a lot redder than I've seen it in the past.
Some of the color differences we're getting.
Oh, you're talking about like watching?
Yeah.
Some saturation turned up from Iridium here.
Miss Harvey is top fragging at the moment. I also saw Brimstone get a double kill with the orbital strike as well in the previous round. Not often you see that. Usually you can pick out one player, but if you catch two in that orbital strike, like that, it's a pretty good use of an ultimate to me. Like you pointed out earlier, Alex, an ultimate ability in this game isn't guaranteed kills most of the time, and it's not round-winning abilities, but if you can make them count like that, it can certainly make a huge difference.
There was, I'm not going to say who the player is, because if I did, he'd be very angry at me for spoiling the clip, but when you guys see it, because he will show it, trust me, he got a 5K with Brimstone, with Brim's ult. And
way.
yeah, but what happened was that the Sage on the team inadvertently dropped the wall. I only know inadvertently because I talked to him about it. Inadvertently dropped the wall on short A and pinned everyone in the middle, and then they ended up getting a 5K with the ult. So it is possible to team wipe someone with the orbital strike. That being said, you had mentioned before, it takes very focused timing on it, but also the most important part is the coordination amongst your teammates. If you got a Sage around, you play that wall, you might be able to pin them all in there.
Yeah, combinations of ultimate abilities are probably going to be where we're going to see the majority of massive swings in certain rounds happen. So if you can communicate with a teammate, or if you're playing in a 5-stack and you're in Discord or whatever chat, you are going to be able to have a better chance of actually finding kills with the ultimates. But 9-0, this is a bit of a slapping. Miss Harvey is destroying at the moment. Iridium at the moment is just kind of trying to wallbang, it would seem, see if anyone's going to be going through that teleporter into that room. But instead, he hasn't been able to find anyone just yet. The attacker's slowing things down and trying to see if they can actually get onto a site and get a spike down.
Maybe even closer to 20.
And well, this has certainly been a rough game here for our opposing team. But you know, Dan, actually, I have a question for you, because I actually think that pancakes and crumpets are the same.
Nah, we are definitely not going to get into that conversation because you've made me slightly mad by even suggesting it. Meanwhile, I'm not going to get into it. You even made my voice go up at least 3 octaves. That's what you've done there. I hope you're proud of yourself. You saw the ultimate ability from Phoenix there, the run it back. He actually started on one side of the teleport. He used the ult, run it back, went through the teleport, got a kill, and then he's gone all the way back to the other side of the teleporter. It's a one-way teleporter, but he's broken the system using the ultimate ability from Phoenix. Love that.
Yeah. And not broken like the way Dan was just a second ago when I made that statement. The Phoenix abilities, they on the surface level could seem a little selfish, but the ultimate has a lot of information that can be given to you if you take advantage of it, right? If you come around the corner and just get blasted right away because you're charging out willy-nilly because you know that you're not gonna die if you end up getting hit by any player who's looking at the angle, you can gain so much knowledge as to where they're going to be positioned, who's going where, what are they prioritizing, how many people are on side 1 or 2, or did they full rotate? There's just so much. And then you add the teleporter into it, which gives you a whole, and even then with the teleporter as well, if you're smart about it and you put the Phoenix ult through the teleporter, your clone through the teleporter, it makes the same sound effect. It gives the same notifications, so the other team could be like, oh, they're pushing over here. And you could actually create a full rotation to the other side. Think about the layer, think about the things you can do, man. I know that there are a lot of people already theory crafting after watching so many of these games.
Well, we're going to see now if Ethan can do anything with Jet here after using her ultimate. Oof, having the knives at the ready. Oh, and he's just been able to get behind 2 players so comfortably. Every knife gets reloaded when you kill someone. Unfortunately, couldn't get the 3rd with the knives. Otherwise, those would have all reloaded as well.
Yeah, thankfully, he's going to have the op there. Breach with the seismic. That hurts a ton. It's going to stun you for the time being. And that's the, I believe that is going to be the fault line that is put forward there.
Out of here.
Gives you that stun. Dazes all the players that are going to be caught inside of the zone there.
That's how we play it.
Now looking for another one. Ethan Bernard. I said it before. Ethan Bernard has just been impressive this whole time.
Yeah, him and Miss Harvey, they've been linking up and they've been fragging out. 16 kills for Miss Harvey, 12 for Ethan at the moment. And that's not saying the rest of the guys on the team aren't doing a job as well, but these two have certainly been ones who have stepped up from me on this particular game.
Are we getting a skunk here?
We could get a 13-0 at this point.
Could be. Here we go.
I mean, I've not seen enough from the opposing team, from Caesar's team, that suggests they have the ability to get onto a site successfully. Maybe it'll change when we flip halves at 12, and then suddenly we might see the comeback of a century, where they might come back after defending.
They gotta win the pistol round though. That's not where you want to have be your do or die moment.
That's very true. It boils down to, in the pistol round, to who's able to coordinate, work together, but also just the aim, right? Timing out your shots, making sure that you're not spamming uncontrollably. You got a few ops as well that will be hanging out on the B side. Also some players that are maybe thinking about the hookah, which is the area up ahead. Earlier on, there was, I believe that was going to be the camera, the spy cam, I want to say from the Cypher. We'll make quick use of that one right away.
That they weren't going to be able to successfully get onto the site. They're in a 4v2 situation. They might get their first round now, unless we see someone clutch up. Spike has been planted, but it's down to a 2v2 already. Just like that, 2 players wiped off the face of the map. Is it going to be 12?
Yeah, it's looking like it, man. It'll be really dicey for them to try and come back into this game. They got to protect the spike, need to keep vision on it at all costs. There's only going to be one player left alive, and that is Ethan Bernard. Can he clutch it up to secure the victory here? Push them into the half with a perfect half of 12 rounds straight, and then wrap it up in the pistol round. The Sova throws out the recon to try and get some knowledge as to where Ethan is going to be, and that is finally going to be the round for them. He had no time to be able to get back there and just try and help out. So that was it. Round was done. 11-1. Maybe we're starting to see some signs of life out of CDN and his team.
And we're now going to see a pistol round, which is something you'll all be very familiar with if you've played Counter-Strike or some other games as well. Some people will just opt to buy a little bit of armor, so that'll give you more protection. Other people will try and move for a different pistol to try and get some more accuracy or a little bit more damage. For example, the Ghost, which I think was bought by Ethan, that is going to have the ability to kill someone in one shot to the head if they don't have armor. So it's one of those things. Do you want to buy armor to protect yourself from someone buying a Ghost, or do you want to buy a Ghost in case someone doesn't buy armor? All these little things you have to consider at the start of a round.
All right.
Every team, every side can use any weapon that is available in the buy shop. Doesn't matter whether you're offense or defense. It's all going to be made available to you. Also, all of the abilities, how much you choose to spend for CDN and his team right at the tail end of this matchup. Things have started to, take a turn for the worse midway through the first half, and it only continued to get worse for them as time progressed. Now they're in a situation where they might try to be able to make the comeback happen, but it will be a tall order indeed if they are able to clutch this up and win 10 rounds in a row to try and tie this game up without allowing them to win 2. Yeah.
As well, they're holding the angle for quite some time, was Rivington there, despite the fact that Spike has gone down. Manages to pick one up on Electra. We'll move towards site and see if he can find a couple of others. He's going to have to do something big with the Ghost. Let's get another one onto Ethan.
Oh.
No! We'll just hold this defuse, but I think someone's going to be there to stop him. Yeah, there's the kill. Iridium takes down Rivington. But High Distortion's been able to hold it, and that's one thing you can have. Because you've got the ability to get halfway with the defuse on the bomb, your teammate can come in and continue the defuse after you've gone halfway.
Wow.
So the final player on the side of the attackers just wasn't able to get into a position where they could get a post-plants and actually stop it.
Is this it? Are we getting the comeback?
Is this a defender's favored map?
We're getting the comeback, people. I'm feeling it.
I'd say that this map is more friendly to defenders than Haven, just because of the fact it's the 2 sites and there are less positions where you can be pushed from. If your communication is on point and you're watching angles successfully, it is about whether you're going to be passive or aggressive. A lot of people, when they get into a game like this and they are defending, they'll try and be aggressive and then they'll get caught out. And then suddenly if you are a man or 2 down or an agent or 2 down, it's very difficult to retake some of these sites.
Yeah. If you have all your utility made available to you and still haven't really invested all that much into the round, That'll stop anyone from trying to be able to make the retake. Here's the thing, though, right? You also have to factor in who are the agents left alive. And in this instance, you're going to have that Viper and the Brimstone. You get smokes on demand. You also have that toxic screen on demand. Also the toxic smoke as well that Viper throws down. But there goes another kill registered for the defending team, as they're going to be on the hunt. They know exactly where the Viper is going to be, or at least I would like to think that they know where the Viper is going to be currently. Where is this agent going? And Sova's just throwing out everything.
Up left.
Getting reconnaissance, getting information. It's actually going to be tucked away right inside of the market there.
She's going to go
Pushes forward, maybe gets the spike down. That's actually a clever play there. Pops to smoke. This could actually be bad, and never mind. Right through hookah. Knew that there was no one to watch the angle and needed to get the bomb down. So you make the process of elimination. You know that you have to push to get the kill. You shouldn't play slow in that instance, because even if you get the jump on someone, you had the numbers advantage to be able to secure that round win.
You certainly have to know when to kind of up your speed in this kind of game. You want to play slow and passive to start with, but you need to know when to suddenly switch to aggression. If you've just got a kill, that information is going to be there to your opposition. They're going to know where you are exactly on the map, and there's going to be someone looking to make a trade. So you then have to take the initiative of saying, okay, well, people are going to know where I am, so I might push out and I might look to try and get a second, a third here. Or I need to move away, I need to rotate and reposition so that I can ensure I'm not going to be spotted so easily. Also, when the spike goes down, you've got to bear in mind 45 seconds to defuse that bomb. It's going to be 7.5 seconds to actually physically defuse it once you get there. So that gives you, what, about maybe 20 seconds to get to the site, and then 10 seconds to actually get a couple or a few kills before you can start defusing it. So all these things you have to consider. Otherwise, you could find yourself just running out of time.
That was some beautiful placement there of the Viper screen, the toxic screen. It just blocked off the entirety of A short, not allowing anyone to safely push into the back of lanterns, and they would have to restart their entire approach on this site, or they would have jumped into the teleporter and then gone over to the other side, but they would have then given up all of that information had multiple bodies gone in. And another point of clarification too, if you go into the teleporter, it makes a sound for you, but if you go in and then someone else goes in and then someone else, I believe it makes a sound for each individual that goes through the teleporter. I don't think you can group up and go together. I think it still makes all the sounds. Could be wrong, but at the very least, that's what I've experienced.
18 seconds left for Brimstone to try and make a big old play here, but going up against a breach is always difficult because of the amount of abilities that can be fired through walls. Only 7 seconds left. Got to move quickly, but High Distortion will get the kill.
We get a comeback?
We're starting to get a comeback. I think we're starting to witness how people are more comfortable defending, because I don't want to say it requires less teamwork, but certainly as an individual, you can do a little bit more defending and watching angles, whereas you have to have a lot of coordination attacking and getting onto sites. It's very difficult to try and ensure that you're all using the abilities in the right place at the right time.
Get your OS frogs in chat if you think this comeback's happening. Lulu Lovely's team, they've won 4 straight now.
No, I love
the moment you get to spam out, that'll end the game. Because now we brought it up.
Yep.
That's just how it works.
And the second burn. Just kidding.
Frog emotes in chat.
I don't like the second burn.
I mean, you'd usually expect after winning the pistol, winning a couple of rounds after that whilst your opponent's team, their economy gets back on track. That's expected. However, certainly in Valorant, the SMGs are very powerful, and if people are only partly buying and they're not even getting the assault rifles, you can expect them to do some damage. All it takes is one player getting behind you, catching you off guard, and then suddenly you are going to be really struggling. But it's very hard to get behind the opposition team when you're the team that are attacking. But Ethan got the initial kill. There is going to be a trade, and it's 4 versus 4, but you can see how aggressive now the defenders are getting because they know where the spike's been planted.
There you go, final moments. Very least for this round. Lulu Lovey picking up a kill of her own with the SMG. Really enjoyed using that weapon a lot. It's just a good all-around weapon to have. I never feel like I'm losing anything by taking it. It's fairly inexpensive, and then it gives you a lot of value. And if you don't want to take the LMG, or sorry, the SMG, you can go for maybe one of the cheaper options too, like one of the pistol options as well, because there are quite a few of them that are pretty formidable, right? I haven't really seen much of the shorty, which is the sidearm shotgun, but the frenzy is pretty solid. I believe that's more comparison to your CZ, if I'm wrong. And then of course you got the Luger, which is your silence pistol. But you can go with the frenzy and do fairly decent if you're confident in your shot.
Yeah, both the Ghost and the Sheriff are amazing for like eco rounds or whatever. You can pick up some big kills. If your opposition team is buying armor, you're not going to be able to kill them in one shot with the Ghost. You're going to have to get 2 headshots for that. But with what we've seen today, just at a base level of some of these pros from other games coming onto this, the aim has been phenomenal. And they have the ability to 2-shot with pistols. And that is scary. If you know that you're pushing onto a site and, okay, they might not have an assault rifle, but they're going to double tap you in the head with a Ghost or single tap you in the head with a Sheriff, then you're going to be reluctant to push onto a site without any sort of smokes or anything or any flashes. So you really just need to know what you're going up against.
Nice job.
It's very true, man. It's very true. And as the intel in this game is the difference maker, getting some knowledge to then push onto the site. This is looking good here. I mean, this is shaping up to be a comeback. This could not bode well for our team at all. Oh man, they're just trying to get themselves back into this one. Get out of that rut. They were getting just manhandled earlier. They lost, what was that, 5 rounds straight? They needed this one. They needed to make the comeback happen.
12-5 means that it would take us to that extra round if we do see the guys defending now actually manage to achieve this comeback. I mean, but with that round, I'd say that this should wrap things up. They're going to do a little bit of damage to the economy. Of course, the opposition team are still going to be able to buy up heavily after winning so many successful rounds, but now we're going to get a chance at maybe looking at a bit of an execute here. So using Brimstone, you can only smoke where you can see on that little map on your wrist. You can't smoke anywhere on the map. You have to be in a certain vicinity of it. Here's the sound from the teleporter, so instantly turns around and can communicate that to the team. But had done the job by putting the smokes on site, so that would allow them to push up and try and get that spike down.
And this person's still going to be inside of the teleporter too. You don't have to leave. Even if the doors close, they will reopen again. You're not just trapped in there in like some crazy metal room void. You can play the door and continue to go in and out, in and out. It is now 2v3. And you got Ann over by Hookah. Looking to see if she can find anybody. Knows that a player is going to be back by the their side of the base. And the defense now. Where does she drop back to once they end up getting that plant down? Picks up a kill of her own. I think the breach ult was used. And now it's going to be Ann pushing in, and that will be victory. Finally, they close this out. It was looking a little dicey there, gentlemen. 13-5 final score. But that was Sweat City.
Ann gets the final kill. And that game that started off so strong for them, we started to see the comeback happen. But no, they shut down those hopes and dreams. These guys just won the game. Go give them some love. Use that Twitch Rivals extension. Go find all their streams. They're all live right now. Go pick their brains about how they feel about Valorant. They got to play so much this past weekend, and you know they're going to be playing on Tuesday when that beta opens up. Be active in chat here. Just be with us, guys. All you got to do is watch the stream and have your right account linked to your Twitch account to get a drop. I'm still waiting on mine, chat. I'm right there with you guys. We'll make it happen, though. You know what's going to happen. We're all eventually going to be able to play this game. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the final game here of our Twitch Rivals broadcast. Maybe hear from some players. It'll be a lot of fun. Stick around. Chat, we are back, and there is one more game for us to watch before we are done showing you new Valorant content here. But don't worry, it's coming back on Tuesday. I'm your host, Wavepunk. I've got a Gassian and a Golden Boy here with me, and we've had a great day talking with you guys. You guys have given us you've changed some people's minds on bread. That's important.
That's not true.
One thing on the world, you literally said that you thought it was bread now. Like, it just changed. Okay, well, anyways, chat, we couldn't do this without the support of our partners. Thank you so much to the U.S. Army. Join millions of experts in their fields. What's your warrior? And also, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel has ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. You can learn more at GameFuel.com. If you're like, what? How's that can not slip? Hey, look it up at GameFuel.com. It's pretty simple stuff. Now, the games will be the same that we've watched over the past two. The teams will be the same in this game. And I think, am I correct? We've gone 1-1. I think. Yeah, I think Lulu Lovely and Rivington and them won the first game. I think Ethan Bernard, Ammunition, and Iridium and them won the second game.
Yes.
So that means we got an actual best of 3 on our hands, right?
Let me see here real fast. Let me actually pull up my handy dandy notebook. Yeah, you're right. Actually, we have had no substitutions. So this is a flat out best of 3, baby. This is it.
Look at that. We're gonna get so okay. I gotta, in true esports fashion, gentlemen, I gotta get a prediction out of you two.
Ooh.
You've seen Team Charlie. You've seen Team Delta. We've gone 1-1. Man, Delta looks strong in that second game there. Going into the final game, the only one that matters here, Gaskin. Who's taking it?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for Team Delta. Harvey was doing some good damage in that last game, and Ethan as well looked pretty scary on the map. So I think if they carry on with how they've been playing, they keep hitting those headshots, they should take the W here.
Okay, Golden Boy, you agree? You disagree? Where are we going?
Disagree wholeheartedly. Why? Because at the end of that game there, we started to see some signs of life from Team Charlie. So I'm not worried about them. Is it Charlie? Team Charlie? I'm not worried about them, okay? Because they were starting to bring this bad boy back. And if it wasn't for the fact that they, somehow managed to go down 11-1 at the half, they would have been able to come back and win this game. Yeah, all they had to do was not lose 11 rounds straight, and they could have potentially made this into a competitive matchup in game 2. So I'm calling for Team Charlie, giving it to the Squeeze, CD in the third, Rivington, Lulu Lovely, High Distortion, and B-Nans.
I believe. We got a split desk chat, and I'm an unbiased host, so it's gonna stay that way. Let's get into the game. Let me know who you think's gonna win. Is it Team Lulu Lovely? Give me 1s. Is it Team Ethan Bernard, Ammunition, Iridium, Electra, and Miss Harvey? Give me 2s. Also, not to slight Rivington the third, High Distortion, B-Nans, and CDN the third. There's 2 of the thirds on that team. That's such synergy.
It's a lot of
and CDN.
A lot of thirds.
3 is the magic number, is what they say.
They're just missing 1 extra third. They only have 2 thirds. They need the third.
Oh, you've been at this for way too long. How many days have you been hosting Twitch Rivals now?
Hey, it's 4:20 right now in Los Angeles. Blaze it up, chat.
Oh, no, we won.
Okay.
Get your snap.
Oh, you broke me. You literally broke me. I'm done. That's good. Poggers, people. Poggers. All right. Well, now, as we jumped into this game here, I don't know if you guys noticed, but that round ended rather quickly. And it ended rather quickly in favor of CD in the third, B-Nans, Rivington, Lulu Lovely, and High Distortion. So, I think because of that, my prediction is holding true. Game 2 was just a fluke. It was just a fluke.
And you saw how High Distortion there using Omen kind of offensively, even though they're on defense right now, kind of smoking off an area, but then pushing to the only light of sign where he could get into a position where he could fire some shots into those that were pushing middle B or towards B, as there is technically no middle in this map. And High Distortion doing some real damage here. Miss Harvey gets taken down through the wall as well. So this could be 2-0, and maybe Golden Boy's predictions aren't so bad after all.
Hey, man, it's like I know a thing or two about Valorant, okay? I'm not saying I'm an expert. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. You guys can say that in the chat. Instead of saying I'm poo-poo, you can say Golden Boy is the expert. And if you did that, then that's fine, because then I'm going to screen grab it and put it in my montage so that this way everyone knows. But you don't have to do that. Just throwing it out there. But I'm making this solid prediction. I'm a genius.
When is the montage being released? Just out of curiosity.
Hello, Bala. Please don't put Golden Boy's poo-poo in the chat, Bala. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, isn't fellow Twitch rivals caster Bala over here? Yeah, there you go. Golden Boy is poggers. That's what I like to see. That's what
Now
I
they're
like
just
to see.
lying to themselves. That's the sad thing, really.
That's the point where we're all at. You know, I just want to play the game. Everyone just wants some codes or some drops. You know, that's it. That's it. But you know, I am gonna also chime in because people have said that it's like, oh, you know, only certain people are getting drops. That's actually not true. Like, you know, pro players or streamers or whatever. That's not true, actually. One of the members of my community, Trap Frenzy, just came into our Discord and said he got a drop, and he just plays. He's just a gamer. So the drops are coming through, people. They're coming through hot and heavy. So you want to stick around for a little bit longer. And don't worry, we're all going to be playing together soon anyway.
Or if you want to go to bed, there are going to be drops available April 7th as well, when everyone's going to be streaming their live gameplay. As a reminder,
why got to be like that, Dan?
This is pre-recorded gameplay as well. Because I've seen a lot of people in the chat saying, why are we watching people that aren't touching their mouse, for example? They're not using their eyes. They're not using some fancy technology. They are watching their pre-recorded games from this weekend's alpha testing phase. And we're just getting to watch them back with them. And some decent stuff in B-Nads here.
Yeah. Good control. Composure with the shot, not really letting it get too out of hand there. And secures a couple for herself. Well done. Well done. What's that score? Oh, it's 3-0. Look at that genius.
It is 3-0. And as I said earlier, though, if you win the pistol round, I'd expect at least 3 rounds. Otherwise, you've done something wrong. You made mistakes.
Dan, you know what I am, Dan?
What are you, Golden Boy?
A genius. Exactly.
That's weird. It was almost like there was some sort of echo there when you said that.
Yeah. Almost as if whenever I say the word genius, that an echo appears, because that's what happens when you're a genius. That echo exists.
Just when you said it that time, though, yeah, when you said it, it didn't happen. So, are you no longer a genius?
Zombie is where like my
genius.
Oh, okay, I thought so.
And then Octagon is like the room
3-0 though. But this is where the action should start to happen. This is where the buys should be able to come from those who are attacking now.
Oh god, we're going crazy, by the way, guys.
No, you are.
Well, I mean, I've been crazy since birth, so to be fair. Yo, P-Nans, by the way, has just been impressive.
I try to back up.
Like, so a couple of people asking in chat as well, if you lock in an agent at the start of the game, are you with them for the whole game, or can you switch it at halftime? You are locked in throughout the entire game. You can't change your agent at halftime, so make sure you choose the right one. One of the things that I haven't spoke about, and one of the things I'm most excited for, is there are going to be 128 tick servers on release. Like, this game is just going to have 128 tick servers, which is something that a lot of games don't have. And that means that everything is going to feel smooth as butter, as long as you butter things correctly. Because I know that butter can be not smooth sometimes.
I do vegan butter.
Be really nice. You do vegan butter?
Vegan butter, that's right. I can't believe it's not. I can't believe it's vegan butter is my brand of choice.
Nice. Is it smooth?
It is smooth. It's creamy and delicious.
As smooth as 128 tick on release. That's what I'm hearing.
Not as smooth as a 128 tick. No, that's the thing though, right? Like, you know, that's just buttery smooth. 128 tick service. I think that for the casual player, they may not notice that too much, to be frank. But for anyone that has, you know, maybe took some time to compete in, you know, maybe some online tournaments with some friends or just some friendly matches, in-houses, so on and so forth, you will certainly notice the difference, and it would feel pretty good. I think even for myself, I was impressed with just how they handled lag and how they approached people. And we didn't even really touch on this either. I think we could spend a fair amount of time doing this and talking about this, is how this game is built to be accommodating for players who are, maybe you don't have the best hardware, right? This game, you'll be okay. Maybe your internet isn't like the greatest thing in the world. Well, you will not impact the experience of others, or at least, you know, that's the theory that, you know, we've been shared with by Riot throughout the time that we were playing the game and stuff and talking to them. That is their mission. Their goal is to try and fix this problem. And look, is it going to be perfect? I don't know. But I think that if that is something that you're going into your tactical first-person shooter with in mind, I feel pretty confident with the potential for the results that we could see, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they've tried to implement all these different things to kind of cater for the competitive players, for the hardcore players, as well as the casuals as well. The fact that the 1286 servers trying to get rid of Pika's advantage so that you won't see someone before they see you, you see each other at the same time. If an opposition is lagging, they've tried to eliminate the fact that someone will be jittering around on your screen, and instead you will see a smooth kind of movement from them, so you can kill them all the same as if they weren't lagging. All these different things that Riot have implemented with this game just shows that they really care about not just the competitive community, but the casual one as well. And that's why I'm really excited to see how it develops, and when kind of everyone gets their hands on it and everyone can kind of push this game to its limits and find what is available and what is possible.
Someone asked a great question, and I wanted to, you know, just have some fun with it. Obviously, all of us, Wave, myself, Gaskin, we only know of the characters that we played, right? The 9 characters that you guys, the 9 agents that you guys are seeing here today is all we know. But I am curious where we go from here, if they would even add more, or what they would be. I just hope none of them have a hook. That's the only thing. I just don't want a hook at all. Please, no hooks.
What about a grapple hook?
Oh, a grapple hook would be sick, though. I actually wouldn't mind a grapple hook.
Move yourself around. I want for my Hero Academia fans out there, I want a character that has El Million's quirk, where he can phase through walls, but he can't see or hear anything when he's in the wall.
Lemillions? Isn't Lemillions?
Lemillion? Something like that. It's 1 million.
Yeah, I like that. Where he can just phase through anything, and also,
but there's the contrast. Like, he can't see or hear, so you could get lost in the walls if you use it incorrectly. You know,
dude, that actually would be sick. Weave Gang in the chat, by the way, coming in hot over here. I'm also a My Hero Academia fan, so you know, there's that. Yeah, that actually sounds pretty sick. I won't lie, that sounds sick. Or maybe it's just like specific kinds of structures, like walls, you know, not just whole buildings, but rather just walls. Like, you can only go within the, I don't know how to explain it, but if it's like right next to each other or something, you know what I mean? Like I don't want you to be able to go like from one end to the other, like walk through the mountains. Right.
Yeah, there's probably you can pass through like one structure, so maybe like through one building, you come out the other side, and then it goes on cooldown or something like that.
Wouldn't that be too similar to Omen though? Omen
pretty
is the ability to kind of teleport across the map.
Yeah.
But his thing is that he goes through walls.
Yeah, I know. Well, of course it would be different. But I'm just wondering, would it be too similar?
The anime, Gaskin.
Would it change the meta? Because I feel like at the moment we have a really nice meta of 9 characters. So of course we need to see all the pro players playing it at a top level before we realize if something is too strong or something isn't strong enough, or whether something has to be added to balance it.
So let me explain the difference, right? Okay, I'm at the end of a hall. I'm looking down Long B here or something. I see a guy. He shoots at me. I pop my ult and I step into the wall. Okay, so now he can't shoot me because we can't wall bang into this building, right? I can now walk straight down the wall and pop out right next to him, shotgun him in the face, or I could choose to disengage from the fight, and he has no idea of knowing which one it is. Huh?
I just like the, idea of where they can go from here. There's just a lot of opportunities, but to Dan's point though, there's a lot of richness with these agents right now, right? There's so much to learn from them.
What's this gun Iridium's using? I don't think we've seen this yet today.
Iridium's using the Guardian. Right? Yeah, Iridium's using the Guardian. So we've seen the Guardian a few times before. It's, again, that's that single fire gun. It is a strong contender alongside the Vandal. Does a healthy amount of damage. And again, players that will be playing this with the top aimers, right? They'll thrive with a weapon like that. The Sheriff, they'll just rip faces with it because it does value and or rewards you rather the aimers in the game.
Yeah, it's the game in general is very low time to kill. I've found even it's slightly lower than Counter-Strike. Of course, one shot to the head with some of the guns is just going to kill them instantly, and that will be the same time to kill as Counter-Strike. But for example, the Guardian you were talking about, it hits for 65 in the body, no matter where. So if you hit someone 3 times in the body, they're gonna die. If they have no armor, just twice in the body, they're gonna die. That is quite a quick amount of time to kill. So that you are really gonna get caught out if you are positioned badly and your opponent can aim successfully.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Iridium actually went in for the push with that, with the Sheriff. You always want to check that corner. That's pro tip number 1, people. When you start up Valorant for the first time and you walk through hookah, just check your left. I guarantee you someone's going to be there. It's a very high probability because it's just a good area to hold altogether. And a lot of players end up defaulting to corners. Check your corners, look around, know what you're going to be pushing, and just work with your team. Work with your team. These agents have great abilities to work together with.
If you can have a teammate that can help you not check a certain corner because they can smoke it off or flash it or something like that, especially if time's against you, if you really need to get onto that site and you need to defuse the spike, you're not going to have time to check every single corner and sneak in. You're going to have to hedge your bets and say, okay, where is the likely places these people are going to be? What corners can I afford not to check when I'm pushing onto a site? Because you have to work on, well, what is the predictable places I've seen? Where are the places that people I've played against have been most often? And you'll start to notice patterns in the game as well. A certain player might always be pushing into one particular spot, and then you might catch them out 2 or 3 times before they change things, as Iridium did finish off that round. 7-1, and finally, a round is going to be picked up by Iridium, Ethan, and Electra, and Miss Harvey, and maybe they can start to make a little bit of a comeback here and make my prediction correct.
Interesting. Interesting predicament that we find ourselves in, young Daniel.
Yes, I feel like you just purposely went against me with my prediction for the sake of it.
No, actually, I didn't, because they did play really well at the end of that half. Yeah, I mean, they got pooed on. I got pooed on plenty of times when I was playing, but they did play really well at the end of the half. Like, they were starting to come together, you know? So that's why I went for it. That's why I went for it.
Well, it's working out so far, and they've certainly showed they've managed to make things work on bind here. No, okay, that's good. No, I appreciate that, and
you know,
I wasn't necessarily calling you out because of that, because I don't feel like you would do it on purpose. You know, that's not something you do. But...
Yeah, I would never put it. No, never, ever. No. You know, I want to ask a question to the chat. I want to ask a question to the chat because we have a lot of people watching right now. Everyone's clamoring for some to get that delicious drop. What game did you guys come from? You know, and what are you looking forward to? If you want to answer both of them or just one of them, what are you looking forward to playing in Valorant? And don't just say just looking forward to playing it, but like, what specifically are you looking forward to playing? Because I know that a lot of people. Oh wait, I just saw someone say they came from Crunker. That you're the boss.
Great.
Crunker's great. Just throwing it out there. Crunker's awesome.
It's just like
because I want to see how a lot of the League of Legends fans, who are fans of Riot Games in general, do when they get involved. Because why wouldn't you want to play the game that's in the not in the universe, but play a game by the company that made the game that you fell in love with, right?
Yeah,
has to be pretty cool.
Nope, that's okay.
Someone said TF2. I'm assuming you mean Team Fortress 2. And if you mean Team Fortress 2. Bless you.
For the timer to run out.
How long have they been playing?
How long have they been playing? Okay. Paladins and Overwatch. Okay, sweet. Rainbow Six Siege. I actually think Rainbow Six players are going to do. I think Rainbow Six players and Apex players will do relatively well in this game. Not because for Apex there's recoil patterns. It's not as aggressive as it is in this game or in others. But there is patterns nonetheless where you have to control your aim. It's not like insane, but you know, it's something, right? You just don't have the movement that you would in those games.
There's people in the chat saying they've come from Animal Crossing. They are the players that scare me the most coming onto this, because they are the grinders.
Because they get it. They understand what it means to be a top player. If you're out there right now, look, Animal Crossing esports, we're gonna do this, all right? And if we ever do a Twitch Rivals for Animal Crossing, I am just saying it right now. I want to be on that list, okay, to cast it, because Animal Crossing esports, along with Valorant esports, are both just they're gonna sell out stadiums around the world,
You already have the ability to put custom jerseys in the game.
Exactly.
So we just watched Ethan here get a nice shot.
It'll be a good time.
Heard that teleporter open up and got the kills, and followed it up with some more.
Ethan has been incredible. He does a great job of correcting his timing. So you notice there when he got the kill on the player in front of the site, he left hookah but went down. But instead of just walking around from hookah, he actually blinked over and took advantage of Jet's ability so that it would disrupt the timing, because there was a player coming down long. And right now, just owning everything that we could just witness here. Ethan Bernard is a beast.
1v5.
Gets the spike plant. Is still in a 1v1 situation. Doesn't have his ultimate anymore. Won't have any daggers to throw. But he is just slowly creeping around to the opposite angle on the site. See whether he can catch out this player. Notice how he's checking all his angles as well. Was walking, so he's not making any noise, and he will get the jump, and he will pick up the kill. See,
The ace.
unfortunately, that's the ace as well. So he's done so much there with Jet, and really showed the utility that Jet offers. The fact that she can get the updraft and she can jump up in the air with her ultimate, and you still get precision aim with the ultimate. Only with the ultimate, not with any other guns. Just Jet's ultimate. We get precision aim whilst being midair.
But yeah, that play, bro.
That was wild. What a play there. An ace from Ethan. He's disgusting. I'm going to have to watch more of him because I didn't really know much about Ethan Bernard coming into this. And now I'm just super impressed by him. A quick understanding of the game, recognizing the strengths of Jet. People would say that Jet's a selfish player. We commented on this quite a bit throughout the day. Look at the push that came out of the teleporter as well. He just stops it right in his tracks after getting the kill in hookah, and then bypasses right on through the Molotov. Continues on the approach here by hookah, not allowing this team to get any kind of breathing room.
Yeah, having someone who has aggression is going to be very important in your team. Just someone who is willing to be an entry fragger, and what I mean by that is someone who is going to push onto a site and get a kill or two and then is more than happy to die. They've done their job. They've allowed you to get onto the site. They've entered the site for you. You can then follow them and you can get that spike down. But also, entry fraggers are going to have some of the best aim in the game. So if they're in a 1vx situation, 1v3, 1v2, they are still going to be able to clutch out at the right times. But this time, Ethan, Electra, and the rest of the gang are not going to be able to get the victory. It's going to be 9-2 now in favor of Caesar's team.
If you look in the buy menu just now, at the top left, you would have seen that as Ethan was spending, the game was informing him of A, how much money he has left, but B, how much money he will have going into the round, right? Like flatline, how much money he will have. Granted, you get kills or you plant the spike or, you know, whatever, you gain more. But at the base level, how much they will have. That's going to be helpful for new players across the board as they look to get involved in a game like this and seek out to learn. I just think it was a really smart addition by Riot. Now Rivington is going to have the angle here with the Bulldog. 3-round burst around the corner as well as his Molotov.
Does have it available. The smokes can come out for Rivington as well, just to delay these pushes. And that's what it's all about sometimes, is delaying so that your team can either make the rotation or you're just forcing the opposition team to move around and push a different site instead. Rivington actually gets a kill with the orbital strike there as well. He heard that someone was
if you get one kill, you get value. If you get one kill, you get value, Dan.
I'd say so. It's not easy to get a kill with the orbital strike as well, even though it is a very powerful ultimate and one of the most powerful in the game, in my opinion. It's not easy to pick it up. Most of the time when I found kills with orbital strike, it was when someone was planting the spike and they were just vulnerable, and I was able to just pop it off and they would die, and it could win you the round. That's what's exciting.
Oh, there goes the Viper ult, and I give Rivington a lot of credit because he charged right forward there, but they knew one player left alive, tried to make the dream into a reality, but that is going to be the 10th round won here. Only a few rounds away. Can your squad bring it back, Dan? I don't know.
What about you? You just said my squad just because I made the prediction. But we get a switch of sides
what it is.
after 12 rounds. We'll get the pistol round again. And just going back to the buy menu, we did touch on it earlier. If you want something, if you want your teammates to buy you something, you can actually click want, and it alerts your team that you want a certain weapon, and they can buy it from you from the menu, so they don't have to drop it to you or anything like that. There's also little different buttons on the left-hand side of the inventory where you can say that you have extra credits. So you can say to your team, hey, look, I've got extra money. Does anyone want anything? All these various different ways where you can communicate with your team as best as possible, even if you don't have a microphone.
Just ignore it, guys. Ignore. Ignore it.
So many players now these days are getting accustomed to ping systems in games. And I think it's great, personally, because not everyone wants to communicate, in game. I totally understand. It's just not a thing people want to do. Sometimes people just want to be able to use pings. So when you give a robust system that allows people to do that, which is, I didn't get to really tinker around with it too much because I didn't find a right keybind for myself to be able to use it. But I will do so on the 7th once everything opens up, because I want to see. I want to see what would work out. And oh man, I thought we were gonna get we got some shotgun goodness earlier, but I thought we were gonna get the finish there. And finally, will be a win for our opposing team here, trying to bring this one back 10-3.
In detail, guys. Any
The
questions?
pistol
you guys
round
have, write them down. Okay?
goes
Copy
to
and paste them.
our opposing squad here. We got
my ability,
got
guys.
CDN,
I'm going to be
the rest of the crew. Actually,
Yeah.
the Lulu Lovely and CDN, right? I believe this is their team.
Yeah, on the other
Oh.
team, you've got the likes of Miss Harvey and Ethan. And they've got their third
I
round.
mixed it up.
They've won
Sorry.
the pistol round. So that means that they will now have the money to continue to buy. They'll have the credits to buy up better weapons. Whereas Lulu and the rest of the gang, they're just going to have to eco a little bit here. You can see they've got a couple of pistols. You've got the Sheriff available for Lulu, so that's going to be the most expensive pistol, but it will be a one-shot kill if you can hit them in the head. She's not able to find anything just yet as she continuously gets flashed.
Yeah, 2 flashes. I think that one was from the breach, and the other one either would have been 2 breaches because it looked like it came through the wall. But that flash, man, you're gonna have to put some sunglasses on in order to protect yourself there. That thing is bright.
Financial accounting.
Now marching on forward. This is looking good so far for the team that's ecoing right now.
Oh, this is the game.
Yeah, and that just shows the power of some of these pistols. And I was saying, like, pistols, SMGs, they can do real damage on this game. So I've even seen games where people just won't buy assault rifles because they much prefer the SMGs and they feel like they have more success with them. They are more forgiving in terms of the spray control and the recoil. However, you will get destroyed by someone who is able to just one-click you successfully with those assault rifles. But Lulu is going to utilize Sage's abilities again, walling herself up, gaining a little bit of height, does get hit by Breach's ability there, so she knows that there is going to be a Breach lurking around somewhere. Just has to be very careful, very defensive and passive right now.
And also can't go to the right either for the protection by her wall and play around it because the toxic spray there from the Viper was present. So we'll have to back away. Got that snake bite on the ground. I really like how Lulu plays Sage differently than anyone else that I've seen play. Like even in the last games that we saw, Sage has typically played the more reserved, break off the routes type of deal. But in this instance, Sage has just been, or at least for Lulu, has been hyper aggro and prioritizing protecting herself and healing herself, rather, not saying all the time, but when she needs to, she's utilizing those tools for herself. She also does not buy the slow. She doesn't seem to use the slow all that much, if at all.
And the slow is just such a powerful tool, but I guess she doesn't feel like it's as powerful offensively. Certainly when you're defending, you can use it to stop people attacking and pushing either side, but offensively, you have to be very creative to actually make it work. But even from just gaining information, if you see someone or you think someone is round a corner, if you fire that slowing orb around there, and then suddenly you hear those crunches of Golden Boy chewing on some cornflakes, you know that there is someone stood there. So you can either spray them through the wall or you can get aggressive and push with your team. All these different things that you can do with various abilities.
The worst is when you are just creeping and then you see the slow orb come through like on showers. You're like, oh, come on. So you just can't move at all. You have to stay still. That stops your push. That's a lot of time that slow orb is going to be in play. Or if you start to move and creep around, you just, it's in your head at that point. You're like, everyone hears me. I can't be quiet. It's so frustrating to play around, man.
I'd say Sage is the most frustrating agent to go up against when you are attacking and they're defending, because of that slowing orb and because, of course, the barrier orb as well. You can, all 5 of you can be 5-man pushing somewhere, and then suddenly that's it. You're stopped in your tracks. You can't go anywhere, and you physically have to wait. And a lot of people don't like waiting. People get bored. They're impatient. They try and push somewhere else. They start to make noise, and then you get pushed by the entire opposition team. And then the next thing you know, you're in the next round, and you're all frustrated. You're all dazed, and it was all because of Sage.
Yeah, people don't like waiting because also the rounds are pretty quick. Iridium now looking to cook something up here. He's got to defuse that bomb, but does not seem to be working out for him there. Pushes forward, does manage to pick up another one. Nasty play there, but I do not think it's going to be enough, and he clutches the round. Wowie, wow. Well done.
Finishes that one off. Oh, he gets the spray at the end, too.
Yeah, so
always with the spray. You got to put the spray. There's actually an awesome spray in the game that's like salt. That and the sprays in this game, I don't know if we've seen it on the stream, but some of them are actually like GIFs that they're just
animate.
repeated images.
How crucial is armor in this game? I wonder.
I think Ammunition had one earlier. It was like a salt one. It's pretty
cool.
cool.
Salt shaker.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty crucial.
I like that. Didn't know I needed it in my life until I started playing it, and then I started spamming it. And all the way that they actually do the emotes is interesting. You have a pre-game emote that you use before the round starts. You have a mid-round emote, and then you have an end-game emote. So you have 3 different emotes that you could use, or not emotes. I apologize. 3 different sprays that you could use. I'm so sorry for anyone that was like emotes. No, 3 different sprays that you can use. So pre-game, mid-game, and an end-game spray. You can set it to 3 different things. You can set it to the same thing. If you have a specific spray that you want to put down whenever you dominate someone, you could do that. There's just some cool stuff you could do.
Yeah, like if you're a toxic gamer like Golden Boy, you have the salt spray on the beginning, the middle, and the end just to tease everyone, and you can do that if you want to as well. Always salt.
Salt's always on the line.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's not. Okay, there's 2 outside.
So as we're jumping back on board with Miss Harvey, 10-5 now at this point, and it's still achievable to come back into this game just being 5 rounds behind. You just need a couple of rounds and damage the opposition economy to get back into things, but it's going to be difficult when Miss Harvey is playing like that. She manages to take down the spike carrier. You saw how the game notifies you. It notifies then you can notify the entire team that the spike is down. You'll get a visual cue as well of where the spike is, so then everyone can cover that spike. And in a 5v1, I don't think this is going to be a very pretty end for good old Phoenix from the United Kingdom.
Nope, not at all. That's a wrap up on that one. 6th round 1, trying to bring this one back.
Yeah, I think.
Is it going to be enough? As we're getting down to the point of no return, it feels like, if it keeps on getting out of control here for the opposing team.
Let's let Ethan op it.
I think it's Ethan who's top fragging at the moment as well.
Not surprising. Ethan has just been he's been a joy to watch. Absolute joy.
And what's more impressive is it's all well and good. So you're going to see a lot of YouTube content from a lot of these streamers, of course, them streaming their own games from matchmaking, where they're probably going to be dropping like 20, 30, even 40 bombs. If you're ACU, a 55 bomb as well. But in these custom games, you're going up against people who are probably more well practiced in the game. They played it a little bit more throughout the weekend. And also in a 5-stack in general, you're probably not going to be able to have as much success of just destroying everyone on the server, because you're going up against people who are professionals or ex-professionals in certain other games. So the fact that Ethan and other players in this game are still being able to find that many kills just shows how impressive they are playing.
I felt like as the weekend progressed, more and more players were just continuing to get the hang of it, myself included, but I would certainly feel like others were thriving a little bit more. And it was crazy because just a short amount of time, and we had a limited window to play as well. Think about when you're able to just turn on the game whenever you want on April 7th. If you get into the closed beta, it's just you're gonna have people that are just grinding this game, maybe hours a day. By the way, be safe. Don't go crazy now. Take breaks, stretch, do what you need to do. That's very important.
We learned that
But oh boy, this
Go
is
out for
looking
your
pretty
one walk
bad.
a day that you're allowed if you're in the United Kingdom.
Yeah. That's insane, man. Well, to be fair, I've been home like nonstop for the last few weeks. Sad reality is my area is not the safest to head out right now. But hey, man, that's what I got video games for. You know what I'm saying?
I think that genuinely we have to appreciate the space that we're in as gamers, and that like a lot of our friends were used to communicating in this way anyway. Yeah, it's a bit sad we can't go outside, we can't get the fresh air that we would want, but there are a lot of people there for you. If you are struggling, like genuinely, just get in contact with your friends. Like that's what video games are here for.
That's true. That's very true. And we'll have a lot of games to play, more games than we can count. And yeah, man, it's pretty awesome. There's no other place I'd rather be, guys, than being with you, chat. That's it. There's no other place I'd rather be. None
Just
whatsoever.
right here in Twitch chat.
Right here in Twitch chat. Right with you guys.
Can we get a virtual hug spam in chat? Brand new emote added during stream aid.
I know you guys all just care about codes and getting into the beta, but I like you guys.
Gameplay.
Okay. So heart you. Even if you guys did call me poo poo a few times.
Heart you.
Heart you.
Chat.
Heart you, dudes. Dudes and dudettes. Duders, the CDN likes to say.
Heart you and heart my life.
We didn't dive into it all that much, but Cypher's cage is, I think, well, one, it's probably one of my favorite animations in the whole game. Because it just looks so cool, but also it's a really underrated smoke. Because it's not a smoke. It has the same properties as a smoke, but it is not a smoke. It blocks vision, but if let's say you chuck the cage down, for example, on like A short next to the teleporter, what a round win there, by the way. Oof, my word. So if it's getting down to match point 2. So I'll wrap my point up quickly in case this one ends. If you chuck it over on A short near the teleporter and people are trapped inside, you can jet up onto the boxes and shoot down because you have clear vision of them. Because it's just a circle. It's a cylinder. It's not a dome like every other smoke that you see in the game. I think quite like that.
That's what I quite like about the differentials between all of the agents is like those that do have the smoking capabilities, they all do something a little bit different. And the same with the flashes that are available as well. They're all a little bit different. So you usually know kind of what you're being smoked off by, or what agent is smoking you off, or what agent is trying to push you with flashes as well. So you can then best combat that with some sort of counteraction, whether it be a counter that your agent may have or a counter that one of your teammates' agent might have. It's really fun as we see Run It Back being used in the perfect way, going through the teleporter. Is he going to find anyone? Oh, he just gets sent back to the spawn by the opposition Phoenix.
But now he knows where they are. He knows exactly where they're going to be located. And maybe that could be the difference maker in this battle, right? Having that information. Is it a ton of information? No. But information nonetheless is information that can be used to get you a victory. I think you got a Iridium that's going to be coming around the corner here, 2v3. Looking to see if he can find a player. Ice Wall as well, over to his left. It's going to be up above. That's 1. That's 2. Oh my word! This is all just turned on its head, just like that. They were looking at the site. That's going to be 3. What a play there from Iridium! Wow. Slaying the opposing team. Type in the chat.
Boy, showing up. Go give him some love. Go jump in his Twitch rivals.
Let's get some pod champs, guys.
Yeah. Use the Twitch rivals extension. Go find him. Go shout him out in chat. Go say, yo, dude, you rock. Give him some virtual hugs.
You just have to win another 5 rounds in a row on the bounce to take this to overtime, but at least he got that moment. I think that's what everyone wanted during the alpha phase, was to kind of get those montage moments, those insane clips, and to do it in this environment, in the 5v5, like the most competitive environment that we would have had throughout that weekend, is very impressive.
Like the pod champs, guys. Keep it going. All right. Still at match point here. They have to bring it back. They have to bring it back. And Iridium just had a crazy pop-off to revive this matchup here. They do lose out on a player. That is Miss Harvey. And that one's going to hurt because Miss Harvey, she's a great slayer for this team. Look at the way that the Jet just charged on forward, though. I like that read there, the approach from Iridium, using the curveball around the corner and then having to bail on out of dodge, recognizing that that was just not a fight that he needed to take. He's going to have the op around the corner. And now, 5v3, still very doable for this team.
And that was a prime example of someone not being patient as well. Miss Harvey arguably pushing up a little bit too much whilst defending. Didn't win that fight. If she had won the gunfight and she got the kill, then great. They would have had the info. But because she lost, then you're already putting your team down to a 5v4 situation. And they've got information as to where the rest of your team might be. And now 2v5, 12-7. This isn't looking great unless we see Iridium just go off once again here.
12-7, Gaskin, you want to make a bold 50-50 like that. You want it to pay off, but that's why they call it a 50-50 after all. It's either going to work, it's going to fall apart. And once again, I say it time and time again, you got to watch that left corner because someone's always going to be hanging out there on hookah. Boils down now to the Viper. The lone player left remaining. Beanans has vision on it, and that is going to be the victory. GG. Picked up 13-7, and I hate to say it, but it was right. Lulu Lovely, Remington, High Distortion, Beanans, The Squeeze, CDN the third, WPR picks up the win. That's what I'm talking about.
They pick up the win in this game, and they win the best of 3. They get all the bragging rights here at the end of our show. It was a lovely time, folks, but let's actually conclude our gameplay. So we're going to take a quick break, maybe hear from some players when we get back, see some other videos and stuff, and get you guys set up for next week. Stick around. It's been a great day here, chat, of Valorant action. Some of us have gotten whitelisted, some of us haven't. I actually have not either, so I'm right there with you guys. If you're still waiting to get your accounts linked and still waiting to get access to that Valorant gameplay on the 7th, don't worry. I'm right here with you. But there's also going to be another show on the 7th, so tune into that one. The drops will still be enabled during that play. But I want to hear from someone who did get access, someone who was playing the game, who we just watched play some games. We have Iridium on the line. Iridium, do you got me?
I got you, bro. What's up, man?
Oh,
how's it going?
How's it going, dude? Good to see you.
You too, man.
This is gonna be,
what's up?
This is gonna be a lot of fun. I want to talk to Twitch rivals here about you and about your experience here with Valorant. You and I met back at TwitchCon like 3 years ago or something.
Dude, such a good time,
it was fun, right? Like just tell me about who you are as a streamer and your story here on Twitch.
I started a long time ago, probably about 5 years ago, just playing Rocket League basically. I didn't get into FPS games until like probably like started taking Counter-Strike seriously about like a year and a half ago actually. And it's been a long ride, man. It was really weird switching from Rocket League to CS and FPS games, just because it's such a different game. But what really got me into first-person shooters was a little battle royale game called Islands of Nine. So rip Ion for all the homies out there. But then I started moving into Counter-Strike, and then about a year and a half ago, I've been taking it seriously, super sweating it up, and then I heard about Valorant, and I just got so hyped for it, man. But yeah, I just like trying to deliver the best content and gameplay that I can while keeping it like a family-friendly, fun stream, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what was the biggest appeal for you when you saw the Valorant kind of teaser content come out, and the VODs, the docs from the developers and stuff? What was the biggest appeal to you?
Probably just the fact that they were talking about how like tactical it was and how like high risk it was, like Counter-Strike. That was like my favorite thing about Counter-Strike. It's all about your aim and like just being able to move, play as a team, like super well together. And I think that was just the most appeal to me. And then like I love like the art style, and just I know Riot's like, I don't play like League or anything, but I just know Riot has a very good reputation. So I just knew it was going to be a great game. So I just tried to hop on as soon as I could.
Well, yeah, and you got here. I mean, what's been the biggest you've gotten to play, for a whole weekend? What's been the biggest surprise for you in Valorant?
Probably just how good everything was. Like, it's like basically, I guess technically we played an alpha, and it's like so good. Like it's so clean, runs amazing. Everything seems pretty balanced. Like so far, there's like a little maybe things that could use a change or a nerf here and there, but like. It was so good. Like no one like is being paid to say anything good. Like it's just the hype is so real for it, and it is definitely well deserved for it because it's just that good.
No, this is awesome. It's a wonderful game. We've had a great time watching y'all's gameplay throughout the course of today. And one thing I wanted to pick your brain on is like you come in here from CS:GO. Almost all the maps in CS:GO, 2 bomb sites. We see Haven here with 3 bomb sites. This is a kind of a big decision that they made in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Does that change the way you approach the game to have 3 bomb sites instead of 2?
Not as much as I thought it would actually. I think like usually in CS you have like a I guess you could look at it the way as in like like the whole mid bomb site is like, it still counts as like the middle of the map. So when you're playing Counter-Strike, you like a normal setup is like a 2-1-2 setup. So you have 2 on one site, 1 in the middle, and 2 on another. And on the A and C bomb sites on Haven, it's like easy enough to rotate into the B bomb site where it doesn't really feel as crazy and like chaotic as it may seem with having 3 bomb sites. So as long as you play like the strat we were doing a lot, especially during Rivals and like the super sweaty games that I was playing, was 2 people on A, 1 person on B, and 2 on C, and then it was just super easy to rotate. And I think they laid them out really well. So props to Volcano and the map design team on that.
That's awesome. I mean, I gotta let you go here pretty soon, but like, just talk to me about your Twitch Rivals experience. What has this whole process been like for you?
It's been crazy, man. I've always been wanting to do one of these. Like I tried to when I played like a Splitgate. I think there was like a Splitgate Twitch Rivals, man. I really was trying to get into that. And like maybe like a couple PUBG ones here and there, and it feels really good to get into it early and be a part of the first one ever for Valorant. So I'm super excited for more opportunities as well to play in Rivals and any other Valorant competitive stuff, man. So again, I'm really thankful just for this opportunity again to play in it. So thank you guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, hey, any last shout outs? Where can people find you on social media and on Twitch?
Twitch, obviously, as you guys can see, it's just at Iridium. Twitter is Iridium with 2 Ds. I post just a bunch of like clips and stuff, so you guys you'll be seeing a bunch of Valorant clips. And just shout out to all the old Rocket League homies, all the Ion homies. Can't wait to kill it in Valorant. And thank you guys all for watching today.
Awesome stuff. Thanks so much, Iridium. Good luck in the next Twitch Rivals.
Yep. Peace out, Wave. Thank you guys.
Oh, thanks. So that is Iridium. Wonderful, wonderful guy there. Definitely go check out his stream. Wonderfully wholesome stream there. Folks, it's been awesome. I want to show you guys, though, a video package we rolled in the middle of the day. Maybe some of you saw it. Maybe some of you didn't. But it was some of the best aces that happened during the alpha. Check it out.
In Valorant, there's nothing better than winning a clean round with your team, except for winning a round all by yourself. That's right, Golden Boy here with the top 5 best aces from the Valorant beta. Starting us off at number 5, it's Noisy, who almost gets the clutch after cleaning out the entire enemy team.
One more, mate. One more.
Enemy down. One down.
One more.
Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
Actually picked it. Damn.
Your number 4 play goes to caster extraordinaire Rivington, who aces the enemy team from a single doorway.
Bullseye.
Lurking. Walking in.
My ult is ready.
He's weak too.
One enemy remaining.
Teleporter.
Nice, Riv.
Clean.
Good shit, dude.
Lourdes.
Coming in at number 3 is Ethan Bernard with a clean headshot only ace to win the round.
Damn it, they got me at challenge.
Headshot.
There's 2 of them.
Prepare for hellfire.
I think they're in towers. Oh, they went past me? Oh, man. They're here.
One enemy.
Let me ace again. Oh, headshot ace, baby! 2 in 1 game!
Firing his way to number 2 is Misa with a textbook ace in the courtyard.
What are you doing? Careful now. What is flanking?
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. They're super dead.
And your number 1 play goes to the man himself, Poach, who gets an unbelievable headshot only ace.
Nailed him. 30 seconds left. Be faster. Duck,
Holy shit.
ready. One enemy remaining.
Thanks for watching the Valorant Top 5 Best Aces. We hope to see you too carrying your team to victory in Valorant.
Man, Poach is nasty. Poach is nasty at this video game. Can't wait to see him play it some more, folks. And it's been a great day. This concludes our show here, but we couldn't have done any of it without the support of our partners. Thank you so much to the U.S. Army. Join millions of experts in their fields. What's your warrior? And also, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Game Fuel includes ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness, along with a no-slip grip and a resealable lid. Learn more at GameFuel.com. And gentlemen, that's it. We did it. We made it all the way through all that action. It was fun. Just like 6 hours of action just flew by. We've got more coming up on Tuesday. Golden Boy, thoughts on the day?
It's been awesome, man. I do want to give a shout out, though, to every person that stuck with us here today. I know that you all want the keys. I know you all want the keys to the kingdom. You want those sweet, sweet drops. But I assure you, that, you know, as time moves on and they start to let more and more people in, we're all going to be able to play. But for now, just go out there, spread some positivity, clean your hands, have some fun, and come watch my stream. That's it. Done.
Awesome.
Where
can they find your stream? Where can they find your stream, Golden Boy?
I was just doing a shameless plug there, but you can find me at twitch.tv/GoldenBoyFTW. I go live every single day, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We have fun. We throw down. It's a good time. And when Valorant comes out, hopefully me and Gaskin will be able to play a lot. But yeah, it's a good time.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. It sounds like you're gonna be going live pretty soon here. Gaskin, what about you?
People can find me on Twitter at Dan Gaskin or on twitch.tv/Gaskin. I will have drops on my account as well when I am streaming Valorant, so make sure you go and follow me there. But I've had so much fun today. Honestly, the hype around this game is insane. The fact that we were streaming recorded games and we still got people obviously coming in. They obviously want those codes as well. Everyone wants to get a piece of Valorant. You can get some Valorant on April 7th as well. So if you didn't get a code today or you didn't get a drop today, you still have a chance April 7th.
Okay, well, man, you gentlemen, I've appreciated you both being here. Golden Boy, Gaskin, they've been lovely. Go follow those gentlemen, chat. I am Wavepunk. You can find me at WavepunkRL on Twitter or just at Wavepunk here on Twitch. We will have another Valorant show on Tuesday. Should be a lot of fun. So be right here on twitch.tv/Twitch Rivals for more action and better chances to get a drops as well. It'll be a lot of fun for Golden Boy, Gaskin, and myself. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.